Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. As he shook it, he heard a sound inside it, which made him smile. I didn't have the chance to use it before. Let's do it. Rojin took the gourd and put it on his waist again, and then he stepped forward and disappeared, ignoring the trapped vice admirals behind him. Rojin has more important things needs to be done instead of them. After a while, Rojin came to a remote place, and when he realized that no one was there, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Damn boy, let me out. An angry roar came from the gourd on his waist. Hearing this, Rojin smiled and ignored him. This magic gourd has a very special ability. With it, Rojin became able to imprison demons inside it. Unfortunately, Z wasn't a demon, but he was very strong, that's why he could shout. Sealing Z and controlling him was an amazing ability that makes Rojin very powerful. Rojin didn't understand clearly the conditions of this ability, but he might know from the system later. After thinking too much, Rojin closed his eyes. These sword skills are a rare treasure for me. Soul possession is something hard. You can't even expect what you will get, it's all random. This time, Rojin wanted to keep on his soul's abilities. He really needs all the knowledge of this swordsman. The possession time is about to end, and this amazing power will disappear, but the spells, exercises, and swordsmanship won't disappear. With several practices in the future, Rojin can gradually become stronger. Perhaps someday, Rojin will be as strong as Jugu Yuan. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the existence of silvers really complicated the situation for the Marines. The pirates took the situation, and they attacked the Marines with no mercy and quickly ran. All the pirates were very excited, and they wanted to share their excitement with the world. They have made great chaos in the Sabati archipelago. This news quickly spread throughout the world and shocked everyone. Big news, the pirates have conquered the Sabati archipelago. Shocking news, pirates have made great chaos and destroyed the Marines in the Sabati archipelago. Where's the admiral? The supernovas burned everything in the Sabati. These are the titles that shocked the world. Even more, another wave of news came out. Rumors said that Admiral Z, the Black Arm, has been defeated and controlled by Rojin. 5 vice admirals were caught in a cage made of sea stones, and couldn't go out. This news made the whole world astonished, and they couldn't believe what was happening. A strong admiral was defeated by a young man who was completely unknown before. Is this possible? In the Marine headquarters, Kong hit on the table with all his power, and then he shouted. Sengoku, what's the matter? What's happening? I'm sorry to say that we have underestimated Rojin. This guy has unbelievable power. He was able to defeat the admiral. However, I have sent a Kanyu and Kizaru. They will suppress the chaos right there. Sengoku was very serious, and he answered quickly. I'm really curious about how this news came out with such speed. Kong was very angry at that moment. The news has spread throughout the world quickly as if someone had been prepared and knew that the Marines would fail. The meaning behind it was shocking. About this, I'm afraid that someone has a plan. Sengoku sighed. He already thought about that, but he wasn't sure yet. What's going on with Golden Lion? Kong asked again. Compared to the Sabati, the Marine should pay more attention to the Golden Lion. I'm afraid that he'll act soon, especially after hearing the latest news. Speaking of the Golden Lion, Sengoku seemed to be angry and sad. After the defeat of the Admiral and losing the Sabati archipelago to the pirates, the situation became very favorable for the Golden Lion. Sengoku has already thought about it. The second half of the Grand Line. On the vast sea, the waves were as high as mountains, the sky was covered with clouds, lightning and thunders were stunning, a huge storm was raging at that moment. In this bad weather, black spots suddenly appeared at the end of the sea level. After a while, it turned out to be several ships crossing a long distance quickly. Hundreds of ships were very close to each other, and you can see pirate flags fluttering on each ship. 30 seconds later, a huge floating island was advancing forward slowly above the ships. Its shadow was very huge, which made all the fishes afraid and swim deeper. Oh, my God! The flying pirate, run! Not far away from them, a group of pirates saw this astonishing number of ships, about 100 or more. Immediately they panicked, and ran away. The man on the floating island is Golden Lion and his pirate regiments. Oh my God, he came with his full crew. It's rumored that they want to attack the Marine headquarters. Are they going to do it now? Damn, we are going to witness the most exciting scene in the world. The pirates were very excited, they didn't imagine that they would witness such an event. This is the greatest thing they would ever see in entire life. The Golden Lion and his full crew attacking the Marine headquarters, what an amazing time. Chapter 227, Greedy Pirates. Facing the mighty waves, hundreds of pirate ships were rushing forward and very fast under the crazy storm. It was a very shocking scene, looking at it from a distance is enough to cause heavy pressure. Let's move, they will destroy everything in front of them. When the pirates were looking at the fleet of ships, someone shouted loudly. The Golden Lion and his pirates were rushing forward very fast, they won't care whether you were pirates or marines, they will destroy you as long as you block the way in front of them. The huge fleet was getting closer and closer, all the pirates that were stunned became able to see it clearly. On the surface of the sea, you could clearly see how bold those pirates are, they kept looking forward with arrogance. They were all elites. It can be said that the Golden Lion pirates are the strongest group in that era, especially after the execution of Guldy Roger. It was rare to see them on weekdays, but at this moment, they came out with all their troops, you can't even count how many ships they have. The atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. Oh my God, what a huge fleet! Pirates were shocked, and they were very afraid. With such power, who could fight against them? No one dares to fight them, this pirate regiment has many ships, with powerful pirates from elites. Only at that moment, many pirates finally understood why the Golden Lion pirates are known as the strongest with Roger and the White Beard. As the fleet approached, someone unconsciously looked up. Is that the Golden Lion, Shiki in the front? All the pirates were shocked. Seeing his magnificent figure, all the pirates got excited, they wanted to be under his command, why not? He's one of the strongest. At the forefront of the floating island, a burly gold figure was standing. He looks like a huge lion with a majestic face. He's the strong man that stands on the top of the world, the Golden Lion Shiki. Ha ha ha, a young man that just entered the sea put the Marines in a troublesome situation, and they couldn't do anything. Sure enough, as I said, they are a bunch of losers. How did they catch Roger? I don't believe that. Today, the whole world will see how weak the Marines are. His voice was very loud, and it spread throughout the sea. We are the best, long live Shiki. The Marines cannot be our opponent, everyone will see how powerful we are. Brothers, I will go first, I want to kill some Marines first. On the floating island, Shiki shouted and laughed loudly. See, these 13 floating islands are my gift to the Marines. Behind him, there were 13 islands floating in the air advancing with him. Our boss is very strong, he could control many islands at once. It's over, stupid Marines. Haha, we are lucky to be members in the Golden Lion Pirates. All the pirates were happy and proud, and they shouted with pride. History will slowly dissipate over time. In the next 20 years, no one will remember how strong and overbearing the former Golden Lion pirates were. 20 years later, the world will remember that they were strong but their days are gone. They will remember that a strong captain became sick and old. In the end, he will die and another one will sit on the top of the world. But today, this captain is in the strongest period of his life. He dared to fight the huge Marine headquarters, and he was very confident that he could win this war. It can be said that he is one of the strongest in this world. Before the Four Emperors era, Shiki the Golden Lion and the Whitebeard were the most powerful pirates. The huge fleet passed slowly between the rest of the pirates. Everyone admired them, they looked at the huge fleet and kept dreaming. Everyone wanted to be a member of the Golden Lion Pirates. He's so powerful. Yeah, if we only could join them. At the same time, the world was boiling. The Sabati archipelago under the control of the pirates, and the Golden Lion Shiki on his way to attack the Marine headquarters. This shocking news made everyone stunned. Oh my god, big war is going to happen. What about the Marines, are they strong enough? That's terrible, what will happen there? Countless people trembled and panicked. It was impossible to imagine what will happen to normal people if this war begins. All the civilians wish the Marines win, otherwise, who knows what will happen to them. It can be said that the Marines are on the weak side. If the Golden Lion wins this war, then who knows what will happen to them. In the Sabati archipelago, many pirates gathered in a huge square with excitement and they smiled. Brothers, we have done something that makes us very proud. Feel it, brothers, we did it. Feel the taste of freedom. A pirate wearing a yellow scarf was shouting with excitement. His words made the atmosphere even warmer, which made all the pirate roar and vented their emotions. If you listen to me, let's hurry and leave, the Marines will come soon. In the crowded corner, Danzō looked at the two pirates beside him and whispered. What about the rest? The captain of the Phoenix Pirates didn't know what to do. She was completely shocked when she heard what Danzō said. I just said everything to them, but they didn't listen to me. Danzō shook his head. After what they did, all the pirates swelled and became so confident and wanted to completely occupy the island. Chapter 228, Reinforcements. Danzō was sure that the rest of the pirates won't leave the place. They thought that they could control the place and no one will stop them. He had tried to persuade them, but these fools didn't want to obey, and they want to take this area forever. Looking at Blanco and Mingqi, the leader of the Phoenix Pirates, Danzō seemed to be mad because of the rest of the pirates. He said those words and turned to leave. Behind him, Jason hurried away carrying Crocodile. When Danzō disappeared, Mingqi's eyes blinked and said, "What to do? I choose to believe them." After he said that, Blanco lowered his head and left. Big sister, what about us? The members of the Phoenix Pirates wondered. It can be said that after the departure of Danzō with his mates, and Blanco with his crew, the so-called Great Pirate Alliance won't last long. It's something good to control such a place. But unfortunately, we don't have enough power to do that. Mingqi took a deep breath and shook her head. We have to retreat then. A few moments later, the rest of the pirates noticed that the leaders of the alliance and the powerful ones have left, but it doesn't seem that they paid much attention to them. Those greedy pirates were trapped in the illusion that they will control the Sabati archipelago. You can't describe them as fools, because in this era, all the pirates want to mark their territory. These pirates became blind after what they did, and they want to keep the Sabati under their control, and they forgot what will happen to them when the Marines come. In the chaotic neighborhood off the Sabati archipelago, a group of 3 people moved forward. Danzō, where's the captain? Jason asked in a low voice. I don't know exactly, but he must be in Area 43. Danzō kept running fast. In the chaotic streets where the pedestrians were running around, no one noticed that Danzō and his mates were pirates. Well, and what about the 6 dragon elephants, did they go with Rayleigh? Jason asked again. They are not strong enough for the next scene, because the situation is going to be more chaotic and troublesome. That's why the captain asked Rayleigh to teach them. Danzō nodded. Jason, stop here. At this time, Crocodile was completely exhausted. He was seriously injured in the battle against the Vice Admiral. Come on buddy, you need recuperation, you can't move now. Jason wanted to calm down his friend. Crocodile's eyes flickered, and he didn't say anything. He felt that he was very important to his friends, and they didn't let him down. He has never felt such a feeling in his life. Ha, Crocodile, take a good rest, we need you later. Danzō laughed. Crocodile smiled back, and then he closed his eyes. Area 43, in a remote place. Rojan hid in the corner and he was sweating hard. This soul consumed a lot of his energy, it was far beyond all the martial art he practiced before. Time passed quietly, and there's still 30 minutes in the possession time. It was hard for Rojan to exchange all the previous abilities at once. It seems that these stunning abilities need a lot of possession coins. After defeating Z, Rojan obtained 350 million of possessed coins, plus the previous victory against the Marine, he won a total of 500 million. This is a very large number, but there's still a long way to go before exchanging. Heavenly Sword, 300 million. The Sword of the God, 560 million. The Magical Spell, 980 million. These prices shocked him. I have only 30 minutes left in the possession, that's too bad. Rojan was very confused, and he kept thinking. Getting the Sword of the God and the Magical is the best choice, but it's too expensive. No, I have to do something. He estimated that he could only take one of them. Finally, Rojan clenched his fists and decided. The Sword of God and the magical spell, I have to pick one. The magical spell is a taboo martial art, and it can be used only 9 times in a lifetime. It's extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he has nothing to do but gave up. Although the effect of the heavenly sword is amazing, it is not as good as the sword of the god, so he can only give up also. Rojan's choice has to be the sword of the god, nothing is better than that for the time being. Rojan kept thinking, and without knowing the passage of time, another wave of chaos rose on the Sabaody archipelago. Golden light reflected several times above the pirates who were shouting and celebrating. What is that? All the pirates couldn't open their eyes because of the golden light, and then, a figure appeared. As I thought, a bunch of losers. Standing in the void, Kizaru sneered, and when the golden light restrained, his body began to reveal. When his full figure appeared, one of the pirates recognized his, and he immediately shouted. Oh God, that's the Admiral. When they heard that, all the pirates looked up and panicked. It's Kizaru. Another shout came out, making all the pirates afraid more and more. It didn't take much time until another admiral came. Seeing these two majestic figures, all the pirates panicked and lost the hope of controlling this island. Chapter 229, A Former Partner. What gives you the courage to do all this here? I admire your courage, and I'm happy to say that you'll have a miserable ending. The golden light shone from the tip of his finger, and it was extremely brilliant. Like the sun, it condensed a high degree of heat and brightness. In the next moment, Kizaru stared at the group of pirates and aimed. You are all gathered in here, I think. It saves me the effort of searching around. Huh. A gleam of golden light appeared and died down to the center of the crowd, and then it seemed to stagnate. Immediately afterward, an explosion erupted, making a high-temperature flame with a golden light shining brightly, and it covers a circle of 30 or 40 meters. Boom. The laser beam didn't look powerful, but when it hits, a terrible power burst out. Oh, God. The pirates who were away from the crowd shouted and screamed. They ran in all directions with panic. Actually, they couldn't make it because of the high temperature. All their dreams and hopes disappeared in a blink of an eye. Endless fear emerged from the hearts of the pirates. They have nothing to do but running away wildly. The power of the Admiral shook all the pirates and made them think twice. Haha, want to run? Kizaru with his usual laziness raised his eyebrows and pointed out. Pew, pew, pew. A series of laser rays rushed forward and fell into the side of the running pirates, followed by a burst of the explosion made the pirates scream. Coastal port. Did you hear that? Blanco's face changed when he heard the screams. It seems to be from Area 25. His partner hesitated. As they heard that, all his pirates got shocked. Area 25 is exactly the place where the pirates gathered before. At the same time, Trensu shook his head and said. It's the Admiral, he is there. Blanco's face changed. Come on, keep running. At that moment, no one dared to stop and they speeded up. Fortunately, they were away from that area, and no one would find them in a short time. Come on, move, let's leave this place. Go straight to Fishman Island. As they jumped on the boat, they sailed quickly with no stop. After Blanco's departure, the Phoenix pirates jumped quickly to their boats and quickly left. The two groups followed the advice of Trensu and avoided the danger. Area 25 became very chaotic. You can only hear gunshots and see blood everywhere. Kizaru kept walking between the pirates. Its shape turned into a golden light and attacked everyone with his laser. No one could resist the power of the Admiral. He was extremely strong. It took him only 5 minutes to finish all the pirates before the coming of the Marines' reinforcement. I didn't come here for those bastards, I want the big fish. Kizaru turned into the light again, and then he reflected a few times in the void and disappeared. 10 seconds later, he came to the Marine station. Kizaru's face changed, especially when he saw the ground cracked and the 5 vice admirals locked in a cage made of sea stones. Who made all this? The kid. He turned his head and went to the front of the cage. How did it happen? Kizaru was puzzled. Sea stones is a rare material, the world government paid a lot of attention to secure and control it. How could it suddenly appear here and trap the vice admirals? Rojan did it, he has a mysterious power that traps us. One of the vice admirals answered and lowered his head. He took Admiral Z. Kizaru-sama, please go after him. Another vice admiral anxiously said. What about you guys? Kizaru hesitated, he felt that he should help them first. It's sea stones, you can't do anything, we are fine here. Another one responded. Well, I see. He took out his dendenmushi and ordered his men to come to the marine station, and then he left. The Sabaody archipelago is a very big place. Even with the speed of Kizaru, he can't search the entire island in a short time. 10 minutes later, 3 warships approached the port of the Sabaody archipelago. A cold man slowly jumped off the boat, followed by many marines. Suppress this island and guard the port, don't let any pirate run away. Okay, and you shouted loudly. Hi. All the marines responded quickly, and they guarded the main port of the island. Okay, and you picked some marines of his group and led them to the island. As he advanced, he saw a group of pirates running. Like the wind, he moved fast and half of his body turned into hot lava. Magu Magu no Mi, the Vice Admiral Sakazuki has a very strong devil fruit. It's rumored that he has the strength of an admiral. He will be promoted immediately after this election. Seeing him moving forward, all the marines were excited and kept whispering with each other. They didn't move with him because they were sure that those casual pirates won't do anything against Akainu. As they guessed, Akainu killed all the pirates in one shot. In a blink of an eye, the Vice Admiral Sakazuki waved his hand and took the lead. Keep going. The marines behind him were even more excited, and they followed their captain. In less than 20 minutes, all the pirates on this island were suppressed by Kizaru and Akainu. The island remained calm after that. Such a thing made Sengoku felt relieved, but at the same time, he was worried. That kid, what is he going to do? He made our forces in a chaotic situation, what is his plan? While he was thinking, he remembered something. Is it that celestial dragon? Some time ago, he accidentally read that the former partner of that kid was a celestial dragon. One of the celestial dragons got killed by a pirate. It can't be right. It can't be Rogen. Chapter 230, finally finished. Mary Joai is located in the Red Line, and close to the Marine headquarters. If you want to invade Mary Joai's, then you have to pass through the Marine headquarters, which there's the strict defense of the Marine ford, and as long as you are a pirate, you have no chance to pass. Only fools would do that because a sober person won't dare to even think about that. Doing such a thing is like suicide. What is he going to do? Even Sengoku, who was smart and full of wisdom, didn't understand the purpose of Rogen. He was sure that Rogen was the reason behind the chaos made in the Sabati archipelago, but he couldn't understand the purpose of this. After controlling Z, we lost our best group in the Sabati archipelago, but as I can understand, it wasn't enough for Rogen. He ignited the anger of all pirates on that island and made huge chaos there. After deep thinking, Sengoku hit the desktop. Golden Lion, Rogen, Celestial Dragon. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. That kid, I understand now. Sengoku was completely angry. He was shocked after understanding Rogen's thick plan. Holy place, Mary Joai's. The little master smiled and bent over to water the flowers. As the man said, there were only 3 left for the deadline, but at this moment, she wasn't afraid and sad at all. The little master seemed to forget that she is going to be dead in 3 days, and her eyes were full of hope. Runta kept watching her for a while, and he couldn't understand why she was calm, especially when the deadline is very close. But today, after looking at the newspaper, his pupil suddenly contracted. He checked the paper quickly, and then he took a deep breath and glanced at the woman. What happened, Runta? What did you read in that newspaper? The little master smiled, and then she strode. She was like a little princess, moving with charm and pure beauty. Nothing but usual news. Runta remained calm, and he didn't say more. Seeing this weird expression, the little master understood that something happened. 5 minutes later, someone called Runta for a new task. He raised his hand and threw the newspaper and left the courtyard. The newspaper dropped exactly into the trash can in the corner. After the departure of Runta, the little master jumped and took it curiously. At first glance, the little master got shocked, and then after reading the whole content of the news, a smile appeared on her face. I knew it. I knew that you won't let me down. I knew it, Rogen. After saying this, the little master laughed, but then, she began to cry, and her tears dripped in the newspaper making it wet. A chaotic situation in the Sabati archipelago. It's suspected that Rogen, the captain of the Wraith pirates, had competed with the admiral and eventually won. Trensu, the sniper of the Wraith, killed a whole pirate group in one shot. In Water 7, the Wraith pirates dared to attack Pendant, one of the officials of the world government, and they marked it as, "What is the door to knock on?" The meaning behind it might be very shocking. Many information and too much trouble. Rogen and his group were the main characters. It can be said that they collected all this information and put it together in one newspaper to show how powerful was this group that suddenly appeared. But as the article said, what exactly did the Wraith want to do? No one could understand, but she does, and at that moment, tears kept falling from her cute eyes. Thank you, everyone. The little couldn't stop crying. She was very happy that her friends didn't let her down. What they just made, and what they are about to do, wasn't an easy thing at all. It was like suicide to save her from the celestial dragon. Rogen kept saying that he cares about every member of his crew, and here he is, fighting against the strongest organizations in this world with no fear just to save her. The little master understood that Rogen did all that because of her. All this chaos was like he said, "I'm coming. I'll knock in the door of the world government and I'll save you." No matter who you are, no matter how difficult, we will be there for you. For us, you'll be always the cat on the boat, you'll be always the little master. A kind of tacit understanding between each other was born. Their friendship is strongest than any organization, strongest than anything in this world. Runta reappeared from the door when he looked at the little master. When she was happy, he smiled. Did you see that, Runta? They are coming. Both of them understood each other with no mention. We are in the Celestial Dragon's palace, no one can enter. After a while, Runta said with a sad tone. He was right, no one in this world able to enter this place. Breaking through this place is like declaring war against the whole world. This fact didn't make the little master lose hope. I believe in them, I believe that my friend will come for me. She was very happy and excited, she didn't lose hope at all. It's great to have such friends. In the Sabati archipelago, Danzō and his mates finally found Rojan. Captain, how long it will take? Jason asked anxiously. Half an hour ago, they heard the continuous explosions and the screams of the pirates. There was no doubt that the Marines' reinforcements have arrived. Things are going to be crazy now. They will be here soon. Danzō whispered. In the second after the two had finished their talk, Rojan opened his eyes and said. Finally finished. Chapter 231, Truchi the Sword of God and the magical spell cost him too much energy and time. Maintaining these high-end skills made Rojan's soul exhausted. At that moment, Rojan was sweating, and he finally succeeded. I won't lose it. After seeing what he can do using these new skills, Rojan was even more excited. The Sword of God combined with his martial arts made him very strong. Besides, there's still enough possession coins to exchange. Is it time? Rojan stood up when he saw his friends in front of him. Rojan's eyes flashed. He was preparing for a long time, and now, the time has come. Let's go. He whispered to his friends and then they left. Danzō, Jason, and Crocodile followed Rojan. That seems to be heading to a specific place. Really, where? While they were running, Rojan took out the Den Mushi and asked quickly. Area 38, near the coast. Really answered quickly. Understand. Rojan nodded, and then he waved his hand to his mates. Confronting the admirals is possible at any moment. They started looking for Rojan already. It wasn't clear which one has come, but Rojan already made a guess. If they want to suppress the island, then Kizaru is the best choice for the Marines. In addition, Kizaru alone is not enough. Sengoku is smarter than sending that admiral alone. There must be another one. The other one should have enough power to be at the admiral level, and this must be Sakazuki, Okainu, or Kyuzen, Okiji. While he was thinking, he doesn't seem to be afraid at all. In other words, he has nothing to worry about. The first task for Kizaru and Okainu was to suppress the island and kill the pirates, and the second task was to arrest Rojan or kill him. Along the way, Rojan and his mates didn't encounter any disturbance, and they finally reached Area 38. Here we are. Rojan stopped and glanced around. Rojan, here. Suddenly, Rayleigh's voice came out. As they turned their heads, they saw Rayleigh standing on a small boat. It was a small wooden boat, docked under a huge tree, providing good concealment. Is this the ship? Rojan strode forward and jumped on board. Well, do not underestimate it. This little boat is very light and fast, besides, it's the best for your mission. Rayleigh patted the mast and answered with a smile. Thank you, Rayleigh. Rojan was very serious at that moment. Let's move, you have a long trip, guys. After saying this, Rayleigh jumped off the boat, and then he looked at the 6 dragon elephants and said. Don't worry guys, I'll help you to get stronger. Jason took the rudder quickly, and after a while, a transparent cover appeared on the whole boat. It will make you safe in bad weather. Rayleigh smiled. Rojan immediately understood that Rayleigh did everything to help him. Which made him very grateful. We're leaving, Rayleigh, take care. Waving to Rayleigh, Rojan seemed to be sad at that moment. Hey guys, be safe, you must come back alive. Rayleigh waved his hand and smiled. He was aware of how dangerous their mission was. Jason, move. Rojan turned around and whispered. Immediately, Jason responded, and in a moment, the ship roared and left the port. Rayleigh kept standing there, and when the boat disappeared, he turned and left. 5 minutes after their departure, a golden light appeared, and then Kizaru's figure emerged from the light. Damn, where did he go? He was very angry at that moment. Since he came to this island, he kept searching for Rojan and his crew, but none of them appeared. After looking around, Kizaru shook his head and left. Sengoku-sama, there's no trace for Rojan and his crew here. Kizaru went back to the marine station and called Sengoku. Well, then you have to stay there with a KNU to prevent accidents. Sengoku was very upset. Kizaru seemed to be mad because of this order. He sees that staying there has no use. Even though the pressure in the marine headquarters is much greater, Kizaru seemed to love it. In the presence of Kizaru and Akainu, the Sabati archipelago remained calm in half a day. Most of the pirates were either killed or arrested. This strong suppression made the world see how strong the Marines were. All the civilians were happy also. After suppressing the chaos, they felt relieved. They only want to live in peace on this island. In the time of war and chaos, no one ever thought about them. Most of the civilians were killed by the pirates with no mercy. Time passed quickly, and the night fell on the island. The moon was shining, creating a cool atmosphere on the surface of the sea. Occasionally, some fish jumped out of the sea and give out a majestic silver light. Above the boat, Crocodile sat down and kept checking his wounds. Jason took care of the rudder, humming an unknown tune. Drensu was busy cleaning his weapon. Rojan sat away from everyone and kept thinking about the new skill obtained later that day. His internal cultivation power has reached the limit. It can be said that Rojan can master this new skill in a short time. In a half day, the chi in his body has reached a higher level. Buzz. When he opened his eyes, there was a mighty sword on his body. The unique method of cultivation, which makes you able to carry the sharp chi sword. A very powerful sword that could cut the mountains. That's the real chi. Stretching out his hands, Rojan took out the sword and kept looking at it with a smile on his face. The true chi, with all kinds of incredible powers, lightning, water, fire. This kind of power is the future. Chapter 232, Great Harvest. This oriental system of practice makes people stronger. By constantly understanding life and rules, people could get the way of unity of heaven and men. The way you work, the better you understand. Once you improve yourself and have a pure soul, you'll achieve the profound method of being strong. At that time, even if you have no magical abilities, you'll be strong enough to move mountains. Rojan learned that the strong man in the fairy sword had reached the realm of the unity of heaven and men. He was extremely powerful. This Chinese concept makes you feel nature, and you might control it. Even Zhuge Yuan has reached that realm. He was able to stand on the river surface, walking and running on it as if he was on the ground. He seemed to control his weight. This unique state, even with the possession of the system, Rojan won't be able to reach it. Of course, their realms are still far away from Rojan. The ways of men are conditioned by those of earth, the ways of the earth by those of heaven, the ways of heaven by those of Tao, and the ways of Tao by nature. When these 4 steps are completed, you can soar in the clouds, achieve the immortal body, and enjoy eternal life. Rojan's eyes were bright. In fact, the whole world has a messy understanding of such practice, but it is generally the same. The Eastern system practice was undoubtedly the most suitable for Rojan. With it, he could enjoy the long life, and at the same time, he could get stronger. Unlike the chaotic system that gives you a great attack power in a short period of time. Getting strong for a short time is not a big deal. I need to practice, I need to improve my chi. Rojan looked at the interface of the system and checked on the swordsman's item list. After a while, he focused on those items. 7-star sword costs 50 million of possessed coins. Magical gourd costs 30 million of possessed coins. It can be said that there's a lot of treasures. Every item can be a strong weapon for Rojan. Interesting, but I don't have that much. Rojan shook his head, and then he exchanged the 7-star sword and the magical gourd. After a flash of light, there was already a long sword behind him. The whole body was dark. There were 7 stars shining on the hilt, arranged in a spoon shape. It was the Big Dipper 7-star ray. At the same time, the magical gourd hung on his waist. Rojan, get me out. If you are going to kill me, then do it now. Suddenly, a strong voice came out from the gourd, which made Rojan laugh. He almost forgot that Z was still trapped in the gourd, even after exchanging it. Admiral Z, stop crying like a baby, you'll be free when I decide. Rojan laughed. Damn it. Z was completely mad. Rojan ignored Z and began to cultivate. He has completed the stage of introducing chi into the body. Next, he will practice the chi spirit to make his spiritual strength stronger. In fact, when people enter this realm, it is the beginning of their practice, and all kinds of incredible means can be used. The process of cultivation is a process of continuous supplement and strength. It can be said that Rojan was good at using swords, but at that moment, he needs to practice for better control of this new swordsmanship. Unfortunately, with my current knowledge of swordsmanship, I'm still far from being a swordsman. Even with practice, I'm afraid that I won't be as strong as this powerful swordsman. Rojan sighed and shook his head. After experiencing the true power of Zhuge Yuan, Rojan recognized the lack of his skills. The gap between them was extremely huge. Finally, at the dawn, and after a long night of practice, Rojan recited the incantation, which made the magic power revolves. Buzz. Immediately, the 7-star sword behind him began to tremble. After a while, the sword moved slowly toward the sky, making a crisp sound. No one was holding the sword, but it kept moving in the void. This is the magic power. I made it. Rojan couldn't believe himself. He pointed his right hand to the sword, and then pointed forward and said, "Go there." Suddenly, the sword stopped for a while, and then he rushed quickly toward the sky. In a blink of an eye, the seven-star sword reached 10 meters above everyone's head. Yes. Rojan waved his hand as if he was holding the sword, but actually, no one was holding it. It was standing in the void all alone. Mount Hua swordsmanship. 13 swords. 9-headed dragon power. A set of different sword tricks was shown by Rojan. The smile and happiness were very clear on his face. He finally made it. The sever-star sword that was hard to control it by manpower, he finally controls it using the magical power. It can be said that Rojan won't be afraid of anyone. I made it. In the end, Rojan shouted loudly. He was very happy at that moment. Compared with the previous sword techniques, this set of martial arts has fewer changes in routine, but more sharp attacks. After the celebration, Rojan breathed a sigh of relief and put the sword back into its sheath. At that moment, Jason and the others were in a deep sleep, and they didn't know what was happening at all. I finally made it, yes. With a smile, Rojan closed his eyes and kept learning. Chapter 233, The Silence Before the Great Storm. The next day, after the sunrise, Rojan opened his eyes again. Almost there. Rojan seemed to have some regrets, so he shook his head. After one night practice, he mastered enough attributes of martial arts from the last possessed soul, but this fairy sword skills were still not well understood. However, Rojan was very satisfied. "Captain, are we going toward the red line?" Jason looked at Rojan whether he was sure to go there or not. "Yes, we need to pass through the Marine headquarters to reach Mary Joyce." Rojan nodded. "Do you mean that we are going to face the Marines?" Danzō was shocked. Crocodile also was stunned. He didn't know what to say. "Are you crazy? That's the Marine headquarters, not a casual Marine group." "Of course not, with the four of us, we won't be able to do anything." Rojan shook his head again. Rojan was very aware of how dangerous this will be. Even if he defeated many admirals he won't be able to do that in the headquarters. "Captain, what are you trying to do?" Jason was worried. Rojan smirked, and then he looked at the chart in Jason's hand and chose a place in the corner of the red line edge. "Let's go there." All the crew became confused after seeing the location. They couldn't even say anything in front of their captain's decisions. "Jason, just go there, I have a plan." When he heard that, Jason quickly responded. On the other side of the red line, the Grand Line. Large pirate ships lined up neatly above the sea, forming a black cloud-like scene, making everyone who sees them in a shock and depression. There were 13 ships like islands floating on the sea and in the void. This scene makes everyone feel how powerful this group was. It was the powerful pirate regiment, the Golden Lion Pirates. They reached the bottom of the red line this morning, and they kept waiting there under the command of the Golden Lion. "Captain, when shall we attack?" One of the cadres approached Shiki and asked him. "Well, let's make the Marines nervous first." His voice was majestic, and when he said that, a large smile appeared on his face. Shiki was very confident. He was sure that he's stronger than the whole Marine Department. Seeing this confidence, all his crew stood up and smiled. They were not afraid at all. The Golden Lion believes in his own strength, and he was aware of the weakness of the Marines. All his crew became very confident when they saw their captain, and they believed that no one could stand in front of them. Shiki is a firm opposer of both the world government and the Marines, and now he decided to move. The Marine Department was very aware of this, and they prepared to face it with all its power. Some of the reporters risked their lives with fear and excitement were there to share this astonishing war all over the world. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to report this war. Have you seen it? Behind me, the world-famous pirate regiment, the Golden Lion Pirates. Their captain is the legendary pirate, Shiki, the Golden Lion. He has a glorious history. He has the majesty of the king and the courage and ambition to conquer the world. In the past, he faced the Pirate King, Gold D. Roger. It was the famous battle in history, called the Battle of Edwar. Like his name, strong and dominating, with a golden glow all over his body. His power and ambition can swallow up the whole world." Taking a deep breath, the reporter paused and spoke loudly again. "And now, as you can see, he gathered all kind of pirates under his command. What is he going to do? I'm afraid to say that he will attack the Marine headquarters. What a shock to the world, no one dares to think of it. The war is about to explode. Reaching this level means that this whole thing is no joke. They didn't come here to play, something huge is going to happen. Does he want to destroy the Marine headquarters? Does he want to make all the world how strong is he?" The reporter shouted loudly. He seemed to be very excited, but actually, he was afraid. This war will subvert history. Whoever wins or loses will cause great changes in the whole world. If the Marines win, their prestige will be further enhanced, and their power will suppress the whole world in the future. Without a strong pirate like the Golden Lion, no one could stand in front of them. And if the Golden Lion wins, then from now on, the strength of the pirates will advance to a terrible level, and they will expand again. In this way, the balance of the world will slowly incline to the side of the pirates. The war hasn't started yet. What's inside the Golden Lion's mind? No one knows. We can be sure that this brilliant king must have his own strategy. At the moment of the war, the whole world will be shocked. The reporter's words echoed in the minds of people all over the world. Everyone who heard the news got shocked and stunned. Such thing will inevitably change the world. On an unknown island, a young man with bread poured a sip of wine and then he looked at the picture and laughed. Ha ha ha, Golden Lion, worthy of being a legendary pirate. For me, I prefer the white beard. Because I'm the black beard. He laughed loudly, and then he turned and left. He doesn't seem to believe that Shiki the Golden Lion would win this war. Chapter 234, The Red Line, Plan. The second half of the Grand Line. On the surface of the sea, a big pirate ship like a mountain swayed with the waves. On its deck, a huge figure sat on a chair. Sitting there, he was like a hill, giving a heavy sense of oppression. He has a prominent crescent-shaped mustache that telling the world his identity. Edward Newgate, aka the White Beard. A king in the same position the Golden Lion, and it can be said that he's stronger than a ladder in some details. At this moment, after hearing the news about the Golden Lion, he shook his head and murmured. Stupid guy, his pride and arrogance will bring death to him. He raised his head and looked as if watching the war quietly from a long distance. The behavior of the Golden Lion shocked the whole world. This powerful man who occupies a very high position in this world, not only has incredible power, but also has a large number of pirates in his side, and they were all strong. It can be said that this guy has all the means to make great chaos in the world. At the bottom of the red line, the voice of the Golden Lion pirates came up. No one was afraid to face the elites from the Marines. Those pirates were very brave and full of fighting spirit. Under the lead of Shiki, they were full of confidence that they could win. On the floating island, Shiki stood up and kept looking at the majestic red line. No one knows what he was thinking at that moment. He didn't tell anyone about his plan. The Marine headquarters. Kong somewhat hesitated, but he wasn't nervous or angry. If it was the White Beard, he might be afraid, but the Golden Lion, Kong was sure that he could suppress this war. He was worried about how to minimize the damage during this war. Standing at a long table, Kong looked up and said, Sengoku, where's Garp, didn't he come yet? He is coming soon. Sengoku answered quickly. Kong was completely angry because Garp didn't show up yet. In this critical situation, he should come earlier to the Marine headquarters. Until this morning, he called him and scolded him ruthlessly. The Marine can't be broken with Garp on its side, the man who was able to face the Pirate King in the past. Take positions and be ready, the Golden Lion may attack at any time. This guy has been always like a crazy lion, no one knows what he can do. Kong looked at all the Marines in front of him and ordered them. The Red Line, the tallest and the largest barrier in the world, that directly distinguishes the first and the second half of the Grand Line. It's so difficult to break into this place. Kong was very curious to know what this legendary guy will do. He went out of the office and went to the top floor, and then he looked ahead. He saw continuous buildings. Outside the huge gate at the front, there was a huge lake. This inner lake wasn't formed by nature. It took several men and material resources to build it. If the marine fortresses around the world have a strong defensive and offensive capabilities at the same time, then this main division of the marine organization is the most powerful of them. The marine headquarters here is significantly the largest base, and it is much more heavily fortified, with the fortress below the main building being circular and three-tiered and containing more defense cannons. On the sides of the fortress are massive arches that go up to the top, and there is a small building on top of each arch. It can be said that anyone dare to intrude here, this powerful artillery stations will take them down. The marine headquarters isn't just a military building, but also a large number of powerful people. Golden Lion, you've underestimated us. Kong clenched his fists. He was sure that if the other party dared to attack, he will suffer under the Marines' power. The whole world paid great importance to this huge event, but surprisingly, the Golden Lion didn't take any further action yet. This is the 6th day for Rojin in the Sabati archipelago, and he already made a great step in his plan. The red line is like a big and large line that divides the world into two parts. This line is higher than any mountain in this world. Only a few people can survive in this place because it's too high. At this time, a small wooden boat approached the magnificent red line, about 10 kilometers away from the marine headquarters. How tall? You're kidding, right? How can we get up there? On the wooden boat, everyone was shocked when they saw the red line. It was Rojin and his crew. After a day and a night of sailing, they finally reached a very close place to the red line. If we go straight up here, we can reach the center of the marine headquarters. Rojan picked up the chart and pointed out their location, and then, he slid with his finger 1 centimeters up, and he arrived at the location of the headquarters. It's easy to say that, but how can we do that? Jason was completely confused. We are going to fly. Rojan answered with a smile. Hearing this answer, Jason's eye became very bright. Is he going to call that big bird? Jason remembered that his captain had all kinds of magical skills. The last time when he crossed the comm belt, he relied on the ability to control birds. In fact, it's possible for me to climb using my ability. At this time, Crocodile stood up and murmured with a smile. Trensu was amazed, and then he said, "Yes, Crocodile-sama has the ability to control the sand, it's easy for him to reach the top." Chapter 235, Almost There. At that moment, everyone looked at him with curiosity. I can try, but if I didn't make it, then I have to blame the bad luck. After all, no one knows how tall this red line is. Looking up at the red line, Crocodile was a bit confused. He wasn't sure that he would make it. Crocodile, it's up to you. Rojan patted on Crocodile's shoulder and laughed. After a while, they docked the ship next to the red line. Crocodile stretched out his right hand and in a twinkling of an eye, the dust filled the air and formed a strange creature and began to move. Let's do it. Rojan and the others kept looking at the floating beast, and they hesitated. If you don't trust me, I'll go first. Crocodile saw the hesitation on his friends, so he decided to go first just to make them feel relieved. Come on, trust him. Rojan seemed to believe in Crocodile, and he comforted Jason and Trensu. No wonder that they hesitate. Crocodile made a strange creature, which made them very confused and didn't recognize it. It was a cylindrical body with no limbs, and it has a seat on its back, enough for people to sit on it. It was a very weird creature. After a while, everyone took a seat, and then, a sand rope appeared and tied them for safety. This thing is too fast, hold on for a while and be careful. Crocodile gave them some advice before starting. At this time, Jason tapped the sand rope to test its firmness. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the strange cylindrical creature suddenly soared and then flew out along the red line wall. The strong pressure pushed Trojan and the crew back, making their expression changed. Jason in particular, his whole body was shaking violently, and he felt that he's going to be thrown, which made his face become blue from panic and fear. Crocodile, what's the matter with you, easy? When he realized that he was still on his seat, Jason looked up and scolded. As he said that, few sand grains flew out and shut Jason's mouth. Rojan was sitting in the second position, just behind Crocodile. When he felt the strong pressure, his face became green. This creature was amazingly fast, about 150 miles per hour. 10 seconds later, the speed reached an astonishing 200 miles per hour. It was like a racing car, because of the high speed and the instability of the sand monster itself. Rojan's felt the perturbation in his stomach. Rojan's face turned blue, he couldn't even open his mouth or his eyes because of the wind. Damn, this crocodile is good at racing. That's very exciting. Rojan was happy to have someone like Crocodile in his crew. Behind him, Jason and Trensu turned pale. This kind of height has a great effect on a human heart. They felt like they want to vomit, but at this degree, they won't dare to do it, because if so, their faces will be covered by the vomit. Disgusting. Whoosh! The strong wind made a huge pressure on Crocodile's mates and put them in a very bad situation. They have never experienced such a thing, and that's what makes Crocodile smile. He stared at them and then he took a cigar to calm his mind. Crocodile was completely indifferent. It seems that he wasn't affected by this at all. In fact, he could make a barrier from the sand, to protect his friends from this strong wind, but he didn't want to. It really makes him feel comfortable to see his friends want to beat him, but they can't move, they can't even open their mouth to scold him. Haha, what a good feeling. It was like driving a car at a very high speed in a crazy race. They were climbing the high red line with extremely high speed. 15 minutes later, the sand monster slowed down. Crocodile's forehead was sweating. The sand monster had been climbing at a high speed, which consumed his physical strength. Almost there. At this time, the four people have seen some buildings above their heads. It's the Marine headquarters. And here, just in the center, they avoided the dense artillery platform at the entrance and the most defended area of the Marines. Well done, Crocodile-sama. Trensu forgot all the pain, and he shouted excitedly. Unexpectedly, they made it. Climbing the red line and reaching the Marine headquarters is something far than anyone could believe, but they have made it. One more thing, don't get too excited, ugh. Crocodile didn't seem to be happy. Crocodile, come on. Rojan wanted to encourage Crocodile. I can't hold on. Crocodile was sweating. Let's go. In a word, the sand monster roared again. Only 10 kilometers remained from the headquarters. Crocodile didn't wait to move again. 30 seconds later, Crocodile clenched his fists again, as if he couldn't hold on. I can't. When he said that, Jason and Trensu got angry. Hey, Crocodile, hold on. Take it easy, we are almost there, buddy. They shouted with anger. As they finished their words, Crocodile shouted, and the sand monster roared. When they saw the deep sea below, Trensu and Jason panicked. Damn. Chapter 236, Kill Them. Crocodile and his mates were in the air, more than 10,000 meters away from the sea. When he glanced down from the corner of his eye, Jason's face turned green. The four went down, and the strong wind began to blow into their mouth. It's over, we are going to die. Trensu closed his eyes and accepted the fact that he is going to die. However, all of them decided to gamble, which means if they failed, they will die. Crocodile was the calmest of the three. He was pale, and his sweat dried quickly in the strong wind. As for Rojan, he looked down at his feet. When he saw their wooden boat turned into a black spot, a trace of horror appeared in his eyes. It was too high. It can be said that they chose a suicidal jump. Even if they fall into the sea, it is bound to be smashed by the reaction force produced in that moment of collision. Rojan thought, and he acted immediately. He decided to use his magical gourd. Under the magical power, the gourd expanded to about 10 meters, it was shining with a green light. And immediately, he jumped and sat on it. Everyone, jump on the gourd. Rojan shouted at his crewmates who were in a daze. His loud voice woke up everyone. Trensu jumped quickly, and Jason followed him closely, and finally Crocodile. When the four sat on the gourd, they breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. Jason took a long breath, and then he turned his head and wiped Crocodile's saliva. Crocodile, you are useless. Black lines appeared on Crocodile's face, and he didn't pay much attention to Jason. Captain, how long can you support that gourd? On the other side, Trensu was afraid, and he asked Rojan. Crocodile's monster made him completely afraid, he even thought about the possibility of death when he was on that creature. Don't worry, it's enough to support us. Rojan answered with a smile. In fact, from the beginning, he planned to use this gourd to fly. With his magical power, he could support his crew to fly. Captain, your way is much safer than Crocodile's. Sitting on the gourd, Jason felt relieved. There was an invisible barrier around him to isolate the strong wind. Besides, the gourd was much comfortable than the sand monster. Soon, the headquarters became clearer. After a while, the green streamer flashed, and the Jasper gourd arrived in a peripheral zone of the marine headquarters. Rojan controlled the gourd to fall slowly and find a remote place. Here we are, fellas. Now, it's time to find the celestial dragon's territory. Rojan turned and whispered to his friends. As they were talking, a group of marines patrolled in front of them, which let them hide quickly. The marine headquarters has very tight security, which makes everyone afraid to break into it. Especially today, the headquarters guarding strength strengthened several times, makes its risk enhance. The situation was getting hard for Rojan and his crew. 10 minutes later, a group of 4 members of the Marines appeared in the center of the department, and then they walked quickly. They were arranged in order, the front 2 were at the same height, and the back 2 were taller than the front 2. This group of people looked strange, they were carrying rifles and they were walking with pride, ignoring all the Marines around them. Gradually, half a day passed. The sky was blue and cloudless. Today is undoubtedly a sunny day. The sun was shining slowly, and the weather was warm, which makes all the sailors happy. In the second half of the Grand Line, the Marines paid attention to everything and kept reporting the situation. Suddenly, the sea ahead became noisy. The Marines who were in charge of the operation of the Golden Lion looked up with doubts. And in the next second, their expression changed immediately. At the same time, the reporters who were close to the Golden Lion pirates were excited. They suddenly turned around, aimed the Perco, and then they shouted. Have you seen it? After waiting for a long time, the Golden Lion finally took action. They moved the Perco and zoomed at Shiki. The whole world got shocked when they saw the majestic figure of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion's fleet began to move. In an instant, 13 floating islands moved forward, followed by hundreds of ships heading to the marine headquarters. After a while, all the pirate ships came to the bottom of the floating islands. They gathered together forming a huge fleet. Have you seen it? What are they going to do? Seeing this scene, the reporter lost his mind, and he shouted again. Everyone knew that the Golden Lion began to move, but no knows what is he going to do. The marine headquarters is located in the Red Line. If you want to get there, you need to enter the Gate of Justice and fight with the Marines. This is the other side of the Red Line. If you want to enter the marine headquarters, you must enter from the main road opened by the Marines. But from here, it seems that the Golden Lion has no such plan. What is he planning to do? At the same time, the Marines raised their attention and prepared for everything. On the floating island, Shiki ordered all the pirate ships to gather, And then he looked down at the sea, and his eyes were domineering. Fire. Kill all those bastards who peep in the dark. In a word, all the fleet took action. Fire. Boom. Several artillery attacks launched at the same time. Oh my god. The Golden Lion decided to launch an attack against us. The reporter couldn't believe what he just saw, and he shouted. It's over, he is going to kill us. In a blink of an eye, all the ships of the reporters were destroyed. Chapter 237, Fly. 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 It was a shocking scene for the whole world. They were waiting to see what was going to happen, but the Golden Lion seemed to have another thought. On the screens, they heard gunfire, and then they saw red flames burning everything. The Mushi fell to the ground, and there was nothing but white screens and screams that makes everyone afraid. After a while, the broadcast interrupted. At that moment, the silence controlled the world. The cruelty of the Golden Lion shocked everyone. No one expected that his first step was to destroy innocent people who were just shooting the scene. At that moment, everyone realized that the Golden Lion wasn't a kind person at all. He is crazy, cruel, and doesn't care about people's life. He is vicious and cold-blooded. He would kill anyone if he doesn't agree with him. No one could imagine what this guy could bring to the world. In the Marine headquarters, there was a panic scream in the ears of the Marines who were responsible for receiving information about the Golden Lion. Damn, the Golden Lion began to move. What is he going to do? Oh my god, he's going to kill us. Quickly, report the headquarters. Screams kept sounding for 5 or 6 seconds and then stopped abruptly. What happened? The Golden Lion took action. Inform the officers as soon as possible. In a blink of an eye, the information spread all over the Marine headquarters. Increase the defense, and report me all the movements in the Gate of Justice. All the Marines, take positions, and get ready to fight. Kong stood on the high stage and shouted. At that moment, he was completely angry. A series of orderly footsteps sounded in the Marine headquarters. The tension increased at that moment, and the situation was getting harder. The 4 people were hiding in the dense buildings, pretending to shuttle back and forth, and looking around. Captain, do you know how to get to Mary Joyce? Jason hesitated. He trusts his captain, and he was sure that Rojan always has a plan. Hearing this, Rojan nodded and his expression changed. No way. That's Mary Joyce. You brought us here with no plan? Jason was completely shocked. I'm sorry, we have nothing else to do. Rojan shrugged. The Marines strengthened their defense. Something terrible is going to happen. Crocodile said solemnly. I heard that the Golden Lion began to move. Drensu whispered. Rojan's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. What a lucky guy. It seems that Rojan was lucky to be inside the Marine headquarters when Shiki launched his attack. That will increase his chances. Rojan and his crew kept walking carefully. Inside the headquarters, there were many military buildings, and any one of them may turn into a dangerous weapon at any time. They have to be very careful. On the other side of the red line, the Golden Lion was shining under the sun rays. His burly figure, his golden hair, and his golden robe, every part of his body was showing the majestic momentum of the Golden Lion, just like a legend who came out of the myth. Powerful, majestic, and domineering, just like the gods. Looking down at a large number of pirates below, Shiki opened his arms and said, Little ones. His voice spread like the roar of a lion across the sea. All the pirates looked up at their king. They were very excited. I'm sorry to waste much time. But now, we'll start the attack. Weak Marines should be afraid now. Let's slaughter them like lambs. The whole world will see how powerful we are. His powerful voice spread out and swept the sea, making all the pirates excited. They even howled and waved their weapons. Let's start, we can't wait more. That's great, we're going to attack. I've been waiting for so long. My sword is hungry for blood. Every member of the Golden Lion Pirates was excited to start this war. They have been at the top of the world for too long. If they defeated the Marines, they will go further again. Even more, their captain, Shiki, the Golden Lion, he might have the chance to be on the throne of the Pirate King. Seeing this scene, Shiki smiled with great satisfaction. What was happening made Shiki very happy. With such a powerful force, what can the Marines do? And then, he raised his arms. Nuu. With a loud roar, the strange power spread out in an instant, covering all the pirate ships below in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, all the ships pulled out to the air and began to float slowly, and they aligned together. At the same time, all the pirates kept shouting. Fly. 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 It was like a miracle. It was amazing that their captain could do that. Only gods can do that. Buzz. What he just did means only one thing. He avoided attacking the headquarters from the front and chose to leap and enter it from the air. It was like a show. He wanted to start the war with his majestic ways. In a blink of an eye, all the floating ships reached the level of the Marine headquarters. See, we are very close. Brothers. Get ready, let's fight. Let them see how powerful we are. We are the strongest. For a moment, all the pirates roared, and their eyes turned red. Chapter 238, The Golden Lion Chances. The sound of gunshots and artillery reached the Marine headquarters. In an instant, all the Marines turned their head, and they shouted immediately. Intruders. The Golden Lion, it's the Golden Lion, he came from the sky. Oh my god, is that an island? 13 islands are floating in the air. All the Marines were shocked. They have never seen flying pirates in their lives. What a shocking scene, 13 floating islands flying together and were about to reach the territory of the headquarters. This unique way of appearance stunned everyone. Under the control of the Golden Lion, he pushed all the ships above the buildings. In a blink of an eye, a large shadow covered it, making all the Marines look up. It was very strange. Kong was completely angry when he saw that. Drop it. Hearing this, all the Marines shouted in panic. Run. At the same time, the sharp whistle came out, and the siren spread quickly. Sengoku, recall Kizaru and Akainu of the city. Kong's tone was very loud, he was completely angry at that moment, especially when he saw the flying fleet in the sky of the headquarters. Boom. Finally, 12 floating islands of different sizes began to fall from the air. Haha, Marines, do you like my present? His laughter spread all over the headquarters, making all the high-ranking Marines look bad. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, the sound of huge footsteps was heard, and then, 5 huge figures appeared. Each of them was nearly 100 meters tall. Wearing Marines' clothes and carrying huge weapons, swords, and axes. In a blink of an eye, they came to the bottom of the floating islands. These 5 are the giant vice-admirals of the Marine headquarters. Now. With a deep voice, the giants raised their weapons to the island. Boom. In a blink of an eye, the small island was directly split. The giants' force blocked the ships to fall on the buildings. They stopped an attack that could create big damage to the headquarters. These giants have a great power indeed. Shockwave. At the same time, Sengoku jumped, and in a while, his body grew up in the midair. Using his devil fruit, he transformed into a giant gold Buddha, and then he punched. Boom. In a blink of an eye, he destroyed a falling island and threw it away. Immediately, all the high-ranking Marines moved. It can be said that these ships are a powerful and smart move from the Golden Lion, but against these elites from the Marines, this attack will be directly crushed. It can be said that these floating islands are nothing without the power of the Golden Lion. In a short time, most of the falling islands were destroyed, only 3 of them hit the bottom and caused a circle of shock waves. Where is Garp? Sitting on the high platform, Kong asked with an angry tone. Below him, Sengoku backed to his seat and didn't say anything. Boom. The 3 falling islands made a mess inside the headquarters. Haha, good job Marines. The Golden Lion stood on his floating island and laughed. But actually, this was just an appetizer. I'm sure that you are going to admire my next step. As he said that, he laughed, and then he waved his hand. Behind him, all the pirates shouted. They can't wait to join to battle. Under the control of Shiki, a pirate ship landed directly on the ground. The pirates were very excited and rushed toward the Marines, and in a while, the fight began. This is not a game, it's a real war. From the beginning of the war, many pirates and Marines were lying down in a pool of blood, and only elites from both sides were still fighting. On the Marine side, Sengoku sat in a chair under Kong, and besides him, there were 2 empty chairs. In a lower stage, there's a vice-admiral aged 50 or 60. Next to him, there's a vice-admiral who is younger or less powerful. It can be said that all the lower ranks joined the war. The war has just started, and there's no need for a higher rank to join yet. On the side of the Golden Lion, the same thing happened. Cadres were still standing on the ship watching the war coldly. King to king, admiral to admiral, soldier to soldier. There's no need to send high-end power in this case. Both sides tacitly abide by this silent rule. Inside a building, the Wraith pirates were confused. What now? Jason asked curiously. Just hurry up and follow me. Jason kept running fast. Damn, that bastard Golden Lion, he scared me to death. Crocodile was angry. 10 seconds ago, he almost smashed by the previous attack of the Golden Lion, but lucky for him that the Marines blocked it, which caused many casualties on their side. It can be said that from the beginning of the war, the Marines were actually at a disadvantage, and their casualties were even greater. Depending on the current situation, it can be said that the chances of the Marines to win this war is very weak. There are only Kong and Sengoku as a high-end power on their side. Drensu's eyes twinkled. Well, that's true, there are many cadres on the side of Shiki. Looking up at dozens of figures standing on the edge of the floating island, Jason exclaimed. What a terrible group of pirates. Crocodile was amazed. On the part of the Golden Lion, they have noticed that the pirates who were fighting in the field are just normal pirates with a bounty of 5 to 10 million, but the strong ones were still on the floating island. But you can never underestimate these pirates, they have a potential strength, and they could do a lot of things against the Marines. Such a large number of pirates in one crew can be regarded as the strongest in the world. Compared with them, it can be said that these pirates have bigger chances to win. It seems that the Golden Lion is going to win this. Chapter 239, Punch It. These pirates just came from the sky. It was a majestic scene from the Golden Lion pirates. They have no wings or ability to fly, but under the great power of the Golden Lion, they became able to fly. This move surprised the Marines and forced them to act immediately. The war is on the Marines' territory, which made them ready and well prepared. But everything went wrong because of the clever plan of the Golden Lion. No one expected that this pirate regiment would come from the sky. The Marines were in a true mess against the pirates. On the high stage, Khan was very angry. Follow this plan. Order the Marines to retreat, and let the pirates occupy the place. And then, surround that area. Under his order, all the Marines retreated, making a huge area free for the pirates. Occupy the high ground, and use artillery. The admiral stood high and shouted. Suddenly, all the pirates noticed something. This is the Marines' territory, and here, they have many powerful and terrible military buildings. As long as they control these military facilities, they will take great initiative. Khan gave us such an order just to make the pirates think that they have won, but actually, it was just a move to encircle them. In one move, he forced these guys entered the danger zone. How powerful the Marines' military buildings are. No one knows. Buzz. After a while, huge guns rose slowly on the roofs of the buildings and aimed at the pirates. When the Marines completed the encirclement of the pirates, the situation changed quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Pew, pew, pew. Bullets, bombs, and lasers sounded at the same time. The scene became very chaotic, and all the pirates were screaming. Did the Marines do that? The whole area became a sea of fire and blood. Khan directly ordered to kill all the pirates. His orders were decisive and cruel, but surprisingly effective. We are like 4 ants passing between 2 giants in the middle of the fight, we can't resist at all. Crocodile was very confused. He was right, the Golden Lion pirates and the Marines were inevitably 2 of the strongest organization in this world. Let's move now. If I wasn't wrong, then we should follow this way to reach the Celestial Dragon's palace. Rojan turned and pointed to a small path in the northwest. In this chaotic scene, no one will notice them, and they can secretly achieve their goal. Rojan and his crew looked at the scene for the last time before going. They didn't play a role in this war, but who knows, maybe they'll be the main characters in the future. On the high stage, Kong was very satisfied. Sengoku, where's Garp? He was really angry because of Garp. He should be here soon, sir. Sengoku was very upset and he wanted to cover his friend's back. He has to, the Golden Lion will make the next move very soon. Kong nodded. Sengoku was completely angry, he even scolded his friend Garp on his heart. In this chaotic scene, no one noticed that 4 people were running in a lane. 15 minutes later, Rojan and his friends stopped and kept looking at the high wall in front of them. They were speechless at that moment. Captain, are you sure that we will see the palace of the Celestial Dragons if we pass through this wall? Jason looked at Rojan with doubts. Immediately, Rojan nodded. That's right, we will see the palace if we pass this wall. What? Jason was shocked. He glanced back, and he saw thousands of elites from the Marines standing on the military buildings. Rojan should be right, if the palace was really behind this wall, then they will be fine, and if not, they might get caught, and who knows what will happen then. Jason, punch here. Rojan blinked and then he shouted. Hurry up. Rojan didn't hesitate at all. His perception was much stronger than that of ordinary people. At that moment, he was sure that behind that wall he will find the palace. He can't be wrong, absolutely not. All right. Jason was helpless at that time. Crocodile lit a cigar and kept watching quietly. When he clenched his fist, his body grew up in moments and his muscles became very tight. He was like a raging dragon. Increased power, 400 times. And with a loud roar, he punched the wall. Boom. Jason's right arm was like a rocket, it cracked the huge wall within a second. Buzz. The wall vibrated, and after throwing the rocks and the dust away, a bright light appeared. All right. Jason stepped forward and looked through the hole. At the same time, the 4 men were seen by a large number of Marines, causing sharp whistles. Chapter 240, I believe in you. Hey. Intruders. There are people on the side of the wall, what are they going to do? When they saw these people, all the Marines shouted. What shocked them was that one of the 4 people can punch that thick wall. How strong is he? A large number of Marines responded quickly, and they hurried toward the intruders. Jason, Trensu, Crocodile, hurry up! Rojin shouted immediately when he saw the large number of Marines jumping from the roof. These Marines were from the elites, each one of them has unique skills. The weakest member of them could destroy pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. In this department, no one was weak at all. Fast! Rojin shouted again. But Jason was still hesitating. Also, Crocodile and Trensu, they didn't move. A large number of powerful Marines rushed toward Rojin and his friends. That might put Rojin in a dangerous situation. We have to leave immediately. Rojin didn't want to get caught and he shouted again. Finally, Rojin's friends didn't waste more time and passed through the hole. Stop, that's... Seeing this, all the Marines got shocked. They just saw the magnificent buildings through the huge hole made by Jason. They were brilliant and dazzling in the sunlight. It's the palace of the Celestial Dragons. The Celestial Dragon's palace was just behind the wall as expected. Rojin was right. They ran for 10 meters, and then, they stopped. Oh God! Captain! Crocodile's voice trembled, and he shouted. Rojin's expression became very serious. At this time, he was surrounded by several elites from the Marines. He knew that he would be in such a situation. Countless Marines with different ranks gathered and rushed toward Rojin. Rear Admirals, Master Chief Petty Officers and Seamen First Class. The dense Marines came from all sides, from the roofs and the ground, and in a while, they surrounded Rojin. Don't try to escape. Behind this wall, there's the abyss. Besides, you are so courageous, you dare to break into the Marine headquarters. One of the high-ranking Marines stared at Rojin and shouted. At that moment, Rojin understood why Crocodile and the others stopped. They must have seen the abyss. No one knows why there's an abyss between the headquarters and the palace. Maybe it's just because of the edge of the red line, or maybe the abyss was made by the Marines to protect the Celestial Dragons. The road is broken. It was hard to see how deep the abyss was. Jason looked down and quavered. Where's the captain? Didn't he come yet? Crocodile trembled, and he asked about his captain. Trensu took his gun and turned back. What are you doing? Immediately, Jason stopped him and asked. I'll help the captain. Trensu's tone was very serious in that moment. Stay here, you can't help him with your current strength. I know, but I have to. He's facing at least 3,000 elites from the Marines. Everyone lowered his head, they understood what Trensu meant. Dangerous, this is too dangerous. No one could face this huge group of Marine forces, not to mention the powerful buildings. The battle between the Golden Lion and the Marines was still on fire. It was a great war that no one could describe it. By now, it can be said that all the pirates that were on the field were annihilated. Crocodile, stop him. Jason seemed to be very calm. Our captain will find a way by himself. Crocodile puffed smoke, and then he waved his hand. Immediately, the dust flew out and blocked Trensu's way. Crocodile, please. Trensu was very sad. Big Jason is right. We have to focus on how we could solve this problem. And about our captain, he'll be fine. He ordered us to go first. I think that he was sure that we will delay him. Crocodile was sure that his captain will make it. Just as he finished, Rojin's voice came from behind. Haha, Crocodile is right, you don't have to worry about me. When he said that, everyone felt relieved and they smiled. Rojin wasn't angry after what happened, and he was very confident. I think that I have a solution. Rojin smirked and then he put his hand on his waist. The magical gourd drew a flowing light, and after a while, it fell into Trensu's hand. It's a matter of time, and this will help you. Remember, we must find the little master and bring her back. I'll catch up with you as soon as possible. When he said that, Rojin's eyes flashed, and it became very serious. On the other side, a large number of Marines were running, 50 meters away from him. At that moment, Rojin opened his mouth and murmured. I say, all the holes in this area will be filled, and the destruction will be restored. Behind him, the dust flew out, and the rocks turned back to the hole. In a blink of an eye, the damage on the wall got repaired. When the Marines were running and shouting, Trensu's figure disappeared, and the wall was fixed. We have to change our plan. I wanted to go with you, but things went out of control. The Marines were very close at that moment. No way, we have to deal with these guys and then save the little master together. Brothers, come on. I don't know what's inside the palace, but I believe in you. Chapter 241, we made it. As for these Marines, I'll handle them, do not underestimate your captain. Step by step, an invisible aura ascended, and it was overbearing that no one able to look at him. And then he turned, leaving the huge wall behind him, and in front of him, there were 3,000 elite Marines rushing with anger. It was a 1 against 3,000 battle. At that moment, the atmosphere was raging and majestic. Rojan didn't want to leave with his crew, because the Marines won't stop the pursuit until they catch them. Jason and the others are not weak, but they don't have the system to stop all these Marines. As a captain, he has to protect his companion. Rojan chose to face the Marines all alone. Breaking into the Marine headquarters and pretend to be a Marine, what are you planning to do? The Marines were 30 meters away from Rojan, and it was very clear that they were very angry. What are you doing? Hearing that, Rojan smiled and stepped forward. Beat me to know the truth, haha. The two sides rushed toward each other, only 10 meters left between them. At that moment, all the Marines took out their guns and swords and prepared to attack. 10 meters is a short distance, and the battle will start in a blink of an eye. When he saw that, Rojan closed his eyes, and then he opened it again. Buzz. The overbearing aura spread around Rojan, and as an effect, the wall behind him cracked, and there was a long trace on the buildings. It was like a flying dragon rising from the ground. It shows the majesty and the power of the sky. It can be said that there's no one strong in his eyes. Boom. It was like an invisible bomb exploded between the Marines. At that moment, their eyes turned white, and most of them stopped and lost consciousness. In a blink of an eye, there were only a few Marines around, and they were all confused. What happened? More than 90% of the Marines lost consciousness and faint. I'm sorry, I'm alone against 3,000, I was afraid, haha. In front of the confused Marines, Rojan moved forward at a slow pace. He stretched his hand behind him and he was about to pull out his sword. Conqueror's Haki. At the center of the battlefield, Kong felt the Haki, and he looked toward Rojan's side. Sengoku, what's happening there? This sudden explosion of Conqueror's Haki attracted the attention of the highest rank in the Marines. On this day, any small event will cause serious consequences. Kong didn't want anything to be out of his control. Sengoku also felt it, and immediately, he took out the Denden Mushi and asked about information. Sir, it's Rojan. They got through the walls on the southeast side of the headquarters. I'm afraid to say that they are going to the palace of the Celestial Dragons. As he expected, Sengoku was aware of Rojan's purpose. The other side will take this opportunity and sneak into the Celestial Dragon's palace. It was a good plan to choose the Golden Lion as a cover. Rojan. Kong's eyes flashed. There's no one strong here except us, we need to solve this. Rojan is a dangerous guy in their eyes, he's the only one from the supernova that put the Marines in a very bad situation. Kizaru will be here soon. Sengoku responded immediately. Outside the wall the wind was howling, Jason and the others were looking with panic at the vast abyss under them. What can we do? Crocodile threw the cigar and asked. Trensu, what's the use of the captain's gourd? Jason asked about the gourd in Trensu's hands. The gourd wasn't as big as the previous one. Instead, they can hold it in one hand. When he's about to speak, an old voice came out of the gourd. Don't waste your energy. You are not aware of how strong the Marines in the headquarters. No matter how strong your captain is, he will be captured. After him, your turn will come. Z's tone was sarcastic, and he laughed. Is that you, Z? Did our captain capture you inside the gourd? Trensu exclaimed. Speaking of this shameful topic, Z snorted silently. There must be something unique about this gourd, otherwise, the captain won't give it to us. Trensu turned to his friends and whispered. Try to shake it. Crocodile kept thinking and then he said that. The three began to find a way to use it. They saw that Rojan patted on it one time, and then the gourd grew up and expand. After they patted several times on it, their hands hurt them, which forced them to give up. There must be something strange about this. It's not something that will be released easily. I'll try it with real chi. After thinking for a while, Trensu put his right hand in the gourd. At that moment, the gourd was glowing with a green light. Yeah, I knew it. When they saw the green light, they felt relieved and became happy. After a while, the gourd expanded and floated 1 meter above the ground. It can fit the three of them easily now. You made it, pal, let's ride it. Trensu was very happy, and he jumped first. What a magical gourd, I like it. Jason was very happy. The gourd was very stable, even under the weight of Trensu, Jason, and the big Jason. Let's move, hurry up. Crocodile urged. Trensu took a breath and kept delivering the chi. The gourd trembled and began to move forward over the abyss. We made it, yes baby. Chapter 242, Z's Plan. The magical gourd was floating in the void, and after a while, they reached the abyss. Trensu and his friends were sweating, and they looked down with fear. It was very high, they couldn't even imagine what will happen to them if they fall. Trensu, you have to be careful, we will die if you didn't focus. Even Crocodile, the bold man, was afraid and kept nagging on Trensu. Don't worry, I'm not a lazy man like you guy, I've been cultivating my chi for a long time ago. Trensu answered with strong self-confidence. That gourd doesn't need much chi to maintain such flight. Danzō did his best, although it was very slow, it was safe. You are so bold guys that you want to break into the Celestial Dragon's palace. At this time, Z's voice came out again. Old man, our captain trapped you in this gourd to keep you quiet. Shut up and don't scare us anymore. Jason quipped. That young boy and his strange power, I've never seen it before. When he heard Rojan's name, Z lowered his voice. And then he continued. If I wasn't captured in this stupid gourd, he would be dead in my hands. You bastard, you are not an opponent to our captain, you are just an old bird inside a cage, that could complain only. Danzō didn't want to hear from Z again. Huh, what a boastful marine. Even Crocodile, he laughed at him. The three people were worried about their captain, so they didn't pay much attention to Z and his stupid thoughts. This time, Z was completely angry, and he shouted. You little bastards, I'm saying facts here. Your captain is quite powerful, but after the battle, I kept thinking carefully, and I have found something. Damn, his strength is unstable and has great flaws. At this point, Z regrets it. Unfortunately, I didn't realize that when I fought against him. Next time, he will suffer, I won't lose again. Hearing the Admiral's word, Danzō and his friends couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ha ha ha. After that, everyone kept quiet. Rojan's situation was unknown at that moment. The Wraith members were not in the mood to talk about anything with Z. You plan to break into the Celestial Dragon's palace, and you don't know what is there, what a bunch of losers. Z couldn't stay calm, and he talked again. Old man, what do you want? Shut up, idiot. Jason was impatient. Blah, 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 all we ever hear from you is blah, blah. Big man, your name is Jason, right? If you give up the pirate identity and join the Marines, you'll get the power you need. This time, Z seemed to be interested in Jason. Huh, you have completely lost your mind after fighting against our captain. Jason laughed. Just listen to me. You have great power. If you follow me, you'll join a powerful group with a powerful training plan, and you'll be able to learn hockey. You'll be as strong as admirals, believe me. Z was very serious at that time. I won't lie, I can teach you if you want. In your dreams, idiot. Jason neglected Z. It's better for you to stay inside that gourd and keep quiet. Danzō shouted again. Crocodile looked at the palace in front of him and kept thinking for a while. Even if the defense of the Celestial Dragons is not as strong as the Marine headquarters, it can't be underestimated. You can't do anything there. Z opened his mouth again. What do you mean? Danzō was curious at that time. He noticed that Z has something important to say. This young man is very kind and respectful, not like Rojan and these two big men. Z praised Danzō. In my life, I have never killed anyone innocent, I'm kind to innocent and painful to killers. I admire those who have their own rules, who wants to change the world, I regard them as the other face of justice. Those pirates can truly make the world a better place to live. For example, Roger and the Whitebeard, I admire them. However, the Celestial Dragons. At this point, Z's tone became heavy. They have created a new era that is worthy of recognition and admiration. They ended the era of war and ushered in a new era of peace. This is a great achievement and must be affirmed. But at the same time, their descendants have been disappointing. It can be said that they destroyed everything good. They are like huge cancer, they cause true damage to the world, and no one could stop them. They are now the spine of the world. If anything happened to them, the world will be paralyzed, and might be destroyed. Z couldn't stop talking, he seemed to be very sad. No one could say these words, especially someone in his position. First, he's a Marine, and he has to protect the Celestial Dragons. Second, as an admiral, he represents the face of the Marines. If these words were spread out, it will make a huge impact on the image of the Marines. But today, he's trapped in the gourd, he felt that he could talk his thoughts out without fearing the consequences. This old man doesn't seem to like the Celestial Dragons too. Danzō smiled. No one would praise them because of what they have done. Z was very sad. A few days ago, I heard that there were 4 people killed a Celestial Dragon. No one noticed, but I was happy to hear that. And then, when he said this sentence, Danzō and his friends got confused. Of course, they can't admit that stupidly, they kept listening in silence. I'm curious about what you want to do in the palace of the Celestial Dragons. I can help you, but first, you need to help me. Hearing that, Danzō and the others looked at each other. Immediately, they turned and asked. Z, are you sure that you're going to help us? As long as you help me, why not? Z affirmed. What do you want us to do? Danzō was curious. Let me out. At that moment, they looked at each other and shook their heads. Impossible, forget it. Is he trying to fool them? Chapter 243, Powerful Attack. A veteran admiral with a terrible power, how could he let him out? That's impossible, setting him free is like jumping to the howling abyss. After the brief conversation, the Gord kept moving slowly in silence. In the Marine headquarters, the Golden Lion looked at the northeast side and smiled. There's an amazing smell over there. Conqueror's hockey. After saying that, he looked down at the dead pirates. His eyes didn't fluctuate at all. He turned at his crew and said, "It seems that there is another force trying to fish in the muddy waters. But it's okay, it doesn't matter who is it. He just attracted the Marine forces for us, haha." The Golden Lion smiled, and then he looked down and waved his hand. "Second wave, get ready." As he gave the order, countless pirate ships extended its long wings on both sides and began to flap. Meanwhile, all the artilleries rotated and aimed down. "Target locked, we're waiting for orders." At that moment, all the pirates filled the cannons with bombs, and they were ready to attack fire. Bombs were like raindrops falling on the heads of the Marines. All the Marines got shocked, and they wanted to dodge it, but it was too late to act. Boom. Black shells kept falling from the sky, destroying everything and killing everyone. On the high stage, Kong shouted with anger. "Where is Kizaru?" "He's coming soon, sir." Sengoku answered quickly. At the same time, he kept calling Garp, but he didn't answer back. What Garp was doing just put Sengoku in a very bad situation. The Golden Lion is a world-class strong man, and it's hard to defeat him. "What about Kuzan?" Kong shouted again with an angry tone. The Marines really need their powerful fighters to win this war. The opposite side is very strong and could destroy them easily. No one knows where is Z, Kizaru, and Kuzan are not here yet. There's only Kong and Sengoku in this department. On the other side, there's the Golden Lion, with his subordinates that were as strong as the admirals. Kong was in a very bad situation. This might be the end of the Marines if he didn't act well. On the southeast, Rojan strode forward with confidence. The Marines were unable to move. They were shocked when they saw the strength of this young man. "Oh, my God." Immediately, one of them whistled and asked for reinforcements. When he heard the whistle, Rojan's eyes flashed, and then he took his sword and jumped. Yush. In a blink of an eye, he killed the soldier. And then, he strode again, but this time, he was faster. Sword extraction. He ran and passed by 5 rear admirals. Everything was quick, no one could see anything but blood spread all over the place. In a blink of an eye, Rojan was bending his knees, and behind him, all the rear admirals were on the ground. When he looked up, he saw 100 elites from the Marines rushing toward him with their weapons. It was unfair. Rojan was facing hundreds of Marines all alone. Besides, there were huge war robots waiting to attack him. But war has never been fair. In the face of these fighters, Rojan took out his Sever Stars sword. Ripples appeared in the void, and after a moment, his sword turned into a dragon that kept spinning around him. At the same moment, Rojan jumped to the sky and opened his palm. The Buddhist palm. A huge golden palm appeared and then printed to the ground. Boom. All the Marines shouted and they couldn't even dodge it. It was very huge and fast. By this move, he killed at least 70 Marines. Swordsmanship. The 7 Stars sword trembled, and then rushed forward. Puff. 4 heads in a row flew out and then fall to the ground. 18 dragons' palms. 18 dragons appeared around Rojan, and when he waved his hand, they rushed forward causing a series of explosions in the void. Rojan was very angry at that moment, and his eyes were flashing. 10,000 swords. In front of him, the 7 Stars sword trembled, and then, a curtain of swords appeared. Looking at the huge curtain of swords in the air, all the Marines shouted, "Dodge it! Run!" As they shouted, the swords dived down like shells, causing several explosions. Boom, boom, boom. In a short time, several Marines that couldn't escape this attack fell to the ground. And the rest who dodged it were seriously injured and unable to move. Rojan stood in the void and stared at the scene. He was amazingly strong. He could defeat this huge number of Marines all alone. He used all that he learned to destroy them. When he extended his right hand, the 7-star sword flew out and came to him. Before they could breathe, Rojan came to the ground, and he attacked the Marines again. Jugu 9 swords. Sword extraction. Rojan used all the abilities that learned before and attacked the Marines with no mercy. 30 seconds later, all the Marines were seriously injured, and lying to the ground. There were only 50 left. Kill him. Now. The remaining Marines shouted again. The Marines were raging, and they wanted to kill Rojan no matter what happens. Chapter 244, Mangekyo Sharingan. The remaining Marines were completely angry, and they didn't care about their lives. Killing Rojan is their purpose. Facing them, Rojan took out the 7-star sword with his right hand and clenched his fist with the other hand, and then he rushed forward. With his newly born divine sense, Rojan was able to feel all his enemies' movements within 5 meters, besides, he has the Sharingan and the Devil Fruit. There's no difference between him and who has the observation haki. On the contrary, Rojan must be stronger. Before 0.2 seconds, Rojan felt and saw the attack as false images before it comes. After 0.2 seconds, Rojan's figure flashed and avoided these images. At the same time, the Marines attacked, but they didn't hit him, which shocked them. In a blink of an eye, Rojan waved his sword and clenched his fist and began his attack. The combination of the Divine Sense, Sharingan, and the Devil Fruit gave Rojan a powerful ability to avoid all his opponent attacks. 30 seconds later, there were only a dozen people left. They were all middle-aged rear admirals. The remaining Marines were shocked, and couldn't believe that this young man just killed thousands of elites easily. This guy should be a demon. At the same time, more reinforcements just came. Rojan looked up and raised his sword. Is that how Marines fights? The 3 tomos began to rotate quickly in his eyes. When he glanced around, he saw that he was surrounded by the Marines, and they were all aiming at him. There was huge pressure on Rojan. There were soldiers all over the place. The remaining rear admirals retreated and hid behind their friends silently. Rojan, you don't have any chance here, just surrender. The 3 vice admirals stepped forward and shouted. When he heard that, Rojan was stunned, and the pressure was even heavier than before. He closed his eyes and prepared to use the Conqueror's haki. There were too many opponents, he needs to find a solution, otherwise, they will kill him. But, as soon as he closed his eyes, all the Marines rushed toward him. Attack! All the Marines attacked at the same time, leaving no chance for Rojan to do anything. Boom, boom, boom. I said, nothing can penetrate me. Suddenly, Rojan opened his eyes and murmured. Buzz. A strange shield appeared around Rojan's body and protected him from the bullets. What just happened shocked the Marines, it was unimaginable. He's a Devil Fruit user. One of the vice admirals recognized it because there was a weird sound when he hit the shield. Immediately he jumped back, and then, he rushed again, but with the armament haki this time. Rojan held up his sword to resist, and in an instant, they collided. The collision between the vice admiral's haki and Rojan's sword made a loud sound and a strong wind. Rojan's face changed slightly. The power of this vice admiral is just amazing, it may put Rojan in a very bad situation. Wow! Rojan was directly thrown by the huge force. He has been retreating for tens of meters in the air. It seems that this dude has some power. Rojan looked up and stared at his opponent. All the Marines were shocked when they saw this scene, they were amazed by the power of their vice admiral. Rojan, surrender, or you will die. Of course, someone will die today, but not me. Rojan smirked. Rojan waved his sword and then walked forward again. Brave kid. The 3 vice admirals stepped out and they were ready to attack. They have instructions from their superiors to take down the enemy as fast as they can, and if they couldn't, they should delay and wait for more reinforcements. But now, it seems that the vice admiral's stronger than Rojan, and there's no need to delay. At that moment, Rojan closed his eyes, and something strange was happening. A few moments later, his eyes were bloody red, and in the middle of that red space, there was a huge pupil. In the middle of that pupil, there was a blood that can't be seen, and beside it, there was a tomoe turning slowly. Mangekyo Sharingan, is that it? Rojan was moving forward at a slow pace, and suddenly, he opened his eyes. As he did that, the tomoe began to rotate quickly. It can be said that after all these battles, Rojan became able to liberate the power of these eyes. At that moment, he gained the real power of the Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes were fixed at the vice admirals in front of him. The man who is watched by these eyes can never escape. Chapter 245, Rojan's Strong Plan. Rojan's expression changed, and then he floated forward. In a blink of an eye, he reached the 3 vice admirals. What was shocking, the 3 vice admirals didn't do anything, they seemed to be stunned or something. Vice Admiral. In the rear, all the Marines shouted, but no one of the 3 high-ranking Marines responded. As he reached their position, Rojan took out his sword and waved it. Slash. Without any resistance from the 3, Rojan waved his sword and cut their necks. All the Marines in the rear were shocked and couldn't believe it. What the hell is going on? One of the Marines looked at Rojan, and he saw something strange in him. Oh my god, look at his eyes. As he said that, all the Marines looked up to see, but they were too late. Rojan disappeared, and also their mate that just shouted. He disappeared. Our friend is not here also. Oh my god. As they shouted, one of them looked around, and he found the Marine tied to the cross behind them. Oh my god. Where am I? When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange place. It was full of blood. He has never seen such a thing before. He kept screaming but no one answered back. After a while, a man with a knife approached him, and in the frightened eyes of the Marine, He began to cut his body. It hurts. In the spiritual world, the Marine soldier shouted and cried in pain. Rojan moved forward with a slow pace, and all the Marines in front of him were stunned and didn't move at all. After a while, a dozen of them fell to the ground. Don't look him in the eyes. All of a sudden, a loud voice came from behind. No one understands what it means, but they followed it and closed their eyes. Oh, how did he know that? Rojan didn't expect that the other side would realize this so soon. He was surprised a little bit. But, how could they fight and stop him if they closed their eyes? After taking one more step, Rojan murmured, "Conqueror's Haki." Immediately, the void trembled, and all the weak Marines fell to the ground and faint. When he saw such a scene, the remaining fighters that were still standing got shocked. Rojan put them in a very bad situation after destroying nearly 5,000 soldiers of them. Who is going to stop him? This monster, where did he come from? Come on, Marines, the second round is about to start, haha. Rojan looked at the Marines with his bloody eyes and waved his sword. He was very happy because of what he did. After seeing this, the elites of the Marines hesitate for a while. They didn't think that Rojan would be very strong. The Marines used to be brave, but after what they just saw, they hesitate for a while. Oh my god, we are not his rivals. The Marines were sweating. They didn't dare to move forward, but also, they didn't retreat. They prefer to die than retreating, that's what they always believe. Finally, all the Marines shouted, and rushed toward Rojan with anger. Kill that bastard. Meanwhile, Rojan jumped forward and waved his sword. It took him only 5 seconds to destroy them all. Any more Marines? No. I'll go then, haha. Rojan was very happy and proud of himself. There were only a few soldiers of the Marines in front of him, and they were afraid of being killed by Rojan. No one dared to rush again. They were extremely afraid and kept looking at Rojan with a sad expression. Rojan's power was beyond everyone's expectation. If they attack him once again, he will kill them in a blink of an eye. I have nothing to do here anymore, I'm leaving. When he saw the panic in their eyes, Rojan put his sword back and left. In fact, in this fierce war, Rojan wasn't injured at all, but he consumed 70% of his true chi. If the Marines didn't give up, they might be able to defeat him. On the high stage, Khan became very angry when he heard the report. Losing 5,000 soldiers, including many rear and vice admirals, put him in a very bad situation. He was extremely distressed and angry. Boom. Khan hit the chair and shouted. Where the hell is Garp, Kizaru, Okainu, and Aokiji? The fleet admiral, the highest rank in the Marines, was completely angry at that moment. The absence of those Marines put the whole organization in a very bad situation. Sengoku was worried also. The Golden Lion stood steadily on the floating island and he was ready to attack again. Rojan already dominated the southeast region. It was a very bad day for the Marines. What's going on? Is that a coincidence? Sengoku kept thinking at that moment, and he seemed to understand something. Rojan deliberate to make chaos in the Sabati to force the Marines to attract their powerful fighters. He wanted to remove any danger that could face him when he comes here. At this critical moment, the Marines became unable to defend themselves. In the southeast region, Rojan smiled. Okainu and Kizaru are still in the Sabati, and even if they speed up, they won't be here soon. Only Kizaru, I think he's fast enough. And Garp. Thinking of this, Rojan smiled and closed his eyes. He naturally knows where's Garp, and he could come any minute now. Rojan's plan was very strong. He wanted the Marines to lose in front of the Golden Lion at the beginning of the war. And this will cause the Marines to suffer heavy losses. Chapter 246, Kizaru vs. Rojan. Just as he was thinking about it, the sky of the Marine headquarters suddenly brightened. A flashing light from the void appeared. It was like a meteor or a small sun. At the same time, there was a strangely high temperature spread all over the place. Your show is over, and mine is going to start. Great eruption. His tone was very loud and strong, and in an instant, the temperature skyrocketed again. The hot magma came from the figure who had fallen to the ground and rushed up to the sky like a meteor toward the pirate ship, forming a huge fist. Boom. It was a very loud explosion. 5 pirate ships in a row were destroyed. All the pirates got shocked, and they screamed. The large hot flame fell from the air to the ground. In a blink of an eye, the air of the Marine headquarters turned into a sea of blood. As he did that, he jumped back to the ground and squatted. His right fist was pressed to the ground and his head was rising slowly. When the burning lava on his body went out slowly, a big figure appeared. With the Marine's hat and the justice cloak that was fluttering in the wind, his identity finally revealed. Those who violate justice should be punished. It was an epic entrance, and the guy behind it was the Vice Admiral Sakazuki. His current rank has nothing to do with his real power. This dude should be in the rank of the Admiral. He's just waiting for the promotion, and he will be a real Admiral. Sakazuki's arrival changed the whole situation. Immediately aftermath, a shining figure appeared from the sky and made a mighty sound. Yasukani no Magatama. Kame Jewel of 8 Shaku, a torrent of deadly light particles covered the air and rushed toward the front. Boom, boom, boom. In a blink of an eye, these light bombs hit the pirate ship of the Golden Lion pirates, causing another uproar. After the explosion, a golden figure appeared from the sky. The admiral of the headquarters, Borsalino, aka Kizaru. The arrival of another high-ranking marine like Kizaru excited the marines and changed the situation for them. On the high stage, Kong seemed to be very happy. He stood up and then sat down again. Sengoku felt relieved. No one knows what will happen if they didn't come. For now, only Garp and Kuzen were still missing. Silence controlled the place after what happened. Immediately aftermath, Kizaru didn't stop. He flew out to the sky and looked at the southeast region. Rogen. Kizaru's eyes contracted. 8-span mirror, a golden light was formed between his hands, and then he reflected it on the buildings toward the southeast region. In a blink of an eye, Kizaru disappeared. At the same moment, a strange golden light appeared in front of Rogen. As he saw that, Rogen's expression changed. He naturally knew the source of this bright light. Kizaru. Light kick. As he said that, Rogen immediately took out his sword to block the powerful kick of Kizaru. Boom. Like a bullet, Rogen was thrown at a very high speed. He crushed 13 marine buildings in a row, and he was buried under the ruins. Finally, Kizaru-sama is here. All the marines felt relieved when they saw Kizaru. Maybe Rogen is stronger than them, but not strong enough to defeat Kizaru. Ugh. In the ruins, Rogen was helpless, and he was a bit sad. Sure enough, it's hard for me to keep fighting. Rogen did well to reach this level, but his power will fail him. Kizaru is not an easy enemy at all. This high-ranking marine is much stronger now. He will suppress Rogen easily. Comparing with Z, Kizaru has a pure devil fruit, and he may have also the observation haki, armament haki, and other abilities from the marines. Besides, he has countless combat experiences. This admiral could kill Rogen in one shot. Kizaru is very fast, even the ability to foresee will not be effective against him. What's the use of seeing the attack if he can't avoid it? Just one stroke was enough to put Rogen in a very bad situation. 3 ribs were broken, the joint of his left arm was dislocated, and his legs were unconscious. It can be said that his whole body was abraded. Kizaru became much stronger after the last defeat, and this time, when he saw Rogen, he kicked him with all his power. Standing in the air, Kizaru stared at Rogen and pointed his index finger. He wouldn't despise an enemy like Rogen. Laser light. A thin golden laser rushed from his finger toward the ruins where Rogen was. At that moment, Rogen was sure that he is far from defeating an enemy like Kizaru without the help of the system. System, summon me a soul worth 600 million. Immediately, the system responded, and a huge will appeared. And then, a figure with black clothes and orange hair stepped out holding a black sword. In a blink of an eye, it merged with Rogen's body. When he saw this character, Rogen smiled. He was extremely happy. I'm very lucky today, haha. At the same time, the laser ray hit the ruins above him. Boom. A huge explosion was produced in an instant and spread rapidly. The power of this laser light was terrifying. Lying there, Rogen's figure trembled, and then he got recovered quickly with a new mysterious power. Rogen's clothes were replaced by the black ones. He took the dark sword with his right hand. And suddenly, he stood up and disappeared. Chapter 247, Ichigo Kurosaki Boom. In a moment, the golden laser ray hit the ruins and exploded. It was very powerful that could melt everything. Kizaru's golden light seemed to be easy to use, but its potential to destroy and melt anything was terrible. After attacking Rogen's position, Kizaru squinted his eyes. Sure enough, it's not easy to deal with this dude. After the explosion, he noticed that Rogen disappeared, which means that he couldn't hit him. However, Kizaru didn't think that he could defeat Rogen easily. He kept glancing around to find the young man. When he checked the whole place, he found Rogen 100 meters away from the explosion. Kizaru got surprised when he saw him. Rogen's clothes have been changed, and his hair too. Another Shinigami. Standing in the void, Rogen felt that his body changed. Also, the pressure was very high at that moment. But, I'm lucky. Ichigo Kurosaki. Compared with Yamamoto or Jugo Yuan, it can be said that Ichigo wasn't as strong as them. Rogen could feel that clearly. According to his judgment, the power of the summoned soul was far less than the original power in the manga. But it was okay for Rogen. He was sure that the current power of Ichigo equivalent to the Admiral's power. Besides, Rogen was very lucky to get this soul with his special ability. Bunkai. Let the fun begin. As he said that, Rogen raised his head and stared at Kizaru. This is your bad day, Kizaru. In the first battle against Rogen, he encountered Yamamoto who was invincible, and this time, He got the Shinigami Ichigo Kurosaki with the special Bankai. With it, I'm invincible. Rojin held his black sword and smiled. Kizaru was surprised at that time as if he was afraid. It was very clear in his eyes. Rojin, with his own strength and the possession of Ichigo, was very confident that he could deal with the powerful high-ranking marine. Kizaru, happy to see you again. Rojin shook his right hand, and then, he pointed the sword at Kizaru. Your sword is different than before. Actually, yeah, but it's enough to destroy you. Rojin smiled. Kizaru didn't say anything after, and in a blink of an eye, he transformed into light and disappeared. Light kick. As he reappeared, he raised his foot and kicked Rojin. The power of Kizaru has reached the peak, especially with his Pika Pika no Mi. He became very fierce. In an instant, Rojin's body strength exploded. Sharingan. Prediction fruit. Power of divine sense. Rojin with his own skills and the possession of the Shinigami, Kizaru was in front of the Hell's Door. Getsuga Tensho. As Kizaru's attack came, Rojin shouted and waved his sword, Tensei Getsu. Immediately, a blue Ryutsu that surrounded Rojin surged out and rushed toward Kizaru. The attack was as fast as the light and crossed 30 meters. At the same time, Kizaru's attack came. Boom. The attack from the Tensei Getsu deformed and changed its way by Kizaru's power and exploded in the nearby buildings. I can tell that he's weaker than before. But, there's something strange. Kizaru's eyes contracted, and then he disappeared. Rojin smirked, he grabbed the sword with his right hand and shook it forward. After pointing it, the Tensei Getsu rushed out like a sharp arrow. When he saw that, Kizaru flashed again and kicked out. Boom. The power of the high-ranking marine was enough to block this attack. The Tensei Getsu was thrown away after the yellow monkey's kick. Kizaru was waiting to see the panic in Rojin's eyes, but what he just saw was unexpected. Rojin was laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, Borsalino, let me see the true power of the Admiral of the Marines, the face of the justice. As he said that, he strode forward and became one step away from Kizaru. Meanwhile, he waved his sword toward Kizaru and... Yuayush. Kizaru's eyes contracted, and he dodged it. He was sure that the strange black color on the Tensei Getsu could damage him like the previous flames. And because of it, Kizaru should stay away from that sword. Laser beam. A ray of light came out targeting Rojin's chest. Haha, worthy of being an admiral. As he laughed, Rojin grabbed his sword again to hit back faster. Boom. When he tried to block the attack, Rojin's body immediately flew out. Phew. In a blink of an eye, he was thrown like a shell. Boom. Rojin, who just stopped his figure, looked up and saw his Getsu was shaking. That sword was strong enough to withstand with Kizaru's strong blow. As long as he's in close contact with his opponent, he will be completely crushed. In this case. Chapter 248, Golden Light vs. Black Light. Boom. More Ryutsu exploded and covered Rojin's whole body. At the same time, his black robe was fluttering slowly. The Ryutsu was getting more and more turbulent and seemed to be detonated and swept crazily toward the sky. Woo. The wind roared. Meanwhile, the Ryutsu spread all over the directions, forming a very oppressive pressure. This feeling. Kizaru was shocked. Just like the Conqueror's Haki, the Ryutsu attacks the soul and affects the will of the person. Kizaru was surprised, he shook his head and stared at Rojin once again. Wow! In the blue Ryutsu, Rojin's black robe began to change, and after a while, a tight Shinigami suit appeared and wrapped his body. The Zangetsu has also changed and became sharper and thinner. This is awesome. After the change, Rojin was excited and opened his eyes. Although he has the ability to foresee, it was hard for him to keep up with the attack of Kizaru, but now, he felt that he could withstand with Kizaru's fast attacks. Tensei Zangetsu. As he lifted his right hand horizontally, a dark sword with a perfect streamline appeared in front of him. It was a great long sword with an awesome ornament. It was a light sword, and very powerful. Awesome. Rojin was very excited, and he couldn't wait to use this new sword. I have to try it. He raised his head and looked at Kizaru, and then he disappeared. Flash step. It was like turning off the light, even Kizaru couldn't see him. He's so fast. Kizaru was surprised, and he rushed out. In a flash, the two collided in the air. Rojin waved his sword with incredible speed and focused on Kizaru's neck and chest. At the same time, the Admiral of the Marines was very fast, and he kept avoiding it. He was completely astonished when he saw such speed. In the middle of the collision, Kizaru raised his right hand and pointed out. Buzz. Facing the terrible power of the beam, Rojin moved quickly to avoid it. Boom. Several buildings around them were destroyed after a while because of the strong attacks. Attacking and dodging at a high speed, no one could even see the fight between them at all. There was only a collision between the golden and a black light. Getsuga Tensho. Rojin pointed out his sword. Immediately, Kizaru rushed forward and lifted his foot. Light kick. In a blink of an eye, the tense Zangetsu was thrown to the sky and disappeared. After that, the two kept fighting for 5 minutes or more. All the Marines around them couldn't believe what was happening. They were extremely shocked. Is that a battle of the Admiral's level? Oh, my god. All the buildings around them are destroyed. All the Marines got shocked. They kept looking at the collision between Rojin and Kizaru in the distance. That guy, Rojin, he's so strong. Yeah, Admiral Kizaru couldn't defeat him. How could he dodge the attack of Kizaru? Most of the buildings were damaged by the laser beam of Kizaru. This made them aware of the great destructive power of the Admiral, but at the same time, Rojin was fast enough to avoid his attacks, which made all the Marines shocked. How old is this young boy? He can be a tough admiral. Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru crossed his both hand in front of him and fired a torrent of deadly light particles toward Rojin. The two were 100 meters apart. For people like Kizaru and Rojin, this distance is way too short, especially with their speed and power. At that moment, the curtain of light particles was about to cover Rojin. Haha, not bad. Rojin used to avoid Kizaru's attacks, but this time, he didn't retreat, he smiled and rushed forward. The soul of Ichigo Kurosaki gave him a better understanding of Kizaru's power and what he can do. After purchasing the Shinigami soul, Rojin became more excited to fight. Speed. He only cares about speed. You have to be very fast that your enemy won't be able to predict your next attack. In the world of martial arts, speed is the most important thing. No matter how strong you are, there's only one thing, speed. The dense light kept rushing toward Rojin that flickered from left to right without fear. With incredible speed, Rojin avoided all the light particles. And then, he ascended to a higher position in the air. He was like a dark cloud in the sky. The Yellow Admiral was astonished. He thought that he's the fastest person alive. When he looked up, he noticed that Rojin was about to rush with his sword. Amano Murakamo. All of a sudden, a long sword appeared between Kizaru's hand, and then he held it to block Rojin's attack. Bang! The collision between the two swords made a very loud sound. It was clear that the Zangetsu was powerful than Kizaru's sword. Buzz. In a blink of an eye, a huge circle of sword pressure just came up, followed by strong radiation in all directions. And then, the strong wind swept out and spread directly for 3,000 meters. As an effect, the dust was blown and filled the air. Crack. Kizaru didn't understand what was happening, especially when he looked down and saw the cracks on the ground that covers 100 meters. When he saw Rojin waving his sword, Kizaru held his sword and put it in front of him. Voom. Another wave of wind came up, but this time, it went toward the southwest direction. In the distance, all the Marines that were watching the fight shouted in a panic. These two are so strong. Kizaru. As he shouted, Rojin waved his sword and rushed forward again. Hearing that, Kizaru took his sword and rushed toward Rojin. Chapter 249, You Don't Have the Permission to Leave Us. There was a fierce fight, between the Admiral of the Marines, Borsellino, and a captain of the Wraith Pirates, Rojin. Boom. They caused strong wind around them because of their speed, and each time they collided, a huge explosion came out. All the Marines on the ground were shocked. The two fighters just swept several kilometers in a short time. Too strong. Too fast. The Marines haven't seen their admiral in a fight like this. They thought that his power and speed were just rumors. They admired him. Being an admiral isn't an easy thing at all. During this fight, no one of the Marines dared to interfere. They do not have any qualification to compete. In the midair, Rojin and Kizaru were boiling. They were fighting for a long while. They couldn't find any way to finish this fight. Rojin, you surprised me, but I have to say that you are weaker than last time. In the middle of the fight, Kizaru laughed and mocked Rojin, and at the same time, he kept waving his sword against his enemy. Really? When he heard that, Rojin smiled, and then the three tomoe in his eyes began to rotate. Kizaru was stunned after only one glance to Rojin's eyes. Getsuga Tensho. As he said that, Rojin waved his sword vertically and headed toward Kizaru. Damn. The Yellow Admiral couldn't believe what he just saw. The Getsuga Tensho crossed the void and fall directly on a tall building thousands of miles away. Boom. With only one hit, Rojin cut a building up to 10 floors. What power is this? Kizaru's eyes flashed with golden light and kept looking at Rojin carefully. Tsukami. Is it useless? Rojin's heart trembled. He realized that the Admiral of the Marines was really strong. Observation Haki is faster Ganjutsu, damn. After a quick think, Rojin understood the deficient of his Ganjutsu. In this case, he should give up on it. His eyes changed back to 3 tomoe. Although the power of this eye was tyrannical, Rojin was worried about the consumption of his power. And he might need it later. Once again, the two returned to fight, and in a blink of an eye, they spent 5 minutes. The fierce battle just entered a stalemate. On the side of the Golden Lion, after the coming of Akainu, the pirates suffered heavy losses, and more than a dozen pirates with their ships were directly destroyed. "Captain, we need to do something, this guy is too strong," one of the cadres behind Shiki shouted. They naturally know the true power of Akainu. "I'll go, since the Marines has dispatched high-end combat power, we can't be stingy." One of Shiki's crew stepped forward and then jumped from the floating island following by many officers of the pirate regiment. This war is going to be very exciting. The Golden Lion didn't stop his subordinates, he turned his gaze toward Kong in the opposite direction and smiled. He has a general understanding of the power of the Marines at that moment. Sure enough, there are many powerful fighters on the side of the Marines. Excluding Kizaru, who was dragged to the southeast region by the unknown force, there were 2 admirals left here, as well as the fleet admiral. This kind of high-level Marines is no less than the Golden Lion pirates. Until now, Shiki didn't achieve his goal. He wanted to destroy the Marine headquarters, but first, he needs to defeat the powerful fighters to do that. The Golden Lion was upset at that moment. Looking down, all the officers of the Golden Lion pirates rushed down and engaged Akainu. At the same time, the Marine troops just joined the battle, which made Shiki felt relieved. The war was like hot water, it began to bubble and boil. "Sengoku, where the hell is Garp?" Kong stared at Sengoku and shouted. "Kong-sama, he is in the middle of the sea between the Sabati archipelago and the Marine headquarters, he will be here soon." Sengoku trembled and he responded quickly. He finally reached his old bastard friend, and he felt relieved when he knew that he's going to be here soon. "When Garp arrives, this war will take place. You will join Garp and you will destroy them. He dared to attack the Marine headquarters. That bastard, he will suffer." Khan was angry, and also, he felt relieved to hear that Garp is coming soon. After scanning the Marine headquarters, although most of the areas were still intact, 1 out of 5 area has been destroyed, and there were countless casualties from the Marines. It can be said that this war is the biggest in the history of the Marines. Hi, sir." Sengoku looked at Khan and responded quickly. It won't be hard for Garp and Sengoku to defeat the Golden Lion. Outside the southeast wall, the Jasper gourd was flying slowly. "Only 300 meters left, and we will be near the Celestial Dragon's palace." Jason's eyes sparkled. The luxurious and unique buildings have already appeared in front of them. "If you don't want to die, I advise you to go back. This is not a place you want to break into." Z was very angry, and he wanted to manipulate them. "Don't waste your energy, Z. We don't care about our lives, we have something we need there." Immediately, Jason interrupted Z and stopped him from talking. Z stopped talking for a while, and then he asked, "What are you going to do there?" "Our partner, he's there." Drensu's tone was very serious at that moment. Crocodile exhaled, and he remembered the little cat. His relationship with the cat wasn't very deep, but as Drensu said, she's their partner. "Is that enough for you? Partner?" Z was stunned, and he didn't ask again. He has been in the Marines his whole life, and he couldn't understand how pirates think. How could they break into the Celestial Dragon's palace for the sake of a partner, and without taking care of their lives? Are they aware of what they are going to do? "We're going to be there soon. Jason looked ahead and clenched his fists. "Little master, we don't care about your identity, since you are our partner. Then you don't have the right to leave us, you have to get the captain's permission." "I asked the captain. He said, whatever the reason behind leaving us. He doesn't agree at all." Chapter 250, Kidnapping a Celestial Dragon. The 3 mates looked at the golden buildings in front of them, and they felt a huge pressure as they were getting close to them. They were very close to the most luxurious place in the world, Mary Joyce. "Drensu, get ready." Jason stood up from the gourd and looked ahead. Drensu nodded, he raised his black gun and put his eye on the sniper mirror and quickly adjusted it. After a while, he became able to see everything very clear. There are few people there, but there are many bodyguards in black. After a careful check, Drensu reported the situation for his mates. "This place is very complicated, it's divided into several building groups. It shows the difference between the Celestial Dragon's clans. I can tell that strong clans have bigger buildings than the weaker ones." Drensu moved the sniper mirror and kept checking. "The guards are so dense over there. Damn, it's impossible to launch an attack." Through the sniper mirror, Drensu checked all the guards one by one. They were obviously strong. They would be crushed if they went there without a good plan. "We must find a weak spot," Drensu whispered while he was checking the whole area. Crocodile puffed the smoke and then he looked at his friends and said, "Before that, we must have a general understanding of that place. I don't know anything else, we need to find the little master's place." Crocodile is right. "Let's catch a celestial dragon and torture him, he will tell us everything we want." Jason laughed and said in a loud voice. Black lines appeared on Trensu's face when he heard that, but he has to admit that this method is very simple and will lead them to what they want. Capturing a celestial dragon is the best choice to get all the information they need. Jason is right. Crocodile nodded and agreed with Jason. Jason was happy to hear that everyone liked his idea. Immediately afterward, the Wraith pirates headed forward. After reaching the other side, Trensu put the gourd away, and then followed his mates. 356 meters to the right, we will enter from the sunken wall. It has the weakest defense. After checking the whole area, Trensu chose the best place to enter. After running for a while, they saw the sunken wall in front of them, which was 13 meters in height and made from an unknown material. As Trensu said, this place has the weakest defense. After jumping, they glanced left and right and then disappeared. Near the fence, there was the street of the celestial dragons. On both sides of the streets, there were flowers and trees, so that the whole street is full of refreshing fragrance. The three mates kept running in the streets, looking for a target. At the left corner, there is a celestial dragon alone. Trensu whispered and pointed. After a long observation, Trensu took the lead. They already killed a celestial dragon, it's easy for them to kidnap another one. Saint Kara's was in a good mood that day. His older brother was going to get married, and he gave him a woman as a gift to make him happy. According to rumors, this woman has the blood of the celestial dragons, but with a low status. It seems that this woman has made a big mistake to be out of the celestial dragons clan and treated like a slave. He was only 18 years old, and he was happy to have a celestial dragon as a toy for him. I can't believe that I will manipulate a celestial dragon and play with it. Saint Kara's raised his chin, swaggered, and took 8 steps, slowly and steady. When he was a child, he saw that all the adults walked like that, so he learned from them. Now, he was very happy to walk like this. It was something great for him. He is celestial dragon. He doesn't breathe the same air with normal people, also, his way of walking should be unique. That kid, his walking way makes me feel angry. Between the trees not far from Kara's, Jason clenched his fists and he wanted to beat him, especially when he saw the bubble on his head. Beating him is not enough. Trensu also didn't like him. I suggest to kill him after getting the information. Crocodile couldn't hold himself and suggested to kill that little bastard. Get him. Immediately, Jason shook his head, and the three rushed out like a gust of wind. Kara's was intoxicated by the feeling that he was served by that woman. And suddenly, there was a gale in front of him. Your Highness, be careful. Enemy attack. Where did these maniacs came from? They dared to attack the celestial dragon. One of the guards shouted, but after 3 seconds, he didn't say anything else. What's the matter? 2 shadows appeared in front of Karas. What are you doing? Bang. A heavy punch fell directly on the celestial dragon's face and made him faint. This is good. Jason looked disdainfully at Karas, and he felt relieved. Let's take him. Chapter 251, Time is your weakness. Mary Joai's scale is very large. It can be seen that these huge buildings took a long time to build. It shows the thick and the glorious past of the celestial dragons. Wake him up. Karas felt confused. He doesn't remember anything. He opened his eyes and touched his head. Ugh, who are you? The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was 2 big men around him, and not far away, there was a young man. Where am I? What did I go through? How dare someone to kidnap me? Oh my god, I'm a celestial dragon, isn't that right? Bang. A fist fell directly on Kara's head, making him scream loudly. Saint Karas, the descendant of the 20 kings and one of the greatest celestial dragons, was really kidnapped. From now on, I'll ask and you'll answer, and you have to answer, otherwise, I'll destroy you. Jason squatted down and hit his skull with his knuckles. Karas was in true pain, and he even cried. You idiot, don't you know who am I? Karas shouted with anger. Shut up, little bastard. If you opened your mouth again, I'll smash your head. Jason was completely mad at that moment. Karas felt that he was in danger, and he was about to pee. What do you want to ask? Karas was shivering. He has never experienced such a thing. He is a celestial dragon, and the whole world should serve him and follow his orders. After he got kidnapped, he felt that he was in a very dangerous situation. Besides, that ugly man with the cigar, he looks very fierce. What did I do wrong? Karas kept thinking. Do you know a woman called Lucy? She's a celestial dragon. Jason asked coldly. When they heard that, Trensu and Crocodile looked at each other. Lucy? Karas was stunned. No way, are they going to kidnap the girl I'm about to get? Karas was confused, and he kept thinking. The girl that his brother gave him named Lucy too. He didn't understand what was that about. At that moment, he got angry and shouted. I won't tell you, she's mine. She's mine. But after Jason's punch and Crocodile's kick, Karas confessed. I know her, I was going to see her. Where is she? Jason and the others were extremely happy. They didn't expect that they would get the good news easily. She belongs to the Ilios family, but there's something special about her identity. Special? Danzō wondered. The three were confused, and after forcing Kairos to speak, they got angry. Damn you bastard. How dare you to treat our partner like this? Partner? Kairos was stunned. Aren't you going to kidnap both of us? Hearing this, Jason didn't hesitate to punch Kairos again. Shut up and lead the way. Be careful, don't do anything stupid. Don't punch me again please. Kairos felt that he was the most disgraced celestial dragon. He forced to take orders from normal people. Z didn't know what was happening outside. He could hear the movements of the three guys clearly, but he has nothing to do but keep silent. These guys are really bold. They dared to kidnap a celestial dragon in their territory. All I can say that this guy is only a bomb. If it explodes, the three mates will die without being buried. What a brave group. He didn't try to persuade them to leave. He was worried about how to get out of this gourd after they got killed. Southeast region of the Marine headquarters. A black and a golden light were rushed toward each other. Boom. Because of the strong explosion, the ground cracked, and two tall buildings around them collapsed immediately. The impact of their strength has reached an incredible level. Boom. All the Marines below were panicked, and they ran away quickly. In 3 minutes, 10 tall building in a row has been collapsed. Yasukani no Magatama. Getsuga Tensho. The dark sword and the golden one collided together and caused another huge explosion and flames in the void. If I'm not wrong, then your power will dissipate after a while. After another collision, Kizaru retreated and smirked. Rojan's eyes contracted. He doesn't seem to be surprised. It seems that the Marines have spent a long time studying me. You are different than any other fighter in this world, I can see that in a glance. You're very strong, but your weakness is obvious. Kizaru's eyes narrowed. Really? Rojan smiled. Time. Time is your weakness. Last time, the power you gained was so strong that I couldn't even fight it. But this time, I have to say, it's too far from the last time. As he said that, Kizaru smiled and disappeared. Buzz. There was only golden light moving in the void. I won't fight you. I just need to delay you. With the power you're showing now, you won't be able to defeat me. Chapter 252, Oto and Koga Arashi. As he said that, Kizaru smiled and then rushed toward Rojan. Flash steps. In a flash, Rojan dodged him, but then thousands of golden laser beams rushed directly toward him. Both of them have a strong and incomparable power that can blow up the ground with a radius of tens of meters. In a blink of an eye, these laser beams extended quickly to Rojan's eyes. After taking a deep breath, Rojan's figure flickered and turned into a mirage. As he dodged the laser rays, Rojan swayed and wanted to rush forward. Unfortunately, he was forced to retreat. Kizaru just produced more and more beams. That's too bad. Rojan was helpless, and he shook his head, especially when he saw Kizaru's smile through the golden light. Kizaru knew the secret behind Rojan's power, and he wanted to extend the time of the battle. The Admiral of the Marines was sure that after a specific period, Rojan will be powerless. Boom. Countless laser rays kept rushing toward Rojan, but this time, it was from Rojan's back. It can be said that Rojan was standing in front of hell. I don't have much time. I can't waste it like that. Rojan was in a very bad situation. If he didn't solve this problem, he would be in danger. 20 minutes already passed, and the battle was still in a stalemate. I have to beat him up. Suddenly, blood flowed in his veins and his eyes flashed. At the same time, he put the black sword in his left hand, and then, he raised his right hand and wiped his face. Laser beams didn't stop, and Rojan, who was in a higher position, kept dodging it. In the Marine headquarters, the Golden Lion, who was standing above the battlefield, looked down, and he seemed to be impatient. Up to now, the two sides have lost a lot of their fighters. However, the war was still in a stalemate. What makes him angrier that a lot of his powerful cadres joined the battle against the Admiral, but they couldn't change the situation. He was completely angry at that moment. Under the sun, Shiki was like a god staring at the battlefield. Roar. As he roared, the void trembled, and a powerful breath rushed toward the front. It was like an invisible power that no one could expect it, and in a while, it covered the whole battlefield. Ugh! As their eyes turned white, all the Marines fell to the ground. Immediately aftermath, the floating island under Shiki drifted toward the front. Buzz. After passing 10 meters, Shiki's terrible breath burst again. Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, he's moving. As he looked up, the Admiral saw that all the clouds in the sky dissipated in a moment, and then he felt a terrible pressure around him. Shiki, the captain of the Golden Lion pirates, and the only one who dared to fight against the pirate king Gul D. Roger. He finally took action. He was roaring as he moved, which made all the Marines tremble. On the high stage, Sengoku stood up suddenly, and he was completely angry. He has never underestimated the other party. As the king who controls the second half of the Grand Line, Shiki was extremely powerful and could shock the whole world. The overwhelming atmosphere in the Marine headquarters in the best proof. In a flash, all the Marines fell to the ground, except for a few lieutenants. The chaotic scene became quiet at that moment. Marines, let me see your power. The strong voice of the Golden Lion spread all over the place. As he moved, all the cadres behind him shouted, and jumped off the floating island in the war. It can be said that this is the final battle. Sengoku, get ready. Kong stood up also, and he kept looking at Shiki carefully. Hi. Sengoku responded quickly. What is he going to do? What can he do? For Sengoku, he wasn't sure whether he could defeat Shiki or not. The power of the Golden Lion was unknown. You said that you've arrested Roger, who believes that? Shiki's indifferent voice came from the floating island. As he said that, he put his hands on his waist and drew out the two swords slowly. The famous swords, Oto and Koga-Arashi, he used them for a very long period. I've been fighting against Roger my entire life, how can I not know the strength of that guy? Also, I'm sure that you are very weak. But you said that you arrested Roger. I'm here today because the world needs to see how weak you are. Choke. After pulling his famous swords, Shiki looked forward and shouted. Marines, welcome the anger of the Golden Lion. Shua. Suddenly, he waved his hands. A sword mark suddenly appeared in the void, and then expanded quickly, showing a three-dimensional shape. Buzz. This sword trace that divided the space in front of Shiki into two parts expanded quickly and spread to the ground in a blink of an eye. Crack. In an instant, the ground was cut in two, with deep cracks. It's a sword that can cut the sea. Get out of the way. On the high stage, Sengoku's face changed wildly, and he shouted to the Marines who stood below. Voom. Chapter 253, This is my era. The powerful sword seemed to cut everything in front of him, even the void. As he waved his sword to the front, all the buildings on its way were destroyed. Nothing can block its progress. After crushing the buildings, Shiki waved his sword again, but this time, he targeted Sengoku. Sengoku-sama. At this time, all the Marines that were still standing after the Conqueror's haki shouted immediately. Seeing that, the giant rear admirals with their long and huge swords rushed forward and tried to block the Golden Lion's attack. Boom. Shiki's blow was terribly strong, even the giants lost their stability after blocking it. Unstoppable. One of them was sweating hard, and he shouted loudly. Hurry up. The rest of the rear admirals responded quickly and rushed to block the blow. After several efforts, they finally made it and blocked the strong blow. Actually, it was a normal attack for Shiki, but for the Marines, it was terribly strong, which was shocking for them. This is just the beginning. As he said, that the Golden Lion smirked, and then he hit the ground with his feet. Immediately, the floating island trembled and fell down quickly. Whoosh! 18 tall buildings in a row were destroyed immediately under the huge floating island. Boom! It caused huge damage to the entire headquarters. Stop that island now. The captain of the giants shouted loudly, and then he waved his sword and he was about to rush forward. Don't get cocky. Unexpectedly, a figure came from nowhere and attacked him. At that moment, several cadres of the Golden Lion regiments jumped and took action. Ryuzai Kazan. Meteor volcano. Just then, a loud voice came out. The high temperature swept up, and then, huge fist-shaped lava fell from the sky toward the huge floating island. I've heard that you have the power of the admirals, Akainu. Let's see what you get. As he said that, Shiki looked up and waved his sword several times. Shua, shua, shua. The void trembled, and the hot lava fist was divided into pieces and exploded in the midair. The scum who dared to violate the justice. Akainu was very angry, half of his body transformed into lava, and as he moved, the ground beneath him turned into magma. Let's finish him. The cadres of the pirate regiment looked at each other and rushed up. Dai Funka. Great major eruption. Seeing that, Akainu shouted loudly and punched. In the face of the cadres, a huge fist made of magma rushed and burned them up before they could even scream. Damn boy. All the pirates got shocked when they saw such a scene. I promise that I'll send you to hell. And without rest, Akainu turned and rushed toward another group with high speed. All their actions were useless, the hot magma fell hard on the pirate group and burned them immediately. Even the armament haki was useless in front of this hot magma. In an instant, the whole group was ablaze with flames. It was a shocking scene for all the pirates, they have never seen such a thing in their lives. Akainu, pirates won't forget this name. Hold him. With a loud shout, the cadres quickly changed their plans to hold Akainu instead of killing him. They vaguely felt that this guy really had the power of the admirals, it was very hard for the pirates to deal with him. Boom. At this moment, the huge floating island fell directly and hit the ground. As an effect, several buildings were destroyed in a blink of an eye. Also, all the Marines who were in the battlefield swayed from side to side. The ground beneath them was shaking violently. They were extremely afraid, especially after seeing the falling island got stuck in the ground under the control of Shiki. The Marine headquarters is destroyed. There was a clear panic in the eyes and voices of the Marines. What just happened is something terrible. It can be said that this was a bit exaggerated, but the sudden landing of the island destroyed almost 1 out of 3 of the Marine headquarters. The aftermath of the collision formed a wave of terror and almost destroyed everything. Kizaru was completely angry. He failed to protect the headquarters. Damn you all. His eyes turned red, and his body began to transform. Ha ha ha. The golden lion who was standing in the air laughed loudly. I will destroy this whole place. As he said that, his body trembled, and then he stood on the island and looked down. Sengoku, Kong, join me. Imagine if we are on the same side, we will rule the world. This era will be ours. Sengoku was very mad. He looked at the ruins in front of him and then he stared at Shiki and clenched his fists. Kong was extremely angry. He even broke the chair with a punch. This era is mine. The era of the Golden Lion, can you see it? The Golden Lion was majestic. His voice was very loud and very serious. He was standing on his island ship that was on the ruins of the buildings. After hearing those words, several Marines were afraid of death and wanted to avoid fighting against this guy. He was too majestic and too powerful. Perhaps, he was right. This era called, the Era of the Golden Lion. Chapter 254, A New Mask? The Marines who surrounded the island ship of Shiki were in a panic. It was like a group of sheep around a lion. They can do nothing but watching. No one dared to launch an attack against him. He will rot in the impel down, I swear. After saying that, Sengoku's body began to expand. In a blink of an eye, golden light shone all over the place, and then, his whole body was covered with gold, as if it was plated. Sengoku's transformation completed, he became a Buddha made of gold, and then he stared at Shiki and jumped toward him. Golden Lion, how dare you? As he jumped, Sengoku roared with anger, and then he raised his palms. Impact wave. A golden shock wave came out of his hand and headed toward the Golden Lion fiercely. Slash wave. Immediately, Shiki raised his sword and waved it. The golden shock wave scattered and caused a strong wind that threw several Marines away. You're here finally, I've been waiting for a long time. Don't forget that you are alone, you can't do anything. Sengoku. Golden Lion was very mad. He stared at Sengoku, and then he hit the ground. Shishi Odashi, Gashochai Maki. Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling, boom. Immediately, the island ship vibrated violently, and then, several shadows of huge roaring lions appeared in the Marine headquarters. Immediately, they rushed and surrounded Sengoku. It was a shocking scene for all the Marines. These lions were at least 100 meters tall. Sengoku was astonished, and when he was about to move, all the lions roared at him, forcing him to stop. Roar. As they moved, the dust beneath them flew out. They finally decided to attack Sengoku. In a moment, the sky of the headquarters became dark. Impact wave. In the form of the Great Buddha, he leaped and raised his palms. Roar. As he did that, all the lions roared and then, several claws blocked the golden wave. After suppressing this attack, all the lions surrounded Sengoku again and remained calm. Sengoku was completely helpless. Admiral Sengoku, is that what you can do? Standing on one of the huge lions, Shiki laughed. He was extremely happy. And suddenly, his eyes flashed and then he disappeared. As he moved, a burly figure reached him and punched him, and then he hit the lion under him. Boom. Under the punch, the huge lion howled and fell to the ground. Sengoku leaped and came to the side of the figure that just came. Ice Age. After punching the golden lion, a dull voice came out. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and then, the ice spread and covered a large area of the Marine headquarters very fast. I'm late, haha, sorry Sengoku-sama. Aokiji looked at Sengoku and laughed. Damn you, hateful fellow. Aokiji was indeed a powerful Marine. Sengoku was thinking about promoting him. Now, he won't take a second think. Garp. Shiki shook his head, and then he floated and looked forward. We've met, again. I have nothing to do with you, don't get involved. When he saw Garp's figure, the golden lion trembled. You dared to break into the Marines' headquarters, you will suffer, trust me. Garp was very cold, and he seemed to be very serious and very angry at the same time. You two, are you going to work together against me? What a surprise. Shiki shook his head and smiled. He raised his hands and pointed the two swords right and left. Let's do it then. Suddenly, another voice came out. Cough. Cough. I'm sorry, but you didn't count me. The tall figure with the blindfold seemed to be very sad, and he wondered. Who the hell are you? The Golden Lion didn't know him and he wondered. I'm Kusagakure, the Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. Kusagakure didn't neglect him and introduced himself. Ugh, I don't care, whoever you are, you can join them. As he said that, he waved his sword and rushed toward Kusagakure. It doesn't seem that Aokiji was going to resist, on the contrary, he didn't retreat or move. When the Golden Lion's attack came, the Vice Admiral's body was cut in two, even more, all the buildings behind him were cut and then destroyed. Well, I can tell that you have some strength. As he said that, Kusagakure turned into ice, and then he took a step up and 3 steps back. Shiki, let's be clear, we are going to arrest you. So, let's think about the easy way to do that. You dared to break into the Marine headquarters and attack our fighters. I'm sure that you are aware of the consequences. Sengoku's tone was very cold. Immediately after these words, Garp clenched his fist and rushed toward Shiki. Ha ha ha, bullshit. Shiki laughed, and then he waved his sword in front of Garp that was rushing toward him. Garp's fist was much stronger than the sword. At the same moment of a collision, the sword of the Golden Lion was directly smashed. Boom. The power of Garp's punch transmitted to the hilt of the sword, and then along the body of the Golden Lion and to the ground under his feet. Crack. The ground under their feet cracked, followed by an explosion that reached a radius of 300 meters. Immediately aftermath, the 3 elites of the Marines looked at each other and launched an attack together. The southeast area. Rojan turned his head after hearing the huge explosion. It was very loud. It seems that the final battle has begun. Kizaru's eyes contracted also when he heard that loud explosion. The Golden Lion, he has great destructive power. The ending of the war is very close then. As he said that, Rojan put his right hand on his cheek and murmured. I didn't want to use this. In a blink of an eye, a gloomy sound appeared in Rojan's mind. Immediately after hearing this sound, a touch of white with strange lines appeared on his face. Kizaru's eyes contracted when he saw such a thing. What the hell is that? Chapter 255, Not Enough. At that moment, the wind has stopped, even time, it seemed to be stopped. In the dark, a white mask appeared on Rojan's face with a strange smile. This scene shocked everyone. Rojan's right hand was still on his cheek as if he covered it. Kizaru wanted to know what was happening, but nothing was clear from his position. A clear trace of panic and fear quietly emerged in Borsellino's heart. Huh. As if he became a king, Rojan felt that he was much stronger than anything else in this world. Human beings are really weak. With a tone of majesty and disdain, Rojan's right hand slowly moved to reveal the majestic white mask with 2 strange lines. Kizaru wielded his golden sword Dama no Morakumo and kept looking at Rojan. Strange creature. Boom. Suddenly, a little red light flashed, followed by flames. Rojan's figure at that moment was covered blood-colored flames. Swish. He stared at Kizaru and then he waved his sword toward him. Instincts. Stupid human beings let the reason controls everything, but they have forgotten their instincts. Suddenly, he raised his head and stared at Kizaru. This look made Kizaru feel a heavy pressure. He already noticed the huge change of his enemy. You're the enemy. In a flash, the black figure disappeared. This enemy is going to kill you. That's exactly what I want, ha ha ha. After this sharp laugh, his figure began to flicker, and in front of Kizaru, a strong wind suddenly rose. How? Kizaru raised his sword to protect himself, and in a moment, the black sword of Rojan collided with the golden sword and made a light explosion. Well. Kizaru was astonished. Rojan is much stronger than before. How is that possible? This dude became very strong. After a moment, his expression changed again. The dark figure suddenly disappeared, and in a blink of an eye, he reappeared and stabbed him in the chest. Damn. The sound of the hit was clear to the ear. Kizaru, and for the first time, he felt a huge pain and he was forced to retreat. A touch of blood appeared in his chest. One hit from that black sword was enough to put Kizaru in a very bad situation. What sword is this? Kizaru was helpless at that moment. He's a beast. It was hard for everyone to see Rojan moving, he was very fast. It seems that he was a bloodthirsty creature, he only attacks according to his instincts. Come again. You're strong, I'm so excited. Under the mask, an excited scream came out. Followed by, Rojan wielded his sword and waved it with strange moves. Humans are not familiar with such swordsmanship. Kizaru has the observation haki, but facing this creature, he can only resist. What surprised him, Rojan was much faster than him, and that means that he was much stronger. Yuayush. All of a sudden, Rojan stabbed Kizaru again. When Rojan was waving his sword, Kizaru couldn't do anything but protect himself using his golden sword, and in a moment, Rojan destroyed the golden sword, and directly stabbed Kizaru. Boom. Human beings, You are very weak creatures." As he laughed, Rojin covered his face with his right hand and then pointed out. A dazzling red light flashed, and then a beam of light bursts out toward Kizaru. "Sero." Immediately, Kizaru raised his sword and wanted to block Rojin's attack. Unfortunately for him, the red beam trembled and then exploded. Because of the huge explosion, Kizaru was thrown away and turned 13 before he stopped. He raised his head and looked for Rojin, but got confused once again. In front of him, Rojin launched another attack already. Yuauge. As always, Kizaru wanted to avoid him, but he was too late. Rojin already stabbed him in the chest, and the blood oozed out instantly. "Do you know what's the difference between us?" Rojin laughed, and then he wielded his sword and rushed again. "Instincts." As he said that, a sword rushed toward Borsalino, and in a blink of an eye, it disappeared. "You do not have such a thing, humans." Immediately, Rojin's figure flashed, and then, held his sword and waved it. Boom. Like a fly, Kizaru fell to the ground after Rojin's hit. "All you need is instincts, fight with it, and knock down your enemy with it." After taking a breath, Rojin shouted out loud. And then, holding his sword with both hands, he dived down and rushed toward Kizaru. He's so fast. Borsalino's pupil contracted, and he raised his Ama no Morakamo to resist. "Huh, useless sword." Boom. Rojin smiled, and then he hit Kizaru's sword with all his power. The collision of the two swords caused a huge explosion, dust flew out, and the ground under them cracked. Kizaru was completely helpless, and he spat out blood several times. "Too weak, you're too weak." After saying this, Rojin's figure flashed and then disappeared. "I'll tear you up." Kizaru's chest was stabbed once again. This time, the wound wasn't deep, but it hurt him. Since the strange appearance of the mask on Rojin's face, Kizaru couldn't do anything against him. Rojin's strange way of attacking made Kizaru suffer. He couldn't understand what power was it. Instincts. The instincts of terror. Borsalino was sure that the other side doesn't have hockey. What he relies on, as he says, was instincts. Abandon everything, and follow the instinct, swing the sword, and attack. Rojin was about to attack again. It seems that he likes attacking several times in a row, leaving no choice for his enemy to resist. The difference between Kizaru and Rojin was very deep. He felt that he was standing at a high altitude and overlooking at the admiral. Suddenly, a voice burst into his mind. Strength is not enough. Chapter 256, Rage. Rojin, who was about to attack again, he stopped suddenly, and his expression changed. "Ready?" "Always." In his mind, two voices communicate quickly, one was hoarse, and the other was normal. This short conversation was between Rojin and the hollow inside him. Ichigo Kurosaki, one of the most powerful characters in Bleach, he has the power of the Shinigami, Quincy, and Hollow. Besides, he could increase his strength multiple times. Shinigami and Hollow are two different communities that fight against each other, but once they fuse, they produce great power. Rojin wasn't willing to use the ability of the Hollow. He was very clear that there is more dangerous power in his soul. This power came from the other side of the soul, represents the power of the Hollow. If he used it, he wasn't sure whether he's going to control his consciousness or not. Sure enough, from the beginning of the hollowification, he lost control, and after few seconds of fighting, he woke up slowly. Even when he woke up, his body was still out of his control. It can be said that Rojin has been watching the war since the beginning. Under the control of the Hollow, Rojin became aware of a lot of things. Instincts. The instinct of humans is amazing. It's only because of the time that human beings gradually forget about this power. If they mastered this power and rely on it to fight, how strong will they be? In Ichigo's case, the fusion between the Shinigami and the Hollow created the Zangetsu. Rojin will understand a lot of things during this battle. This is the reason why he didn't seize the opportunity to regain control of his body. Instead, he watched the battle in silence. Rojin kept thinking, and at the same time, he attacked Kizaru once again. He doesn't have much time, he won't be able to rely on the system after a while. "Do you want to get stronger?" In this mind, the voice of the Zangetsu came out. "Yes." Rojin was very sure. "Do you know what will happen?" "I don't, let's do it." Rojin responded quickly. "Interesting." The Zangetsu smiled and then its tone became heavier. "How strong do you want to be?" "Stronger than anyone in this place." Rojin was very excited. The voice stopped for a while, and then he laughed loudly. "As you wish." Rojin wanted to become stronger than anyone else, he was completely excited. After a while, Rojin's body sent out a force of terror, and then a scarlet light flickered quickly around his body that just expanded. White bones began to cover half of his body, tearing apart the black Shinigami suit. The gloomy white bone mask covered his whole face, and there were two curved horns growing out. In a flash, A new body with a sword in his hand appeared on the battlefield. He was standing on the ground with a majesty that makes everyone afraid. What kind of monster is this? Kizaru held his sword tightly and looked carefully at the new creature. He was sure that there's something wrong with this kid and his unexpected moves. This time, he turned into a strange creature. What was that? A devil fruit? It doesn't look like that. Please be careful. Otherwise, my blade may kill you. The voice full of disdain sounded in Rojan's mind again. Kizaru was very angry. He held his sword with both hands and shouted, Yasukani no Magatama. Children's attack. As he laughed, Rojan's figure flickered and then disappeared. In an instant, he reached the sky before Kizaru and waved his sword. Ya'ush. His black sword expanded rapidly and directly attacked golden particles. Boom. A great explosion was made at the moment of the collision, which forced Kizaru to retreat. Fear me. On the contrary, Rojan didn't stop at all. He kept attacking Kizaru with all his power, giving him no chance to attack back. At that moment, Borsalino was completely helpless, and he knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. Boom. The two kept fighting against each other using their swords. It can be said that Rojan was attacking and Kizaru was in the defensive position. He couldn't do anything else, and suddenly... crack. In the shocking eyes of Borsalino, the Ama no Murakamo was destroyed. Rojan smiled, and then he rushed again and put his sword in Kizaru's chest. The admiral was in huge pain. He screamed loudly and retreated immediately. After retreating, he stared at the gloomy face in front of him and his heart kept beating hard. He's much stronger now. How is that possible? Kizaru couldn't believe it, as if he was fighting another person, not Rojan. Did you enjoy the fight? Weak Marine. With a grim smile, Rojan swooped down again, but this time, he was much faster than the last time. Light kick. Kizaru was completely angry, and he kicked it hard. The golden light collided with a black light. After a while, a circle of ripples and waves spread out. Boom. All the buildings around them collapsed, and the dust rose. At this moment, under the impact of their power, the air was twisting. Awesome. Turning around, Rojan was very excited. Ha ha ha. Rojan ignored Kizaru's strong feet, and he waved his sword again. How is that possible? Kizaru was very confused. How could the other side be faster and stronger than him? What's going on with this kid? Chapter 257, Kizaru. The speed and the power of Rojan were just unbelievable. Kizaru hasn't seen such a thing in his life. Rojan didn't stop laughing, and in a blink of an eye, he hit Kizaru. Puff. He waved his sword on Kizaru's shoulder, making him suffer a huge pain. Vzzz. Borsalino wanted to avoid this attack, and he turned into light. Unfortunately for him, Rojan was faster and he hit him first. Interesting, he can still elementalize. Rojan's eyes flashed. It doesn't seem that he paid much attention to him. He stared at Borsalino and then laughed. Sero. A scarlet ray rushed from Rojan's hand toward the golden ray of Kizaru. Boom. The powerful rays created a huge explosion in front of Rojan, and as an effect, a strong wind blew his body back. After several flashes in the air, he stood in a piece of ruins. On the other side, Kizaru stood up, and his whole body was covered with blood. At that moment, he was gasping violently and his forehead was perspiring constantly. Is it over? Rojan was disappointed for a while. But then, he got excited again when he saw Kizaru attacking again. Yata no Kagami. Ama no Murakamo. In a blink of an eye, a reflected ray appeared into void. And at the same time, the dazzling sword came toward Rojan's head. Interesting. Gatsuga Tensho. Rojan didn't care about the golden light, and he tilted his head. Haha. White smoke rose. The high-temperature sword of Kizaru just hit Rojan's shoulder. The smell of flesh burning spread out. Kizaru's eyes trembled. His enemy was completely crazy. At the same time, the black light flashed and slashed Kizaru before he could escape it. The dark light expanded quickly and hit him hard. Boom. The flame soared to the sky, and in a while, Kizaru's body submerged in this crazy surging fire. The admiral of the marine was panicked, and he kept moving until he sprang out of the fire. He was sweating and gasping violently. Ha ha ha. A hoarse laughter came out, and as Rojan moved forward, the flame divided into two parts. What was shocking for Kizaru that he saw that Rojan's shoulder healed itself. What a horrible ability. Borsalino's eyes contacted, he could only feel the danger approaching. The opponent's attack was fierce and strange. Besides, he has the ability to heal himself. How could Kizaru fight this thing? After recovering, Rojan rushed up again with his sword. Just like a wild animal that fights and never get tired, Rojan rushed again and again. Gatsuga Tensho. Rojan approached quickly, and then, the black light expanded in front of Kizaru. Damn it. Borsalino raised his sword to block Rojan's attack, but he was thrown away by the Getsu potential and drowned in the sea of fire. He got stronger again. Kizaru's heart trembled. He felt that the guy in front of him was not a human being. How did he get all this power? Rojin was extremely excited. He laughed loudly and kept attacking Kizaru with his sword. Every strike he made, the buildings of the marine headquarters were cut in half, making a loud crash. Up to now, the battle between the two men has completely destroyed the area of 10,000 meters. In the side of the fight between Shiki and the Marines, Sengoku and all the powerful characters turned their eyes toward the southeast corner. Didn't defeat him yet? He was shocked and couldn't believe it. That kid, his strength is beyond expectation. Garp sighed. Being able to fight against a powerful person like Kizaru and make the area look like this, there's no doubt that his strength is beyond expectation. Kyuzen. After a while, Sengoku shouted. Kyuzen responded quickly, and then he went down and pressed his hand to the ground. Freeze. After blocking Shiki's attack, Kyuzen turned and nodded and moved toward the southeast corner. I understood, Sengoku-sama. Ha ha, it seems that the Marines have another problem to take care of. The Golden Lion laughed loudly. He was very curious about who that guy was. It's quite a distance from the southeast corner, he couldn't see the other side's appearance, but he could hear the horrible movements. He was definitely a master no less than the admiral level. Shiki, don't get cocky, we will take care of that kid after taking you down. Sengoku shouted. Immediately, a shockwave of Sengoku rushed toward Shiki, but it didn't hit him, he dodged it quickly. Immediately aftermath, a huge building like a hill collapsed. I'm curious right now. Who's the guy that can make a mess in your headquarters like me? I don't know anyone strong like this, can you tell me? Shiki wielded his swords against Sengoku and Garp to defend himself from them. The two Marines are not an easy opponent to resist them easily. After attacking Shiki, he trembled slightly. It was clear that they were strong enough to damage the Golden Lion. Don't rush, you meet him in Impel Down soon. Sengoku smiled. The southeast corner. Kizaru was helpless under the Rojin's powerful attack and strong sword. He suffered very dangerous injuries, and he got exhausted. I'm not his opponent. Kizaru was very desperate. He almost died in the last fight against Rojin, and now, as if he was fighting another person, which was stronger and braver. He had a premonition that this kid would kill him. Ice Age. Suddenly, a dull voice came out, and then, the temperature fell and the whole ground was covered with ice. Rojin turned his head quickly, he was completely surprised. Freeze. The ice spread quickly, freezing his legs in a blink of an eye. What is that? Ice didn't stop, after a while, covered all his body, except his head. Kizaru, are you okay? Kyuzen moved forward slowly and asked with a low voice. Well, just be careful of him. Kizaru sighed and then stared at Rojin. He was sure that the other side wasn't easy to deal with at all. Huh. In the ice, Rojin showed a ferocious smile, and suddenly, he moved his right hand. Crack. The ice that covered Rojin broke into pieces. Another one? Like your comrade, you're useless. Chapter 258, Backup. The strange face covered with bones, the white body, and the torn black clothes, as well as the ferocious look, they gave Kizaru and Kyuzen the feeling of terror. Weak people, no matter how many of you, you're just wasting my time. Rojin laughed when he said that. He took the Getsuga Tensho and pointed it to the ground. Under the terrible spirit of pressure, the ground cracked. Kyuzen, be careful, this guy has a terrible power. Kizaru suffered dangerous injuries, he was exhausted, even his voice was very weak. As you can see, he's not a human. Kyuzen got angry, he stepped forward, and every step he made, the temperature around him dropped rapidly, and the ground beneath him covered with layers of white frost. He didn't want to underestimate the guy in front of him. Sengoku-sama, he should pay much attention to this guy. Yata no Kagami. Suddenly, Kizaru moved again, and in a blink of an eye, he reached Rojin. Light kick. Kizaru suddenly appeared from the golden light in front of Rojin and kicked hard. At the same time, Kyuzen flickered and disappeared. Ice Saber. In a blink of an eye, he reached the back of Rojin. Ha, useless attack. Why don't you understand? Rojin laughed loudly and then he drew his sword and lifted it quickly, aiming at the foot of Kizaru. After that, he jumped and reached the back of the two Marines and pointed his hand out. Boom. A blooming red light burst out, and then, it expanded and rushed toward Kyuzen's eyes quickly. Gran Race Arrow. What the hell is that? Kyuzen's eyes contracted when he saw the bolt of lighting curl around and hit him hard. The red light expanded and then turned into flames. The temperature became hot in an instant, also, the ice vaporized and became fog. Kyuzen was shocked, he couldn't believe what he just saw. He was covered with flames at that moment. Damn it, damn it. When the black sword touched Kizaru's right foot, the Reiatsu suddenly burst out and damaged his golden foot. Impossible. Kizaru's expression changed. When the black sword hit him, the golden light scattered and a huge force rushed into his body. Like a cannonball, Kizaru was thrown and smashed 12 buildings in a row and then lay on inside the ruins. How is that possible? Kizaru's heart trembled, he couldn't resist at all. It was a shocking scene for them. Rojin just smashed the light kick, and then cut Kizaru's right foot into the bones while he was elementalized. It was a very serious injury, no one unprecedented it. However, just as he fell, the rock above his body suddenly broke into pieces. You think it's over? A touch of black light just came from the sky and rushed toward Kizaru. Opening his eyes, Kizaru was completely shocked. In an instant, his body trembled. He felt that he was going to die at that moment. Shua! Rojin rushed quickly and stabbed him in the chest and then cut him. Blood rushed out, followed by Kizaru's screaming. He was in true pain at that moment. He even felt that his intestines were exposed to the air. This hit was enough for him to die. Ha ha ha. Rojin laughed loudly, and he kept moving his sword inside Kizaru's body. This time, you'll die. Kizaru was laying to the ground without resistance, he couldn't do anything else. At that moment, blue ice suddenly appeared in Rojin's chest. Ugh! Rojin was a little surprised. As he looked down, he found an ice saber inserted in his chest. Fortunately, I'm here. Kyuzen's voice came from behind, and then he looked at Kizaru. He was completely shocked when he saw his friend in that situation. Nice hit. At the next moment, something terrible happened. The monster with a strange mask held the ice blade that was inserted in his chest and smiled. After a while, he took it off. Poof! Blood spurts out wildly, but it doesn't seem that Rojin was in pain, he was smiling while he took it off. Kyuzen was shocked, he recognized that it was hard for him to defeat this beast. In a blink of an eye, the ice saber was pulled out from his chest and it was full of blood. Rojin threw the cold blade and inserted it in Kyuzen's chest, making him startled. It was his first time facing such a powerful opponent. I'm a good person, see? I gave you back your gift. Rojin laughed once again and then he raised his black sword to the top of his head. What about another gift? Something like sending you to hell. Suddenly, the black sword waved down. Kyuzen quickly reacted and picked up Kizaru from the ground. Crack! The ice broke and another pile of ice appeared in front of Rojin. Kyuzen's eyes narrowed and then he froze all Kizaru's wounds. Chapter 259, Getsuga Tensho. Blood infiltrated from Kyuzen's chest because of the ice saber and quickly wet his clothes. Under his ability to control ice, the blade disappeared and his wound was covered with a layer of frost. Ugh, be careful. After saying that, Kizaru's eyes turned white and he fainted. He suffered serious injuries, the scratch on his chest extended to his abdomen which almost split his whole body in two. Even the bones of his right leg were cracked. When an admiral of the marine suffers such injuries, it means that his enemy was so cruel and strong. This monster's aggression and brutality were like a wild animal biting its prey. I can't lose you. Kyuzen was helpless. Staring at the eyes of the Rojin in the distance reminds him of the time when he was a child in the wild facing a wolf. The feeling of fear suddenly hit his heart. At that moment of helplessness, Rojin was flying at a low altitude and brought a gust of wind that cracked the ground and spread toward Kyuzen. You're the only one left. Immediately, he waved his sword and hit the ice blade. By the powerful hit of the Getsuga Tensho, the ice saber broke into pieces. However, Rojin didn't stop and he wanted to attack Kyuzen but another ice pile appeared in front of him. Ice again. Rojin's eyes narrowed, and then he waved his sword again and cut the huge pile of ice. What a ferocious will to fight, it's frightening. In the ice, Kyuzen's body slowly recovered and condensed. Interesting. Rojin laughed. Just like that guy's light, you are ice. As he was speaking, Kyuzen stepped forward and then disappeared. In a blink of an ice saber appeared and attacked Rojin. Immediately, Rojin dodged it and waved his sword toward Kyuzen who just retreated and jumped forward again. The two men kept colliding with their sword very fast. Rojin was very excited, and his laugh was very clear, while Kyuzen was sweating hard. The strength of his opponent was beyond his expectation, he was in huge pressure at that moment. It was impossible to even imagine the existence of such a person in this world, he was immune against elementalization and all kinds of hockey. This guy's sword cut wherever he wants. The two kept fighting for hundreds of rounds. Kyuzen's body was covered with wounds and blood, so he kept freezing himself from time to recover. Although he could still resist, the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha, you are all the same, you don't know how to fight. With a wave of his sword, Rojin hit the ice saber fiercely. Crack. The ice saber broke again, which forced Kyuzen to retreat 10 steps before stopping. Let me be compassionate and teach you how to fight. As he laughed, Rojin waved his sword again and approached Kyuzen. Shua. The black sword trembled in the void and then exploded in Kuzen's chest. This time, it was faster and fiercer. Puff! Kuzen's chest burst open, and blood flowed out. However, the price will be your life, ha ha ha. Rojin laughed loudly, and then he pointed out his finger. Gran Race Arrow. The dazzling light bloomed and rushed toward Kuzen quickly. Boom! The explosion made huge flames that covered an area of 1 kilometer and burned everything in that area. In the middle of the flames, Kuzen jumped quickly. His body was completely burned, and it was hard to see his face. He was black. Wow, still alive? Rojin was a bit surprised. Suddenly, the flames seemed to bow down as split under some kind of pressure, and then, Rojin bent his knees and pounded again. This is the end. Kuzen has no choice but to stand in the same place. The speed of the other side was astonishing. After the last blow, his seriously injured body couldn't resist anymore. Getsuga Tensho. Rojin waved his sword again and hit Kuzen fiercely. After the explosion made from the sword hit, Aokiji was thrown hundreds of meters to the back. Rojin didn't stop. He raised his sword again and dived down. In the fire, Kuzen was struggling to stand up. His whole body was covered with blood, and then he fell again. Whether he was alive or not, no one knows. Trust me, you'll die this time. Holding his sword with both hands, Rojin smiled and then rushed toward Kuzen. I can't fight anymore. Aokiji closed his eyes. He was very exhausted and powerless. After closing his eyes, he lost consciousness. Rojin was getting close to Kuzen. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Suddenly, Rojin's body trembled. The mask on his face shattered and the white skin began to disappear, as well as the black sword. When the possessed soul left his body, Rojin lost consciousness. It was an extremely dangerous act allowing the possessed soul to occupy consciousness and control his body. Fortunately for Rojin, the possessed soul was just a machine that knows how to fight and kill. It has no extra thoughts. What makes him feel more relieved was the result of the battle. Looking at Kuzen and Kizaru in the distance, he knew that he finally made it. What amazing power. After standing up, Rojin stared at the whole area and got excited. It can be said that the whole southeast was destroyed after the battle between Rojin and the Marines. What was shocking for everyone, the 2 high-ranking Marines were lying to the ground, and no one knows whether they were alive or dead. That's great, I can feel the difference. There was a difference in Rojin's body before and after the battle. Holding his sword, Rojin went toward the high wall of 100 meters and stared at it. After a while, he waved the 7 stars sword and hit the wall. Chapter 260, I'll destroy the whole place. Under the instincts of Rojin's body, he waved the 7 stars sword with the same method of the Getsuga Tensho, and that surprised him a lot. There was only one difference between the 2 swords. Getsuga Tensho is constituted by Reiatsu, and the 7 stars used mana. These 2 swords were extremely powerful. The only difference is that the 7 stars sword consumes a lot of mana. Rojin's current mana wasn't enough to use the sword several times. Yush. Only one hit on the wall was enough to make a huge gate on the wall. Rojin's face showed a smile. In the distance, he heard the sound of the battle between the Golden Lion and the Marines. Nothing can stop from going to the Celestial Dragon's Palace now. I have to meet Jason and the others. Rojin smiled, and then he flickered and disappeared from here. On the side of the battle, facing Garp and Sengoku, Shiki has nothing to do but retreat. This union was extremely powerful. He was suffering several injuries, and blood flow from the corners of his mouth. It can be said that if he faced one of them, he would win, but together, he was in a very bad situation. Golden Lion, it's time for you to surrender. It's no use for you to keep fighting. Sengoku smiled. He was like a big golden Buddha. He has a vigorous pressure that gives people a sense of oppression. Sengoku was standing in front of Shiki and used his shockwave constantly. It was a very powerful attack that could break the ground after every blow. Garp the Fist, he was an extremely powerful Marine. They called him the hero of the Marines, especially with his powerful fists and armament hockey. Shiki was suffering after every punch. You won't last long, Shiki. Garp's tone was very cold. Ha ha ha. Facing these powerful Marines, the Golden Lion didn't have the slightest fear or panic, and he slowly raised his body. As he stood in the midair, he looked at the southeast position. His face showed a large smile. It seems that the little guy you sent out has failed. I'm really curious about the guy that can make your organization weak like that. He stared carefully at the southeast, and he found that the whole area was destroyed. More than 10 minutes had passed since the area was quiet, and the Marines didn't act yet. The Admiral's level wasn't enough to defeat the enemy, even with a backup. The Golden Lion was extremely happy. He looked down to see Garp, Sengoku, and the rest of the Marines. But he was disappointed. Garp and Sengoku weren't angry at all, they were very cold. Don't worry, Shiki, you meet him very soon. Step by step, Garp strode slowly, and then he disappeared. At the same time, Sengoku shouted, and his golden body suddenly flew to the sky and opened his hand. The transparent shockwave suddenly appeared in the void. Kizaru and Kuzen's situation that wasn't clear yet confused the two high-ranking Marines. If they are the old Marines past, then Kizaru and the Kuzen are the new generations of the Marines, and in the soon future, they have to suppress the whole era, which will take at least 20 or 30 years. Losing in this time in specific will cost a lot for the whole Marines. Sengoku and Garp jumped together, they were completely angry. Seeing that, Shiki's heart trembled, and his pupils contracted. He even felt the wind blowing on his front and back, and the heavy pressure swept over him. At that moment, he was far from being an opponent of the two Marines that surpassed the Admiral's level. Slash wave. At the next moment, the two rushed together. Shiki has no choice but to raise his sword to protect himself, but... Crack. The void trembled, and several high buildings around them suddenly cracked and then collapsed, making a very loud noise. Surrounded by Sengoku and Garp, Shiki looked pale, and blood rushed out from his mouth. The Golden Lion was in a very bad situation. Shockwave. Ha! Sengoku and Garp were in the midair and attacked again. Seeing that, Shiki rolled his feet and roared. Tatsumaki. Tornado. On the ground, the fierce beast roared, and the huge lions appeared again. In a blink of an eye, the lions rushed toward Garp and Sengoku and waved its claws. After dodging the attack of the Marines, Shiki retreated and gave up the field to the giant lions. The Golden Lion was somewhat exhausted, and he breathed heavily. It was clear that these two were much stronger than him. Sengoku and Garp didn't stop, they rushed together and attacked the lions fiercely. Shiki, you have to give up, stop wasting time. Garp shouted loudly and then hit one of the lions. Boom. In the sky, the huge lion howled and directly scattered. At the same time, Sengoku's shockwave hit another lion. After finishing these lions, the two comrades looked together at the southeast corner. That boy, he's heading toward the Celestial Dragon's palace. He's going to save that girl. Let's knock down this brat, and then we'll take care of Rogen. Garp and Sengoku looked at each other and then to the Golden Lion. We don't know what will happen there, but I'm sure that there will be a mess to clean up. Garp frowned. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up, finish Shiki. Sengoku shouted. The Golden Lion looked around and scanned the battlefield. When he found that all his cadres have lost against Akainu the Lava Boy, his heart was filled with anger. Marine, even if you defeat all my crew, I won't give up. Go pack up before I destroy this whole place. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, and his whole body began to tremble. What is he going to do? Sengoku was somewhat shocked. Chapter 261, Suspicious. Mary Jo eyes, at the door of the Little Master's family. Get out of the way, I'm Saint Karas, how dare you to stop me? Karas shouted at the black-suited men who blocked him from entering the house. The two guards looked at each other with hesitation. They were sure that the man with the bubble was Saint Karas, but the three men behind him, they look like bad guys. Get out of my way, otherwise, you'll die. Saint Karas was very angry. After he was kidnapped, Jason and his mates forced him to lead the way here. If he didn't obey the orders or dare to resist, they would kill him. What's wrong with him? He began to suspect that he was a false celestial dragon. Under the urging orders of Saint Karas, the two bodyguards let him in. Although the three guys were strange, they should be his personal bodyguards or something like that. Good job. Seeing that the guards stepped away, Karas felt relieved. When he looked back, he saw Rensu's muzzle facing him. He trembled and led the way for them without a second thought. You've done a great job till now. We can be a trainee member of our crew. Karas was completely sad after hearing what Crocodile just said. Who wants to be a pirate? And a trainee member? He's a celestial dragon. Karas was thinking about being the captain of this pirate group. Very good suggestion, Crocodile. Jason nodded. Don't worry, it's something good to be a pirate. We'll treat you as a person when you join us. Rensu smiled. Karas trembled, he didn't utter a word, he could only snort to express his dissatisfaction. Everything went according to their plan. They finally reached the courtyard when the little master was. All the guards inside the courtyard bowed their heads in front of Saint Karas that was very careful to do anything wrong. The three men behind him were ready to kill him at any moment. The mortals who dared to break into the Marine headquarters and then here have to be crazy and courageous, and they won't hesitate to shoot him. I'm Saint Karas, and I'm here to see my fiancé. Standing at the door, Karas stared at the guards and ordered them. Get out of my way. The guards in front of him nodded immediately, and let the way for Karas and the three men behind him. In the Celestial Dragon's palace, the defense force was very strong. These guards in black were good fighters, and they were the best. They were powerful. Once they surrounded you, you'll never get out. Karas-sama, welcome. A group of black-suited men greeted Karas and bowed their heads with a smile. You can go. Kara's smiled, and then he stepped forward. But when Danzō and the others followed him, the black-suited men blocked their way. You cannot pass. Kara's eyes began to move around and wanted to find a chance to escape, but when he saw the muzzle under Danzō's clothes again, he gave up the idea. Step away from them, they are my personal guards, they follow me wherever I go. Kara's turned around and scolded them, showing the majesty of the celestial dragons. But the guards hesitated. What are you trying to do? I'm a celestial dragon, did you forget that? Hearing this, the black-suited men bowed their heads again and said, Sorry Kara-sama, please come in, we'll be outside. In case of trouble, just call for us. Kara didn't understand what the guards meant, he looked up, and then he moved forward with pride. Crocodile and his mates felt the warning. The guards were clear, it was something like threatening, if these three did anything wrong, they will intervene. In the manner. Elu, the little master was sitting on the steps, and in front of her, Lunta, who was leaning against the wall with eyes closed. Suddenly, Lunta stared at the door. Kara and the three people just entered. Lunta could tell that there's something wrong with these three guys. I'm here to see my fiancé. Lunta stepped forward and bowed to salute. Welcome Kara-sama. And who are you? Kara said coldly. I'm the guard of this palace, I'm responsible for your fiancé's safety. Lunta answered quickly. You go out, I want to talk with her. Kara's tone was full of arrogance. Lunta wasn't surprised at all, he had seen Celestial Dragon fiercer than the boy in front of him. Well, I think that I can't do that. I have superior orders to never leave this place. Lunta shook his head, he was very firm. Can we have a close talk with her? At this time, Danzō opened his mouth. Lunta's eyes flashed when he heard that. Kara was stunned at that moment, but he didn't utter a word. Silence filled the place at that moment. With his keen intuition, Lunta could tell that there's something wrong with these three. Moreover, Kara didn't scold him at all, and that's something suspicious. At that moment, the sand inside Crocodile's gourd began to move, and Jason clenched his fist. Danzō stared at Lunta with a smile on his face, and he didn't say anything. Chapter 262, Pirate is the meaning of freedom. Saint Kara was sweating hard, and he felt that something bad was going to happen. The little celestial dragon was in a huge pressure, if the battle starts, he would be the first one to die. Jason and his friends won't hesitate to kill him. Damn, these three bastards will kill me in the first place. Saint Kara was scared to death, and his heart was beating hard. Yeah, sure. As Kara thought about how to survive, Lunta smiled and accepted Danzō's request. 2 words from Lunta were enough to calm down the pressure. Danzō smiled, but Jason and Crocodile kept staring at Lunta without saying anything. Lunta stepped away and let Kara and the 3 guys pass. As he approached, Kara looked at Elu the little master, and his heart began to tremble. She was holding her knees with both hands, and her head was burying her legs. Darling. Kara murmured dumbly. Hearing this word, she raised her head slowly. Cute face, cherry mouth, small nose, big eyes, and long black hair scattered on her shoulders. She was very gorgeous. When Kara saw her, he trembled and his heart was beating hard. You just hit my heart. Kara didn't know what to say. You can rest now, it's our turn to act. At this time, Jason and his mates stepped out and smiled, and then, Danzō turned quickly and pointed his weapon toward Kara and said. Don't move, I'll kill you if you do so. Jason and Crocodile kept moving forward and then laughed. Little master, here we are. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time ago, they finally made it. The little master didn't lose hope, she was sure that her crewmates would come to help her, even if it was very dangerous. After kidnapping her, she kept thinking about her mates, and she was worried about them. And now, even after seeing them, she was still worried. What a wonderful family reunion, everyone was happy. Don't cry, they will suffer, I promise. Seeing the tears on her cheeks, Jason's heart trembled, and he got angry. I don't care whether they were celestial dragons or anything else, they will suffer. Jason was extremely angry. Boy, we are leaving now, do you have any plan? Crocodile grabbed Kara's shoulder and frightened him. No, no. Kara's almost peed himself. Then come with us, and if you dare to do anything, I'll kill you right away. After saying that, Danzō looked at the little master and said. We'll take you. Danzō's tone was very cold. Hi. The little master was crying so hard, these were tears of joy. We'll take the revenge of our companion from those who dared to abuse her. Any ideas, you two? Crocodile stared at his mates and asked his mates. I have nothing to say but taking our friend's revenge. When he heard that, Crocodile lit a cigar and smiled. Let's make a big noise then. Crocodile-sama, I'm in, let's do it. Danzō nodded with a smile. Well, let's start with this guy. Jason stared at Lunta and clenched his fists. His serious tone made Lunta tremble. What a monster. With a sigh, Lunta shook his head. And then he turned his head and saw that Trensu pointed the muzzle on his head already. I don't think that I can get out of here easily. Like a monkey, Lunta moved quickly and took a strange position. Mr. Lunta has been taking care of me during this time. Jason, please let him go. Suddenly, the little master opened her mouth. What? Jason was puzzled. Mr. Lunta is following the orders only. He was very kind to me. He must be waiting for something, isn't he? After saying that, the little master looked at Lunta and smiled. Lunta's heart trembled, and he didn't know what to say. No one understands what the little master's word. What was Lunta waiting for? Lunta sighed. He has never seen someone kind like this little girl. Mr. Lunta, do you want to join us? This crew is very kind and friendly. The little master said again. Lunta shook his head, and he remained calm. You can go. There will be no fight today. Arigato, Lunta-sama. The little master bowed his head and thanked him. Jason kept staring at Lunta and didn't do anything. As he walked outside, Crocodile lit a cigar and puffed smoke. He felt that this Lunta was very strong. Looking at the group's departure, Lunta's had a complex expression. What changed my mind? Celestial dragons will kill me. Lunta murmured, and suddenly, his tears flowed out. Their mates, they really care about her. They must have a very good captain. It was clear that they were so brave, they don't fear anything. All they want was to save their partner, and they didn't care about their lives. Pirates, the only word to explain freedom, dreams, and relationship. Chapter 263, Saint Donglai. Puff. Crocodile puffed smoke, and then he stood in a line with Jason and Trensu in front of the door. Let the fun begin. Let's do it. The three mates were very excited. Mountains punch. Jason clenched his fists and then hit the huge wall in front of him. Boom. The black-suited men that were standing behind the door didn't have time to react. The wall stones directly fell on their heads. After that, Crocodile stretched his right hand toward the guards that were about to attack them. Also, the alligator on his shoulder opened its mouth and roared, and then turned into sand and rushed into the sky. Bargain. Crescent-shaped sand dune, Crocodile shouted, and then he jumped and hit the whole group with his sand. In a blink of an eye, all the guards turned into corpses. Hearing the explosion that Jason made, the nearby guards turned quickly and rushed toward the palace. What's happening? It's the palace of the Elu family. There's a situation there. Hurry up and check it out. The guards inside the palace were extremely strong, but the guards that were on the streets were much stronger, and they immediately reacted when they heard the explosion. In a blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Crocodile and his mates. At the moment of seeing them, the guard immediately shouted and took positions to fight. Enemy invasion, call for reinforcements, hurry up. Some of them took out their sword, and the rest raised their guns and aimed at Crocodile and his mates. Without hesitation, those guards jumped and attacked them. It's over, oh my god. When he saw the muzzle pointed at him, Kara's panicked and trembled. The little master acted quickly and pulled him to her side. She can't let him die, he might be useful when they escape. Bang bang bang. At that moment, all the guards aimed at the three and pulled the trigger. In front of Jason and his mates, a curtain of sand appeared and blocked all the bullets. Crocodile puffed the smoke and then smiled. You can just stand behind me and nothing will harm you. Within a radius of 30 meters, the tiny sand grains formed a curtain against the guard's attack, playing a defensive role in this critical moment. Actually, it was a new skill that Crocodile just learned, and it turned out to be very effective. Bargain. What the hell is that? Oh, my god. Crocodile stretched out his right hand, and in a moment, a sand rope rushed very fast toward the guards. All the black-suited men turned into mummies at the moment when the sand rope hit them. At the same moment, Jason smiled, clenched his fists. 500 times power increasement. Give it to me. In the manner, the celestial dragons of the Elu family heard this loud sound. Before they could act, a gust of wind swept in and destroyed everything in the garden that was planted with rare flowers and fruits. Even more, the strong wind reached the hall, and as an effect, the wall inside the manor cracked and collapsed on their heads. These celestial dragons were completely shocked, they didn't know what just happened. 5 seconds after, some of them stepped out of the manor and realized that there was an enemy invasion. Damn, who are they? Hurry up, protect us. Hey idiots, come and protect us. As the celestial dragons stepped out of the house, they yelled and scolded the guards. They were in a huge panic, especially when the bubble on their heads broke and their heads were full of blood. In a blink of an eye, all the guards rushed and surrounded the celestial dragons to protect them. What a mess. The huge and a strong door of the manor has destroyed, as well as the courtyard. In the dust and smoke, a group of black-suited men faced Jason and took out their weapons. Staring at the celestial dragons who were hiding behind those guards, Jason sneered. What a shame, I thought you'd have decent power, you disappointed me. Jason stepped forward and clenched his fists. I promise you that you'll suffer, I won't forgive you for bullying my friend, you'll regret it. Jason's tone was very angry, and then, he increased his speed and rushed into the crowd. 18 dragons subduing palms. Boom, boom. After a series of explosions, the ground exploded and the guards fell to the ground losing consciousness. Following Jason, Crocodile moved forward and the sand was like a slow river behind him. In the middle of the bloody fight, Karaz looked at the hall, and he saw a group of people coming out. He is the eldest son of the Elu family, Saint Donglai. Karaz recognized this man immediately. Karaz, you idiot, what are you doing here? Donglai also recognized Karaz's voice, and he scolded him. Karaz's mouth trembled and he didn't want to say anything. Chapter 264, 6th Army. After hearing that, Crocodile and Jason smiled and then they rushed toward him. When he saw that, Karaz's eyes trembled. These two were going to give Donglai a very bad punishment. Crocodile and his mates don't care about the identity of the celestial dragons. Who the hell are you? Donglai shouted with anger. As a celestial dragon, who dared to treat him like that? Boom. Crocodile turned into sand and punched him hard on the face. Donglai turned several times before falling to the ground, and his face was full of blood. You're not in a good position to ask questions, or you want to die, idiot. Hearing that, Donglai bowed his head and didn't utter a word. No one ever dared to insult him like this. He secretly glanced at the man in front of him, and he saw a burly figure with an ugly face looking at him. What do you want me to do? Donglai seemed to surrender. He doesn't want to die. It's true that the celestial dragons are sitting in the highest position in the world, but I have to say that you are just a bunch of cowards with a good position. Crocodile laughed. Where is the eldest member of this family? Jason shouted. He really wants to take revenge from those who treated his mate very badly. At the same time in Elu's palace, a middle-aged man of the Elu family stood up slowly, and he was completely angry at that moment. He stared at his guard and shouted. You six, stay here, and the rest of you go and support the other guards. He realized that there's something wrong after hearing the first explosion. He didn't panic at all, he just gave orders. Who dared to break into my place? After giving orders, his eyes flashed and he wondered. He didn't care about the identity of the intruder, but he was sure that this will bring a lot of troubles. Suddenly, a thought came up to his mind. Maybe a pirate, is that possible? But after a second thought, he rejected it. No, I don't think so, it's impossible for a pirate to do that, he doesn't have enough courage. Celestial dragons are the nobles of this world, and they are the real rulers, no one dares to violate their dignity and no one dares to confront them. The orders of the middle-aged man were very effective. Within a minute, a large number of black-suited men arrived. I'm the captain of the 6th Army stationed in Mary-Jo-Eyes, under your command, your highness. As he entered, he bowed his head and saluted the celestial dragon in front of him. We have some intruders, I believe that you'll deal with them perfectly. He smiled. With pleasure, sir. The captain was very confident. The Marines play an important role in this chaotic era, especially this kind of groups. They were extremely powerful, and they intervene only in serious cases. As they arrived, they made a plan for the battle. After they determined the position of the enemy, thousands of elite soldiers left the palace at a high speed. On the other side, Jason and his group got the information they wanted from Donglai. I didn't expect that you'll give me the information easily. Jason smiled. I really want to punch him. After a while, he knocked Donglai and left the place. He didn't kill anyone here. Celestial dragons are the aristocrats of the world. If Jason and his mates kill them, they will be in a huge pressure in the future, and the whole world will hunt them. They only wanted to rescue their friend and take revenge from the leader of his family. Jason did not hesitate to be in charge in the absence of Rojan. After reaching 300 meters away from the palace, they heard something weird. Da, da, da. A series of footsteps sounded, and then a large group of black-suited men came from all directions. They were different from the previous ones. It was clear that these guys were powerful. They were armed with heavy rifles and cannon launchers. They looked like the Marines. It's the 6th Army. The little master was upset. 6th Army. What is that? Jason and his mates were stunned. They often confront the Marines, but they seldom encounter special forces. Under the flag of the world government, there are Marines, 6th Army, and other special forces. And like the Marines, the 6th Army is well-equipped and well-trained. This group has nothing to do but protecting the celestial dragons. I heard about them, but I didn't expect to see them here. The little master was confused, and her tone was nervous. I don't care what army they are, let's destroy them. Jason clenched his fists. Crocodile, Trensu, get ready to fight. Let's do it. In a flash, the three mates took action and ran toward the front. Go. At the same time, the opposite side pointed their weapons, and the sound of gunshots came out. Boom, boom. As he rushed forward, Jason's eyes contracted. A bullet penetrated his arm and forced him to retreat immediately. As well as Crocodile, several bullets rushed toward him quickly, and sand particles scattered everywhere from his body, and he was forced to retreat also. Their rifles seemed to be very powerful. Suppress them. Marksmen retreat, artillery move forward, attack. The captain shouted loudly. Boom, boom, boom. A series of gunfire suddenly exploded. Shells fell like rain on Jason and Crocodile with no mercy. No matter how strong they are, they won't last against this powerful attack. If they didn't act quickly, they would lose. At this time, Danzō jumped to the air and used moonwalk to move forward, and then he aimed at the black-suited men. Get this little monkey down. The captain shouted again. Boom. A huge shell rushed up and went straight at Danzō. Damn it. Danzō's expression changed. Rankyaku. Chapter 265, Danzō's Hard Task. The invisible projectile Danzō made rushed toward the shell hit it hard. Chop. In a blink of an eye, the black shell was cut in two and exploded in the air. After that, Danzō rushed forward. Marksman, take him down, now. When he saw Danzō's progress, the captain shouted again. Immediately, all the soldiers aimed at Danzō and fired him. Too bad, too bad. Being an open target of many marksmen, Danzō felt bad, and he was in huge pressure at that moment. The marksmen were much more than the artillery throwers. Danzō couldn't know how many guns aimed at him. Boom, boom, boom. All the soldiers pulled the triggers, and the gunshots exploded at that moment. Sand wall. Seeing that, Crocodile acted quickly. He stretched out his hand and shook it. In the void ahead of Danzō, a sand and hard wall made of sand appeared. Crocodile was faster than the countless bullets, and he blocked its way. Danzō felt relieved, and he seized the opportunity and went towards Sir Crocodile. It was just a wave of exploratory attacks. These black-suited men were well-equipped and very strong. What's the matter with these guys? Danzō glanced around, and he found that he and his friends were surrounded by this army. He was shocked by their power. Marksmen, artillery, infantry, and a bold captain that doesn't fear anything. The so-called Sixth Army was well organized, and every team knows their tasks. Even after finishing the wave of attacks, they kept adjusting their position and moving around to find the best defending and attacking position. Danzō, get rid of the artillery. Jason was completely angry, and he shouted. The intensive artillery was the most troublesome for Jason at this time. In the absence of the artillery team, the fight would be easier for Jason and Crocodile. Because of the shelling, Jason, Crocodile, and Danzō kept retreating. But at the same time, they didn't get hurt. Crocodile's wall was enough to protect them. Click. Danzō moved his black rifle, and he was ready to aim. When he put his eyes on the scope, he saw a soldier filling his gun. Distance, 532 meters, wind's direction, to the west. One shot, one kill. After calculating everything, he focused and pulled the target. Bang. Ugh. In a blink of an eye, the soldier fell softly. Next target, locked. Danzō's face didn't change, and he turned the muzzle again and pulled the trigger. Boom. Another soldier fell down. After dozens of shots in a row, several figures fell down. At that moment, 50% of the artillery soldiers were down. The Sixth Army was in huge chaos. That sniper. The captain of the army was completely mad, and his eyes were fixed on Danzō. Snipers, take down that kid. Hurry up. Danzō's aiming skill was shocking, which forced the captain to deliver the orders quickly. Hearing the order, all the soldiers hurried and followed the orders. On the streets, on the trees, and on the roof of the buildings. At that moment, Danzō couldn't even count how many snipers aiming at him. All of a sudden, Danzō's whole body trembled, and he was sweating hard. I'm an open target. Danzō was terrified, he didn't even dare to move. Danzō, what's the matter? Jason felt that there was something up with his fellow. I'm locked in, there's a sniper on the other side. Danzō answered with a very low voice, but it was clear for Jason. Jason's expression changed when he heard that. The power of these soldiers was beyond expectation. He naturally knows how dangerous was the attack from distance. Are you okay? Is there any danger? Crocodile asked about Danzō's situation. He wanted to find this sniper but he failed. He must have been hidden very well between the trees or somewhere else. It's okay, I can deal with it. But for now, you can move forward. I knocked down most of the artillery, they won't be a problem for you. Danzō gritted his teeth, and his eyes flashed. Actually, he didn't tell his mates that there were at least 5 snipers aiming at him at the same time. There is no doubt that his brutal attack made the captain angry and ordered to kill him immediately. I have to find them as soon as possible. But how can I do that if they didn't shoot? I have to chase the opportunity. I don't have much time. Transsu's eyes contracted. Being on the short line between life and death made him feel that his heart was about to jump out of his body. The adrenaline was surging and his whole body was shaking. The opposite party must be the elite of the elite. He couldn't find any one of them. After a while, Transsu closed his eyes, and he could only feel the wind blowing and the sound of his heart beating. He seemed to block everything around him. I have to find them. Both sides held their breath, and a duel of silence just started. The 5 snipers realized that Transsu wasn't an easy opponent at all, and they wanted to get him as fast as they can. He wants to seize the opportunity. He is going to shoot us when we shoot. After a moment, the 5 snipers realized Transsu's plan. At the same time, they admire each other. Only a few snipers can have such a courage to do such a thing. This was definitely a high-level position in the sniper realm. It's just a pity that those who have the courage and dare to do so and doesn't have a chance to accomplish it. Let's shoot, one by one. That should end in a few seconds. Chapter 266, Powerful Supernovas. An interval of 0.2 seconds was a very short time. Transsu won't be able to seize the opportunity to find and shoot his enemy. His task was almost impossible. He was facing 5 of the best snipers in the world. In their perception, time and wind slow down. Even the actions of their enemy slows down when they aim. These 5 snipers were amazingly skilled. Get ready. The low command sounded in their ears. All snipers remained calm after hearing the captain's words, as if they fall asleep. The wind was very slight, but in their eyes, it was roaring, and all the movements and stillness were magnified countless times in their ears. It was the same technique used by Transsu. All of a sudden, one of the 5 waved his hand. Now! Boom! The bullet roared out of the gun and rushed toward Transsu's head. The bullet was moving very fast, but in Transsu's perception, it was very slow. First one. Transsu's spirit became very tense, and he clenched his black gun. After 0.2 seconds, another gunshot sounded. Second. Without opening his eyes, Transsu put his index on the trigger and remained calm. Boom, boom. The third and the fourth shots sounded. One more bullet to go. In his mind, the 4 bullets were only 50 meters away from him. Transsu's eyes began to tremble crazily, and his forehead was sweating hard. Boom. The 5th gunshot sounded. All found. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Instead of looking anywhere, he took a quick step to the right. At the same time, he moved his black gun, and then pulled the trigger. Boom. The 6th shot sounded. The bullet that has been brewing in Transsu's gun finally saw the light. In Transsu's mind, the 5 bright spots did not disappear. Like a lone wolf facing 5 wild animals, Transsu's bullet rushed forward toward the 5 bullets. In a flash, Transsu's bullet hit the first bright spot. Click. When the 2 bullets collided, the first bright spot flashed and then ricocheted. At the same time, due to the force of the collision, Transsu's bullet changed its direction and hit the second bullet and pushed it away. Click. As if time has stopped, Transsu's bullet hit the second bullet and rushed toward the third one quickly. The 5 snipers were shocked, and their eyes widened. How is that possible? Transsu's action was unbelievable, impossible. How could that young boy do such a thing? Click. 2 times in a row, Transsu's bullet destroyed the 4th bullet and hit the 5th one. This time, his bullet seemed to be exhausted. The 5th bullet didn't move away. Poof. The bullet went straight toward Transsu's body and penetrated him. Although the blood was flowing from his body, Transsu wasn't sad at all. On his sweating face, Transsu smiled. I won. You are going to die. In a moment, Transsu shot another bullet again and hit one of the snipers directly in the eye. Boom. Immediately, his mate reacted and shot. Transsu moved quickly and dodged it easily, and boom. He shot again the second sniper. Ugh. The second sniper was down. In 3 seconds or less, Transsu killed all the 5 snipers. What a skillful boy. Woohoo. Transsu was extremely happy, and he felt relieved after killing them all. It can be said that this moment of confrontation consumed 70% of his energy. At that moment, Crocodile put his hand on the ground. In front of him, a huge sand wall appeared and blocked all the attacks. Ground Sago. As he said that, the area in front of him vibrated and cracked. Sand burial. Crocodile shouted again and pressed on the ground. Boom. On the ground, the sand was boiling, and then rushed up into the sky and covered the sight of all the soldiers, making them frightened. What is that? He is a devil fruit user. We need reinforcement, we can't handle the situation anymore. The so-called 6th Army panicked and didn't know what to do. You need to retreat when the infantry team is down. The captain shouted in panic when he saw such a scene. In the next second, the sand that had floated into the air suddenly fell and drowned a large number of soldiers. Damn it. The captain clenched his fists and he was completely mad. Who the hell are those guys? From his back, a group of 6 people came to the front. They have been watching the fight since the beginning. Those are the supernovas of this year. The bounty on their heads reached 200 million. One of the 6 laughed. 200 million? The captain was stunned. Let's see their true power then. Chapter 267, Retreating. Everyone, retreat. We'll take it from here. With a cold face, the captain of the 6th Army smiled and stared at Jason and his mates. All the infantry nodded and retreated. These 3 men are powerful, but trust me, they will suffer against us. We won't lose under my command. All soldiers were excited to see the 6 men. In the 6th Army, there were 7 powerful men, strongest than anyone in this team. Once in the second half of the Grand Line, these 7 men destroyed a powerful pirate regiment in a very short time. In addition to the Devil Fruit, these men are masters of the 6 powers. Everyone was excited. There is no chance to see these guys on weekdays. In front of the soldiers, the 6 men and their captain stood in front of the army with pride. All the soldiers felt secure to see this little group in front of them. Seeing them, Jason and Crocodile didn't rush, they kept looking at them only. These are the most powerful fighters in this group, right? Crocodile's tone was very cold. Maybe, they look powerful. Jason clenched his fists and sneered. No matter how strong they are, we have to destroy them. Danzō murmured. Let's do it then, we don't have much time to waste. Captain Rojan is waiting for us in the Marine headquarters. Thinking that Rojan is surrounded by the Marines, Danzō became confused. Let's kick them. As he said that, Jason smiled and then rushed forward, crushing the ground with his feet, and then disappeared. The sand particles flew out and turned into knife-shaped weapons rushing forward. In a twinkling of an eye, the sand was all over the sky and became a big threat to the captain and his crew. Crocodile's sand was like a flood and covered a range of 100 meters ahead. What a powerful man. One of the 7 men shouted immediately. Get out of the way. The captain's tone changed, and in a moment, everyone moved away. Just as they scattered, a huge figure broke through the sand and rushed out bravely. Mountain's force. On his thick arm, veins enlarged and blood surged rapidly inside it, and then... boom. Jason jumped and punched one of the fighters very hard. The elite fighter who was trying to avoid the sand got stunned. Under this blow, he felt that a mountain fell on him, and it was very hard to escape from it. The soldier spat out blood after being punched. It was a very strong punch. Like a shell, the fighter was thrown 50 meters to the rear. Only one hit was enough to knock down one of the elites. Damn. All the soldiers panicked when they saw this burly man. That guy. The captain was completely angry. He didn't think that this man would have such a power. He thought that his group will crush Jason and his mates in a blink of an eye. That Jason, he is very strong. His strength is no less than Crocodile with his Sunesuna no Mi. One of the 6 men shouted from the rear. Damn it. The captain gritted his teeth. He realized that he had misjudged the strength of the other side. Without forgetting the young man that killed all the snipers. Although they were only 3 men, they destroyed a large scale of soldiers already. These guys were extremely strong. Just as he was thinking, 2 screams came out from his left. When he turned his head, he saw that 2 more fighters were caught and pulled by a sand rope and then buried under the sand river and lost their breath. In a blink of an eye, he lost 4 powerful fighters. It was unbelievable. Without hesitation, the captain cancelled the original plan. Retreat. With a loud voice, he ordered his team to retreat. During the war, there must be a lot of strategic retreats. It can be said that this was their first time. They didn't lose any fight before. Hearing the captain's orders, all the soldiers ran and retreated. Is that a retreat? Jason wondered. This team is completely different than the Marines. Crocodile's eyes twinkled. They have no idea about the teams working under the command of the world government. It can be said that they have not encountered them yet. The elder of the Elu family is not far away from here. It's time to make him suffer. Jason turned his head and looked at the palace where the elder of the family was. The road was completely safe for Jason and his mates, especially after the departure of the 6th Army. In front of the 6th Army, a group of black-suited men appeared and blocked the way in front of them. Chapter 268, I should have killed you. A group of black-suited men appeared and stood in front of the captain and his crew. The 6th Army is so vulnerable, right? The captain of the black-suited man was a laughing snort. When he heard that, the captain of the 6th Army snorted coldly. He couldn't destroy the 3 guys from the Wraith, so he ordered his subordinates to retreat quickly. The 6th Army is indeed responsible for the safety of the Celestial Dragon, but they didn't want to die. They have lost a lot of fighters already, and they didn't want to fight again. In the Holy Land, they have heard some rumors that the Marine headquarters was in the middle of a great war, and it might be a great chance for pirates to break in. It was ridiculous to think about it. Some rookies broke into the Holy Land where the celestial dragons live. Even more, one of them has been kidnapped. What a shame. The leader of the black-suited men shouted. Surround the Elo Palace, pirates should die today. The captain of the 6th Army was stunned, and he didn't know what to do. If he wasn't wrong, the group that just passed was the guards of another celestial family that have conflicts with the Elo family. After taking a deep breath, the captain of the 6th Army shook his head and laughed. It can be said that he was happy because he's alive. It's better to live than dying for no reason. In the Elo Palace, the middle-aged man stood at the gate of the hall and looked down at the panicked soldiers in front of him. Master, the 6th Army has retreated. One of the guards shouted with fear. Upon hearing the news, the celestial dragon got shocked. What about the guy who broke into the palace? Is he dead? No, they are coming here. The guard was even more frightened. The middle-aged man was completely angry after hearing that. That group of rubbish. They dared to leave before catching the pirates. Assholes. He felt that something bad was going to happen. Who are they? It was clear that this group are targeting his family, but for what? The inaction of the 6th Army made him feel strange. He didn't believe that this special army couldn't defeat a few pirates. Damn, how could they do such a thing against the celestial dragons? He shouted with anger. As he roared, the gate of the palace exploded. The beautiful garden and the rare vegetation were shattered like what happened in the Donglai's manor. A group of 5 people came out of the smoke and dust. Where is the eldest of the Elo family? Get out. The burly figure who was standing in the front shouted with majesty. What a bold man, he dared to face the celestial dragons, and scold him. This will cause a lot of trouble eventually. Looking ahead, they saw the middle-aged man in the hall shaking and his face was red. Everyone knew that the celestial dragon was angry. After knocking down several guards, Jason and his mates strode forward, and when they reached the gate of the hall, he stared at the man in front of him and shouted. Is that you? Elo's face changed, and he got so angry. How dare you talk to a celestial dragon like that? Do you want to die? He shouted with anger. Huh. When he heard that, Jason slapped him and said. Celestial dragon? Elo fell. Jason's slap was extremely strong. He couldn't believe that someone dared to slap him. What a brave man. Celestial dragon, right? Jason laughed and slapped him again. Elo couldn't bear the power of this burly man in front of him. 2 more slaps and he would be dead. As he wanted to stand up, a kick came from behind and forced him to fall again. Who told you to stand up? When he looked up, he saw a ferocious man with a cigar in his mouth. Immediately afterward, another foot slammed on his chest. You dared to treat our companion so bad, do you think that we would treat you like a human being? Danzō whispered. Kara's eyes trembled, he couldn't believe what was happening. Oh, my God. At this moment, he realized that nothing would stop these men, they even dared to scold and punish a celestial dragon. Daughter. All of a sudden, Elo saw the little master behind them. It's you, of course, it's you. I should have killed you. Elo shouted with anger. He was angry because he didn't kill her. Now, she attracted a group of reckless men to fight against him. What a shame, if anyone heard about this incident, the reputation of the Elo family would be down. From now on, his family won't be able to raise their heads among the celestial dragons. Slap. Jason laughed and slapped Elo once again. You, how dare you hit me? Don't you know who I'm? Chapter 269, Best Opportunity. It was clear that the middle-aged man was afraid, he has no idea what would these guys do. When he opened his mouth again, another slap fell on his cheek. Clap. You're an asshole. The little master cried, her eyes turned red and tears began to fall. After what she went through, she couldn't help but slap her father, it was like a nightmare. This guy, who is her biological father, he has killed her mother in the past, and when she grew up, he sold her like a cheap good. This cold-hearted bastard is far away from being human. Little master, let's do it. Jason looked at his mother and then pulled her behind him. I don't think that killing a man who abandoned human nature is enough. What about breaking his limbs? Pirates have never been friendly. In the eyes of the world, they only represent cruelty and blood. At this moment, Jason and his mates thoroughly demonstrated the meaning of pirates for Elo the middle-aged man. No. Red blood began to flow on the ground followed by a series of screams. Jason, Crocodile, and Danzō kicked Elo who was lying to the ground and broke all his limbs and ribs. Jason and his mates were merciless against this guy. The pain he suffered almost killed him. Assholes, leave me alone. Ugh, you'll pay for this. Elo was powerless at that moment, and he couldn't defend himself. He swore that he would use all means of revenge if he didn't die today. He won't forget them in his life. I think it's enough, let's go. After 30 minutes of hitting and kicking, Crocodile looked at his friends and decided to leave. At the same time, A large number of guards surrounded the Elu Palace. Are you ready? The captain of the black-suited men looked at his soldiers and asked them. Yes, sir, everyone is in position and ready to attack. One of the soldiers nodded. All right then, destroy the whole place. Such an order shocked everyone. Destroy? Yes, it's time to get rid of the Elu family. The captain was vicious. The marine headquarters is in chaos, pirates broke in, and the 6th Army retreated already. It was the best opportunity to destroy the Elu family. Attack! The captain shouted again. Even after the second order, no one of his subordinates acted, they were still hesitant. He knew very well how terrible to bombard the Elu Palace, all the celestial dragons inside it would die for sure. What? You dare to disobey my orders? He got angry after seeing the hesitation of his soldiers. Those are celestial dragons, how can we do that? They were completely afraid. This family is filled with bastards. They have to die. The captain shouted fiercely. Killing a celestial dragon wasn't an easy thing to do. This captain knows very well how dangerous giving such an order, even so, he dared to do it. Attack now, otherwise, I'll kill you. Hearing this, all the soldiers panicked, but after a while, they took out the dark barrels and filled their artilleries. Everyone knows the consequences of such a thing. However, they can only obey the orders of their superiors. 3 kilometers away from the palace, the captain of the 6th Army prone on a hill and kept watching the scene. Damn, these bastards are so brave. He could clearly see the connected barrels of gunpowder and the artillery around the palace. One bullet is enough to destroy the whole place. There were at least 1,000 barrels. Is that guy crazy? He is going to kill the celestial dragons also. He was shocked at that moment. He could see clearly through the binoculars how nervous and hesitant the soldiers were. After a while, another person came forward and raised the torch. They are going to do it, damn it. When he saw that, he clenched his fists. Suddenly, a blue light came from the marine headquarters side and rushed toward the Elu Palace. What is that? He quickly turned his head and wanted to know the origin of this light, but he couldn't, it was very fast. At the same time, the lead wire had been ignited and the pungent smell of gunpowder was diffused. The cannons used by these guards are nothing but obsolete products, it can only fire a few times. However, it can deal huge damage. These artilleries are equivalent to a miniaturized version of Buster Call. Taking a deep breath, the captain of the 6th Army kept looking carefully at the war from distance. Boom. All of a sudden, a blast came out, followed by thousands of cannons. Boom, boom. In a blink of an eye, the smell of gunpowder diffused. Jason and the others who just stepped out of the hall raised their heads after hearing the sharp sound. Is that? Everyone got stunned. Chapter 270, Artillery. The sky above the Elu Palace turned black. A round of shells came out of the cannons and reached the sky, and covered the whole area. Boom, boom, boom. What the hell is that? Who dared to fire outside? Oh my god, we're going to die. Karaz was afraid and began to cry. He was sure that no one in this world could handle that number of shells. No matter how powerful Jason and his friends, they won't be able to defend against this terrible attack. It was an artillery attack that can cover the entire palace. Someone is trying to kill us? With a heavy tone, Crocodile glanced at Elu behind him and said again. Including him too. It's a dangerous situation. Is there a solution? Crocodile, what about your devil fruit ability? Jason shouted quickly. Under the coverage of such large-scale artillery, Jason thought that only Crocodile could save them. I don't know, I'll do my best. With a solemn expression, Crocodile opened his right hand slowly and looked at the sky. It was a very powerful attack, like the famous Buster Call of the Marines. It relies on firing a huge number of shells at the same time. Such an attack can destroy a huge island in a few seconds. At that moment, the fired shells could burn everyone alive. It was a terrorist attack that can destroy the entire palace in a flash. Sand cover. As he said that, the alligator on his shoulder roared and drifted away in all directions, and then rushed into the sky and formed a sand cover above everyone. Boom. Finally, the shells began to fall and tore the thin sand cover. Crocodile's eyes contracted, and then he acted quickly and waved his right hand to form another sand cover but thicker. Boom, boom. Several shells fell on the sand cover and made a loud explosion. Damn it. Because of the strong hits, the sand particles began to fall, making everyone nervous. Can you do it? Jason was worried. Everyone noticed that the sand cover had been torn by the shells several times. Too hard to duck. Crocodile took a deep breath and then shook his hand again. It was the same technique used by Buster Call, and it was hard to resist it. Under the huge bombardment, the entire palace turned into ruins and fire ate everything already. Help, help me. We're going to die. Screams came out from everywhere. After a while, there will be no palace or any member of the Elu family inside it. In the hall, Elu, the middle-aged man who was lying to the ground, looked up in a daze. His whole body trembled when he saw the scene in front of him. Who is it? Who dared to do that? He was completely angry. Who wants me dead? Who dares to destroy my palace? I'm Elu, the celestial dragon. No one responded. Everyone was busy escaping the palace. Boom. A shell hit the main hall, making a huge hole on the roof. Bricks and huge rocks fell on Elu's body, letting him suffer a huge pain. It's over, ugh. He coughed and spat out blood. He was powerless at the moment. He was completely afraid that he won't be able to escape. He felt ashamed. His majestic family was about to be destroyed. His body was covered with hot flames after being hit by 4 more shells. Every part of the Elu manor was under the fury of the artillery that destroyed everything. The first wave of shelling lasted for 3 minutes. And then, after a little pause, prepare for the second wave. 3. 2.1, fire. Boom, boom. Before they could escape, another round of bombarding launched again. Everyone was desperate at that moment. Damn it. Jason clenched his fist. He couldn't do anything. He was sure that even the Admiral would be powerless against these dense shells. Crocodile, who is a devil fruit user, wasn't strong enough. He could only defend passively for a while and didn't dare to move at all. Even his sand cover was about to fall down because of the huge temperature. We won't make it. But who is it who wants to kill the celestial dragons? Kara's trembled, and he couldn't believe what was happening. Even the little master, she was confused and didn't know what to do. Damn it, damn it. Jason cursed. He was completely helpless. After the great effort they have made to save their comrade, they were stuck in the middle of an unknown war. Chapter 271, Marine Headquarters. Everyone could see the dark shells falling from the sky through the blank hole on the sand cover. The sand cover is about to tear apart. Crocodile shouted. Hearing this, everyone panicked and didn't know what to do. Without rest, the sky became dark again. Another round of shelling fell on them. In the middle of bombarding, a figure suddenly appeared and seemed to be looking for something. Finally. As he raised his head, he saw Jason and his crewmates struggling under the shelling. Suddenly, the blazing fire around him extinguished. Boom, boom, boom. He wasn't afraid of the dark shells falling on him. Even more, those shells didn't hurt any part of his body at all. In only 10 steps, he reached the sand cover that was under fire and about to be torn apart. At that moment, Crocodile shouted. He couldn't bear the power of the artillery, and the cover collapsed. It's okay. The figure raised his head, bent his knees, took out his sword, and then jumped. Shua. The 7 stars sword swept around and cut through the center of the falling shells in a blink of an eye. Boom, boom. A series of flames burst out, but none of them hit Jason and the others. Captain. Rojan. After a moment of astonishment, everyone looked up and shouted. The sudden arrival of their captain surprised them. In fact, he was already there from the first wave, but the place was so dense and he couldn't find them easily. After saving them, he looked down and jumped in the middle of the crowd. Rojan felt relieved after glancing around. He realized that everyone was fine behind him. I'm glad that you are all fine. How are you, Captain? Jason was worried. I'm fine. Get ready, guys, we need to get out of here. Rojan nodded and his eyes flashed. On the way here, he has seen all guards around the palace, even the captain of the 6th Army who was hiding away. Although no one understood what was happening, this sudden attack wasn't as simple as it seems. Rojan didn't want to get involved. He came here with his crew to save the little master only. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time left for them. Trensu, the gourd. Immediately, Trensu untied the gourd and threw it to Rojan. Rojan put the gourd down and patted on it. In a blink of an eye, the magic gourd bloomed and enlarged. Jump. After saying it quickly, Rojan turned and took out his sword. Sword's secrets. The 7-star sword buzzed and divided into countless sword shadows, and then, it flew up and hit the shells above them. Boom, boom. As the shells exploded, Rojan jumped and held his sword again. Mountain's force. Sables. After seeing their captain, Jason and Crocodile finally got the courage to attack. In a blink of an eye, all the shells around them have been pushed away. They were a good team. After 5 seconds, the gourd rose and left the shelling area safely. Finally. Looking down, everyone felt relieved. Oh my god, I'm alive, I'm alive. Karaz shouted and jumped with excitement. Bang. As he jumped, Jason clenched his fist and punched him. If you ever jumped again, I'll throw you. The angry tone made Karaz afraid, and he sat down without saying anything. At that moment, he kept looking at Rojan, the captain who just saved his crew. The Elu Palace became a pile of ashes. Looking down, the little master felt confused. The palace that he used to live in was destroyed. Don't be sad, I don't know what happened. But you have to know that we are a family. We'll share the pain and happiness. Rojan held the little master's hand and calmed her. Rojan. The little master began to cry and hugged him. Everything is over. At this time, Rojan hugged her tightly. Oh, damn. Suddenly, they heard a desperate scream, and Jason, who was sitting next to Kara's, heard the sound of glass breaking. You are lucky to do all this, but I don't think that you'll fail to escape. Suddenly, an old voice came from the gourd. Oh, Z, you're still there. Jason's tone was sarcastic. Haha, we've made it, how do you feel about it? It's too early for you to be happy, as you know, you are still in the Marines' territory, the gourd passed the abyss already. It was faster under the control of Rojan. Only a few minutes were enough for Rojan to reach the Marine headquarters. When they looked down, everyone got shocked. Is this the Marine headquarters? Jason dumbfounded. Chapter 272, Boy, calm down. At that moment, 2 out of 3 of the Marine headquarters collapsed and turned into ruins. They were even more shocked when they saw that the entire island was split into 6 little islands as if a great earthquake hit here. Also, a large number of Marines gathered behind and their faces were full of fear. They must have seen something terrible. The Golden Lion has failed. Crocodile was stunned. Not far away from the Marines, 3 figures were facing each other. One of them was covered with blood, panting heavily, and seemed to be very exhausted. While the other 2 were in a better situation. These 3 were Shiki, the Golden Lion, Monkey D. Garp, and Sengoku. Everyone was clear that the fight between the Marines and Shiki was over. The Golden Lion is powerful, but in the face of the most powerful Marines, he was completely helpless. That's the end, Shiki. Garp shouted. Ha ha ha, I'm Shiki, the Golden Lion, I have never thought that I'll lose to you today. Shiki shook his head and looked around. All his crew was either dead or arrested by the Marines. Interesting, very interesting. But I won't give up. Marines, you should grab this opportunity and kill me, otherwise, I will come back in the future. Shiki's voice was very solemn. I don't think so. You'll spend your whole life in the Impel Down. With a cold tone, Sengoku moved forward and prepared the sea stones for Shiki. When he saw Sengoku, Shiki smiled. Sea stones, haha. Sengoku, Garp, nothing in the world can stop a pirate from going to the sea. One day, I will come back. He was so rude, even after he got arrested, he laughed loudly. Come and take this bastard. Immediately, a group of Marines came over and took Shiki carefully. Finally, it's over. Sengoku was somewhat helpless after seeing the ruins behind him. Ha ha ha, the whole department is destroyed, it seems that we have to change the place. Don't get too excited, remember who you are, Garp. Sengoku scolded him. Zero isn't that good? We've lost the department, but we have arrested Shiki and his crew, ha ha ha. Garp laughed. Don't forget the soldiers we lost, as well as Kuzan and Kizaru, we don't know their situation yet. Sengoku shouted with anger. Oh, it's a headache. That boy, how could he be so strong? Garp scratched his head, he was a little distressed. I want to arrest that kid as soon as possible. Suddenly, after saying that, he looked up and saw Rojan and his mates on the jade gourd. Boy, come down and let's talk. His tone wasn't loud, but it was easy to be heard. It seems that you are out of luck. In the gourd, Z laughed. Rojan's heart sank. He didn't think that the Golden Lion would lose in a very short time. In his plan, he has carried out everything, even time. He just reached the edge of the Marine headquarters and wanted to leave secretly. Admiral of the Marine headquarters, Sengoku. We are still busy, so are you. Just leave us alone. Rojan looked down and smiled. Boy, you'd better calm down. You won't be able to escape. After saying that, Garp's figure distorted. All of a sudden, he appeared on the gourd that was 100 meters away from the ground. Garp. Rojan's heart sank. He was completely afraid. He might compete against the admirals of the Marines and even win, but in the face of Garp, Rojan doubted. The hero of the Marine, Monkey D. Garp that can fight against Roger, the Pirate King. He wasn't an opponent that can defeat now. Like the souls he summoned, Garp is one of the most powerful characters in the pirate world. There were still 600 million left in the balance. He might get an extremely powerful soul, but in the face of this situation, he wasn't sure that he'll defeat Garp. Do you want to talk about your fate? And Garp glanced at the people on the gourd and said, your companions. In a word, Rojan's eyes contracted. What are you talking about, dead old man? Hearing this, Crocodile and Jason got angry and attacked Garp. In a blink of an eye, Garp flashed and avoided them and then put them on the gourd easily. I think that Sengoku will let you decide. If you ever tried to resist, we'll be happy to send you all to the Impel Down. Or, you can decide to calm down and we'll let them get out of here. Garp's eyes flashed. Rojan clenched his fist and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He was confused and didn't know what to do. The pressure was very high at that moment. Can he rely on the system and fight? Or he should go down and let his crew free? Captain, don't listen to him. We'll fight together. We'll live together, and die together. Crocodile, Trensu, and Jason shouted at that moment, making the situation even harder. Chapter 273, We're here to talk. After taking a deep breath, Rojan looked at Garp and smiled. Alright, let's talk about it. When he heard this, Garp smiled. He doesn't seem to be surprised at all. You look exactly like him. I look nothing like him, we're not the same. Rojan smirked, and then he looked down. He naturally understood what was Garp talking about. I'll wait down there, and I'm sure you will make the right choice. Garp stared at Rojan and then disappeared. Guys, don't be impulsive, wait here. Rojan was very serious. Captain, they are trying to threaten you. Just don't listen to them, we can kill them. Yes, we are very strong. Jason and his mates were angry and they wanted to change Rojan's choice. Don't worry, I have a plan. Rojan smiled. He wasn't afraid of them, after all, he has a special card in his hand. Rojan is a man with a plan, he won't lose without resistance. After calming his crew, Rojan strode forward and manipulated the gourd to put his friends in a safe place. Standing in the air, Rojan looked down, and he found that Sengoku and Garp were talking with Kong, which made his heart sink again. At that moment, Rojan and his crew were in a very dangerous situation. On the side of the Marines, there was Garp, Sengoku, and even Sakazuki, who was extremely powerful. Behind them, there were countless elites. Fighting is not the best choice for the Wraith, it was like trying to break stones with eggs. Therefore, Rojan was very clear that the Marines wants to talk only, so he needs to find a point that satisfies both sides to reach a balance and avoid the greatest impact. Rojan is very smart, and it's very hard to manipulate him. It can be said that the Marines and Rojan were in the same position. Rojan was afraid to fight against them, and the other side just finished a bloody war against Shiki. Both sides didn't dare to rush. In such a situation, negotiation is the best solution, so they need to talk about it. Admiral Z, I didn't expect that I will need your help. Rojan murmured in a low voice. Boy, don't use me to threat the Marines, otherwise I'll kill myself. Z shouted. He devoted his whole life to the Marines, so he couldn't accept the idea of being under a pirate's mercy. Hearing Z's words, Rojan put his hand on the gourd and blocked the Sai in front of Z, and then he cuffed his hand with a strange power. He wants to commit suicide. Let's see then. After a brief conversation between Sengoku and Kong, the fleet admiral turned and left. After a while, he led a group of rear admirals and went toward Mary Joyce. When he saw that, Rojan's eyes flickered. He was sure that the Marines were aware of the chaos that happened there. Destroying the place of the celestial dragons is a big matter. If the Marines didn't handle it properly, it will lead to great chaos to the whole world. Something bad happened in the Mary Joyce. Sengoku was confused. Your fleet admiral looks angry. Standing 10 meters away from Sengoku and Garp, Rojan smiled. Boy, you're in big trouble. Sengoku is a man with a hard temper and very stiff. Don't be angry, I came here with sincerity. Looking at Sengoku, Rojan patted on the gourd on his waist and smiled. Admiral Z is still here, you don't want him to have any trouble, right? At that moment, the green light flashed from the gourd, and Z's voice came out. Rojan, don't try to threaten the Marines with me. In a blink of an eye, his voice stopped again. Admiral Z is still alive, you can rest assured Sengoku. Rojan smiled. His tone made Sengoku angry. Boy, you're joking about your life again. You can't threaten me like that, you should have guessed it. We can't let you leave like that. His face suddenly turned cold. All I worry about is my companion. Hearing Rojan's words, the admiral's eyes flashed. In an instant, the atmosphere changed, and it seems that the fight is about to begin. Hey, we are here to talk. Seeing that they were about to fight, Garp shouted and put his foot between them. Garp, don't forget your identity, you are a Marine. Sengoku's eyes turned red, he was very angry. I'm afraid to say that we can't do anything to this guy, think about our friend, Z. Garp murmured. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku knew that Garp was right, and he has nothing to do about it. Boy, you, Crocodile, Jason, and Trensu, you criminals should stay. Others can go. The world is in chaos, and the Marine headquarters is destroyed. Besides, we have 2 admirals with serious injuries. It's impossible for you to get away easily. You have to understand that. We can ignore the rest of the crew, and we won't issue a reward. Sengoku shouted. He wanted the 4 main members of the Wraith to stay, and the result of this was self-evident. Either dead or spending the rest of their lives in the Impel Down. Admiral Sengoku, I don't think that I can believe you. Rojan's tone turned cold. And then the seven-star sword behind him trembled. In the next moment, Rojin held his sword and stepped forward. What a bold boy! Getsuga Tensho. Seeing that, Sengoku raised his fist to stop Rojin's attack. With a fierce power, Rojin waved his sword and hit Sengoku's right arm. Boom! Sengoku's expression changed slightly, and he took 3 steps back. Garp didn't intervene, he stared at them and then said, "This won't end well. Guys, we need to discuss." Chapter 274, This Rojin is a real hero. Sengoku kept staring at Rojin without doing anything. He was judging the strength of Rojin's body at that moment. His attack wasn't strong, and definitely not weak. This kind of aggressive power can be compared with Shiki's casual attack. After the bloody war against Shiki, can the Marines bear another war? Besides, Garp seemed to be a friend with this guy. Will he do his best in the fight? It can be said that Sengoku doesn't trust his companion. If they didn't reach a point that satisfies both sides, Rojin might win and escape from here. As for his companions on the other side, it wasn't a big problem for Sengoku. Since they came here, the group became under the control of the Marines. With a cold face, Sakazuki led a large group of Marines and stood 30 meters away from Jason and the others. Stand here and wait for the orders, don't act rashly. Hi. All the team prepared themselves and fixed their eyes on the group in front of them. Seeing this scene, Jason's expression changed and he whispered, "Be ready to attack." Everyone clenched their fists and they were ready to rush, except Kara's. He looked at the sky and kept thinking. He is nothing but an innocent, he didn't want to come with this group, they forced him. Rojin, no one in this world could threaten the Marines. But tell me, what do you want? Sengoku's tone was very cold. I'll give you a Z, and in return, you let us go. Rojin patted on the gourd in his waist and said in a low voice. Not enough. Sengoku squinted and shook his head. My bargaining chip is Admiral Z, and as you know, my strength is no less than the Golden Lion. If you want to fight, let's do it. Rojin smiled and looked at the Marines in the distance. Of course, I might lose, but the other Marines are innocent, it's so sad that they will die. This sentence clearly means Rojin's helplessness, but secretly, it is a bloody threat. Sure enough, his words made Sengoku and Garp's eyes contracted. Can the Marines afford another loss? The Golden Lion put them in a very bad situation. Although they caught the other side and won, it was hard for them to start another fight. Once we start a fight, none of your companions can run away. Sengoku took a deep breath and said with a cold tone. For the first time, he thought it wasn't easy to deal with the guy in front of him. Using a Marine as a threat was very stupid, but it was very smart. 2 of our best Marines are seriously injured, and the headquarters is destroyed. Someone needs to be punished, especially after making a chaos in the Mary Joey's. Sengoku turned and shouted at Rojin. Your companion can go this time, but you have to stay. Hearing this sentence, Rojin's heart trembled. He naturally knows what will happen. Rojin clenched his fist and then laughed. Z's life against my companion's life? What? Not enough. Sengoku shook his head. Z isn't worthy to let us go? Rojin asked. Celestial Dragons needs an explanation. Sengoku's tone was very solemn. I can let them go now, but they still have to die. Celestial Dragon, Marines, and the world government, if they decided to deal with anyone, then he can't escape. Rojin's pupil shrank. He naturally knows that. The world isn't simple. If you dared to face one of these organizations, then it's hard for you to escape and survive. So, the life of Admiral Z and the Marines isn't worth it. Rojin smiled. Sengoku stared at Rojin and asked him in a low voice. Have you decided yet? What to decide? If they're going to be safe, then it's okay. Rojin laughed, and then he turned and looked at Jason and the others. He didn't want them to fight again. In the face of these powerful Marines, the result was inevitable. He thought that he could escape from the Impel Down if he is alone. We will send you to the Impel Down, and you'll spend the rest of your life there. Sengoku smiled. Haha, what makes you think that I can't escape this prison? Rojin laughed. Garp looked at Rojin's expression. He wanted to tell him that since the establishment of the Impel Down, too many powerful pirates have been detained, but no one has ever escaped from there. Your companions can leave, and you will be responsible for their crimes. Sengoku continued to speak. After a brief conversation, the 2 sides were unified and finally settled. Rojin didn't have any problem with that. He guessed the result from the beginning. There will be no fight today, and he won't die. This is the best result he could have. There are still 600 million in the system, which may surprise the Marines and the whole world after entering the Impel Down. I'm responsible for everything, don't charge any crime for my crew. You have to promise me. Rojin said in a deep voice. You have my word. Sengoku nodded. No matter what the other party did and what was his identity. Sengoku was touched by the bravery of this kid. He sacrificed his life for his companion. He's a true hero. Shiki, the Golden Lion, is powerful and courageous. He dared to attack the Marine headquarters, but he can't be a hero because of his selfishness. Goldie Roger is a hero. He launched the great era of pirates. What was unexpected was that Roger's younger brother is a hero also. In order to protect his companions, he chose to sacrifice. This Rogen is a real hero. Chapter 275, Finally, you're here. They are free to go, right? After a period of silence, Rogen looked at Sengoku and asked him. Yes. Sengoku nodded, and then he turned his head to order Sakazuki. Wait. Suddenly, Rogen stopped him. What? Sengoku's eyes contracted. Can I talk to them? I want to say goodbye. Rogen smiled. No problem, make it quick. After a while of hesitation, Sengoku nodded. Thank you. After thanking him, Rogen turned around and went toward Jason and the others. Behind him, Sengoku decided to follow him to prevent any accident. Well, Sengoku, don't be nervous. That kid is worthy of trust. Garp smiled. Damn it, Garp, you're a Marine. Be prepared to shoot if anything comes up. Sengoku shouted. Alright, but it's okay, nothing is going to happen. Garp laughed. After a while, Rogen reached his crew. Guys, you need to leave without me, I have something to discuss with them. Rogen didn't want to tell the truth. Rogen, what is going on? The little master was worried. Don't worry, just leave, and I'll meet you later. Rogen smiled and comforted everyone. Captain, we're not stupid. We all heard the words of that old man. Are you going to stay here instead of us? Jason muttered. They weren't fools, and they were not willing to accept such a thing. Who said that you are fools? Rogen was helpless, and he refused to admit it. Just leave and stay low. I'll catch up with later. Wait for me. We were right. Danzō muttered. Captain, let's fight, we are not afraid of anything. We are strong together. Jason shouted. You said that we share everything in this life. Crocodile was very serious. You guys. For some reason, Rogen's eyes and nose turned red. The feeling of being cared about is really good. Because of this, Rogen didn't want his crew to get hurt. His crew members were extremely awesome, he didn't want them to take any risk. They weren't strong enough to launch a war against the Marines. Once again, he looked carefully at his crew, and deeply remembered their faces in his heart. Jason, with his clenched fist ready to attack any time. The powerful man that could destroy a mountain, and could eat a mountain of meat too. He was unforgettable. Crocodile, the cigar lover, the powerful devil fruit user. He is ugly but very gentle. Danzō, the clever guy and the best sniper, he was a man who could suppress his feelings. He was fragile and he was about to cry, but he acted like he was fine. The little master, the little kitten that turned out to be a pretty girl from the Celestial Dragons. Who would believe this? At that moment, she was crying and suffering. She knew that something bad was going to happen. The last one, Kara's. Rogen didn't know him at all, but he was sure that this guy helped them to save the little master. What a lovely group. It's hard to forget them. I will come back, don't worry about me. Rogen smiled and didn't show any weakness. Captain, we will wait for you. Danzō was very sad. Leave now. As he said that, he patted on the gourd on his waist that expanded immediately. And then, like a little window opened and threw Z out. Boy. Z was completely angry. It was clear that he was in pain, his body was covered with blood. After coming out, he couldn't do anything but lay on the ground. Suck. Rogen lowered his voice and patted on the gourd again. And in a blink of an eye, Jason and the others were swallowed into the magical gourd. Go. Captain, what is that? Inside the gourd, Jason and the others shouted. The gourd will take you away, don't worry about me. Take care, brothers. I'll meet you again, I promise. Don't be impulsive, practice hard, and get stronger. Seeing them flying away, Rogen smiled. Finally, they are safe. With the magical gourd and the Sengoku's promise, Rogen doesn't have to worry about his crew anymore. It was the best solution he could have. Perhaps, the temporary separation will create a stronger future for them. You broke the agreement, Rogen. When he returned to Sengoku, the latter shouted. I'm here, you can take me to the Impel Down. The legendary underwater prison. What it looks like down there. I'm really curious. Rogen laughed. You seem to be very happy to spend the rest of your life there. Click. After cuffing him with the sea stones, Rogen felt weak. Damn it, I shouldn't have eaten the devil fruit. Rogen cursed, he even found difficulties to stand up. Take him down with the golden lion for the time being. We'll send them to the Impel Down later. Sengoku ordered the Marines to take Rogen. That kid, what a pity. Looking at Rogen's back, Garp shook his head and sighed. In the sky, the gourd was extremely fast. They already crossed a very long distance to the area where the wooden boat was docked. Suddenly, they saw a strange figure standing on it. "You're here, finally." Chapter 276, The World Needs an Explanation. Mage outside the destroyed palace. What's going on here? Because of the dense smoke, it was hard to look at the sky. It was like hitting the marine's face by doing such a thing in the Mage. Kong was very angry to see this. In front of him, in addition to the ruins of the palace, there were a few bodyguards in black, led by a middle-aged man. "Admiral, there was an invasion of pirates, and they did that." The middle-aged man smiled. "We found it like that when we came." Hearing this, Kong's eyes condensed and he sneered. "Who are you trying to fool?" "I told you already, people who are trying to fool others are the most stupid ones." The middle-aged shrugged his shoulders and remained silent. He didn't care about Kong's word at all. He must have got orders by the superiors to do such a thing. Kong was completely angry, and he clenched his fist. He absolutely didn't believe that everything here was caused by Rojin and his group. The smell of the gunpowder was very clear. He could tell that this place was bombarded by artillery fire. Manpower isn't enough to do this. The main problem is how to deal with this. At that moment, Kong heard footsteps from behind, so he turned quickly. "Kong, I haven't seen you for a long time ago." The visitor stood in front of Kong and greeted him with a smile, and he looked at the ruins. "Mr. Commander-in-Chief." Kong's expression changed and bowed his head. The Commander-in-Chief in the world government is a higher rank than the fleet admiral. "Those boys are so fast, I didn't have time to shoot them," the visitor said with a smile, but Kong seemed to be surprised. "Why are you here?" Compared with Rojin's and his crew, Kong was more curious about this. People get bored when they became old, so they like to watch the fun. Kong couldn't say anything. A man with such rank couldn't come here just for fun. Kong doubted this. "Those little guys, they must have been away now." Looking at Kong, the commander asked with a smile. "If you want to escape from here, you can only pass through the abyss between Mage and the headquarters. When I left, I saw them there. Sengoku would take care of them." Kong answered with a deep voice. The Red Line is not a small mountain, it's the highest mountain in this world. It was clear for Kong that these pirates could fly, but there are more powerful people who could fly in the world. None of them dared to come here and still want to leave safely. It can be said that the Marine headquarters is a shortcut to leave this place, so he didn't care about the other ways. The Wraith pirates were smart enough to leave from the most remote place of the headquarters. If the Golden Lion was still there, they might have a chance to leave without attracting attention. It seems that the Celestial Dragons wants to find a replacement. The commander looked at the black-suited men in front of him and whispered. Kong's pupils contracted. He seemed to understand the meaning of the other side. Why did the commander-in-chief appear here? And what makes a celestial dragon family attack another celestial family? The only explanation is that the water was too deep behind this. Deep to this admiral to think about. What do you mean? Kong frowned. I will retire soon, and the position of the commander-in-chief will be yours. Kong, you don't have to ask me what I mean. Just think of it. As he said that, the commander turned and left. After 3 steps, he stopped and said, Remember, these boys can't escape. If they did it, you have to get them. The world needs an explanation. With a smile, the commander left. Looking at his departure, Kong's eyes twinkled. He naturally understood the meaning of the other party. The world needs an explanation. It is better to say that celestial dragons need someone to blame. Who's the replacement? The answer was self-evident. Kong kept thinking for a while, but he wasn't surprised by this decision. Although the Marines is an army system, it is inseparable from politics. Looking at the middle-aged man in black who was smiling. He looked polite, but Kong knew how hypocritical he was. When he was about to leave, Kong heard something under the ruins. Help, help. Immediately, the fleet admiral turned and shouted. There are survivors, go help them. The Marines immediately responded and acted. On the other side, the face of the black-suited man changed slightly, but he didn't move. In the presence of the Marines, he can't do anything suspicious. I'm Saint Donglai, help me. When he heard that, the middle-aged man got stunned. Now, he is in trouble. At the same time, the magical gourd landed on the boat and spat out Jason and his mates. After a while, the gourd trembled a few times and back to its original size. Captain Rojin got caught, we have to save him. Trensu bent down to pick up the gourd, and he was very sad. Jason also was completely sad, angry, and confused. At that moment, he shouted. Let's go now, we can't let him alone. Chapter 277, Bartholomew Kuma. Trensu, control the gourd, and take us. We're not afraid of death, as long as we are together. We can't let the Marines take our captain like this. Jason shouted. I'm not the captain to do this. My chi is not enough to take us to the Marine headquarters again. Danzō shook his head. What he didn't say was going there won't be good, they will get caught also. Crocodile. Jason turned and looked at Crocodile again. I can't support us again, I'm exhausted. Crocodile shook his head. The Wraith has been in a high battle rhythm since the beginning, they became very exhausted, and couldn't launch another war, especially against a powerful organization like the Marines. If I were you, I wouldn't rush to the Marine headquarters again. As the members of the Wraith were arguing, a deep voice came over and interrupted them. Everyone turned their heads abruptly, and only then they did discover that a figure was standing of their boat. There was a burly figure with a bear-shaped hat, he was very big, even Jason and Crocodile looked like a child in front of him. He was about 7 meters. It was hard to believe that they haven't seen him till now. Who are you? Danzō's right hand trembled, and then he took out the gun and aimed at him. Jason and Crocodile became nervous, and they clenched their fists. This is Bartholomew Kuma, with a bounty of 250 million. Hearing that, Crocodile pupils contracted. Why are you here? Crocodile asked with a cold tone. If you were to travel, where would you like to go? Kuma's tone was full of indifference. What are you talking about? Stop making jokes. Jason roared and clenched his fists. He was completely angry at that moment, he doesn't care about who the other party was and what he just said about traveling. I'm not making jokes here, I'm serious. At the moment he finished the sentence, his body disappeared. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jason and hit him with his palm. Jason didn't even have time to get surprised, he disappeared in a blink of an eye. When he saw that, Crocodile shouted and rushed to attack. Hey, what the? Time for you to go. Kuma waved his palm and hit Crocodile, and like Jason, he disappeared. After hitting Crocodile, he slapped the little master that disappeared instantly. But when he faced Danzō, something strange happened. You are very calm. I think that you are a rational person. You don't need it, I think. Kuma asked. What do you want to do? Danzō asked with a serious expression. As he said that, the wooden boat trembled and drifted away under the control of Kuma. Obey my orders, and you'll be fine. Don't worry about your friends, they will be fine. Kuma's tone was very calm. Get out of here quickly. After finishing his sentence, Kuma turned and disappeared. Danzō got confused and couldn't say anything. After a while, he took a deep breath and looked at Kara's who got stunned. Danzō smiled and then pushed him. Let's go. After a period of sailing, the wooden boat stopped by another ship, 63 kilometers away from the Grand Line. Excuse me, are you Danzō from the Wraith? A black-suited soldier was standing on the bow, looked nervously at Danzō and asked him. Yes, I am, what's the matter? Danzō was surprised. Awesome, I met you finally. The soldier was very happy. And, who are you? Knight. We are the Knight. When the captain heard the news about Trojan Anarchy, he immediately ordered us to come and support you. The soldier explained quickly, and then he checked to the boat, no one was there except for Danzō and Karas. What about the others? When he heard that, Danzō's face became dark, and didn't know what to say. Well, Danzō, come with us to see the captain first, and then we will discuss the plan to rescue the others. The soldier was very excited. Who are you? And why you want to help up? Danzō was curious, he has never seen this group before. Trojan Anarchy, he saved our lives. The soldier smiled. Hearing this, Danzō felt relieved, he knew that his captain was a good person, so he believed this soldier. This group of people was very large, and obviously, they were under military management, and also, they were quite elite troops, even no less than the Marines. It's not safe here, Danzō Anarchy, come with us. Without hesitation, Danzō nodded and jumped to their ship. On an isolated island in the wide sea. Blow. With a cold face, Kuma took the den mushi. Did you finish your task? And that boy, did you see him? A low voice came from the den mushi. Rojan is arrested. I have sent the other members away, they should be safe. Arrested? On the other side, Dragon was stunned, and after a while he said. That boy is different, the Marines may not be able to take him down. I believe that we will hear from him soon. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to work with him. Dragon sighed and said again. Stay low, and don't let anyone know about our relationship. Hi. Kuma hung up the phone and looked at the sea. After a long time of thinking, he sighed. The sea has calmed down again, there will be another storm inevitably. Just after he said that, thunder and lightning flashed over the sea, and the rain began to fall. Well, the sea has never been calm. The world can't be calm. In a blink of an eye, Kuma's figure flickered and disappeared. The Wraith actions were not known to Dragon and his organization only, there were a lot of eyes watching them secretly. These quite little actions seemed to be nothing at this moment, But in the near future, it will lead to great changes in the world. Chapter 278, Roger's younger brother. In the Marine headquarters. A large number of Marines stood on the ruins. Although they have lost a lot of elites in the war against Shiki, the Marines still have a lot of soldiers. Several Marines stationed around the demolished building. They were all lieutenants, and they were so powerful and the best among the elite of the Marines. To defend the Marine headquarters after the war, vice admirals and giants surrounded the center. Such a defense was like an iron wall, and it's difficult for any enemy to penetrate. All of a sudden, a cuffed man surrounded by a group of Marines came slowly forward. In front of the group, there was the hero of the Marines, wearing a dog's hat. It was Monkey D. Garp. "Boy, are you still standing still?" Looking at Rogen walking slowly in the center, Garp frowned. Devil fruit users are so powerful, but once they got cuffed with sea stones, they will have no power. Rogen shook his head and smiled. He doesn't rely on his devil fruit too much. Besides, he was walking hard because he used all his true chi from the last control of the gourd. I think that this is not the impel down path. Rogen wondered. After the war against Shiki, the entire headquarters got destroyed, and there was only one building left in the center, so the Marines decided to put Shiki and Garp inside it before sending them to the impel down. "We decided to send you and Shiki together, but not today." Garp smiled. "Oh, really?" Rogen's eyes narrowed, and he smiled. Rogen seemed to like the idea of going to the impel down with Shiki. All the way toward the temporary prison, no one said anything. After 10 minutes of walking, they reached the center. When he entered the building, he saw a huge steel cage placed in the center, and inside it, there was a person sitting on the ground. Crack. Hearing the sound of the shackles, the yellow figure raised his head and looked at the kid who was walking toward him. "Garp, you can't put anyone in this cage with me." His majestic voice spread all over the place. "Shiki. This is not a normal kid. Stay together, have a good talk." Garp's tone was very cold. As he said that, he opened the lock of the cage and motioned Rogen to enter. Without saying anything, Rogen stepped in, sat in the corner, and closed his eyes. Shiki stared at Rogen coldly. He didn't ask about the kid's identity. He was very exhausted after a huge war against the Marines, so he didn't have much energy to talk. In the cage, there were two of the most powerful men in the war, and around them, several Marines were watching them carefully. In front of them, Garp sat on a big wooden chair to guard these two. Rogen didn't pay much care to Shiki and his thoughts. He closed his eyes and tried to restore his power. For a moment, no one said anything. After a period of cultivation, Rogen felt that his body became full, so he smiled. The Marines are going to send him to the impel down, but Rogen doesn't seem to be sad at all. As long as they didn't execute him, he still has hope. No matter how difficult the situation was, he thought that he is going to make it. After a while, and when he felt that his true chi had been restored to 50%, Rogen heard some noises outside. "Well, what's the matter with this kid? How could he sleep in a place like this?" Shiki's voice rang into Rogen's ears. "Rogen, wake up, it's time to go." Garp's voice came out. At this moment, Rogen was disappointed. He didn't restore all the true chi yet. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the cage had been opened by the Marines, and the elites around him were staring at him. The atmosphere was very tense. "Haha, I didn't expect that I would be treated like this in my life." Rogen stood up and laughed. All the Marines were looking at him as if he was a terrible murderer. It would be fine if they were ordinary Marines, but this group was full of vice admirals and rear admirals. "Stop smiling, we're going to leave in a minute." Garp's expression was very serious. At this moment, the hero of the Marines lost his usual smile. Even the higher ranks, they seemed to be very angry. After a while, a large number of Marines gathered around Shiki and Rogen. Rogen stepped to Shiki's side and stood beside him. "Who are you, boy? You're somewhat familiar." Shiki was curious. This boy who is temporarily locked up with his is certainly not an ordinary person. The Marines won't treat him like this if he was not. "Hi, my name is Roger." Rogen smiled. "Roger?" Shiki was stunned when he heard that, and then he roared. "Asshole, are you trying to fool me up?" As he shouted, Rogen smiled and stepped forward to follow the Marines. "Hey, Shiki. Stop screaming, this kid is Roger's younger brother. He took the opportunity when you launched a war against us and made a chaos in the Mary Joais. Two of our best admirals are seriously injured because of him." Garp stooped the Golden Lion's roar. "Is that him?" Shiki was surprised. Naturally, he had an impression of the strong man who destroyed the southeast corner and defeated two powerful Marines, but what he didn't expect was the age and the identity of the other party. "Roger's brother?" Shiki was shocked. He remembered where he had seen Rogen before. "And what is the bounty on his head?" "Shiki, move, we don't have much time." Garp smiled and shouted. "Haha, it's our fate, Kid. Chapter 279, Giant. Shiki was extremely happy, and he stepped forward to catch up with Rogen. He is worthy of being a world-class strongman. Even though he was cuffed with shackles, he didn't face any problem with walking. It seems that the sea stones didn't work at him. It's not good to stay here. Rogen smiled. Haha, it doesn't make any difference to me. Now, I'm a prisoner, but I'll get out of here very soon. The Golden Lion laughed. Hey, you two, stop talking. Garp was impatient and interrupted Shiki's words. 15 minutes later, they were taken on board. It was a very big warship surrounded by 5 other warships. Garp and 5 vice admirals were at the same warship with Shiki and Rogen to keep an eye on them. The military force was very tight, and it was hard for Rogen and Shiki to escape. Boy, if you want to escape, this is the best opportunity. Do you have the courage to fight with me? Shiki's loud voice awakened Rogen, who was sitting on the deck and trying to regain his power. At that moment, Rogen began to think about this possibility. Can you move? Rogen whispered. Haha, whenever you're ready. The Golden Lion laughed. I'm here, you idiot. At this time, Garp jumped and punched Shiki's head, and then, with all his power he smashed his head into the deck. Stay calm and don't do anything, otherwise, you'll suffer. Garp stared at Rogen and shouted. Golden Lion, I thought that you are much stronger than this. Rogen shook his head and closed his eyes. The hero of the Marines didn't leave any chance for Shiki to do anything. One punch was enough to knock the Golden Lion. Rogen wasn't sure whether he should use the power of the system or not. As the Golden Lion said, this is the best opportunity to escape. Garp is the strongest person here. Although Rogen was able to fight against the admirals, he can't cope with the hero of the Marines. Time for the system. Suddenly, Rogen opened his eyes. He was about to summon a powerful soul. At this time, a huge warship came up behind them. Garp. When he heard that, Garp looked back and stopped the ship immediately. Fleet Admiral, Kong, what's happening? He wondered. Rogen was surprised, and he opened his eyes to see what happened, and after a while, he closed his eyes again. Even if the Golden Lion wakes up, he won't be able to do anything against Shiki and Kong together. This bragging guy, he was very strong, but at that moment, he was completely exhausted. After the fight against the Marines, he became seriously injured. After a brief conversation with Garp, Kong decided to stay here. He decided to come here just to ensure the success of this task. Later that day, Rogen opened his eyes and looked ahead. He saw a giant whirlpool. It was very strange. It turned out that the whirlpool was pulling the huge warship all the time. In I's lobby, impel down, is that the Marine headquarters? Rogen was completely surprised. He originally thought that they were in the Marine headquarters. It was very odd to see another Marine headquarters, especially in this place. At this moment, after seeing the huge gate of justice, he started thinking. The previous Marine headquarters, isn't that the real headquarters? I'm a little confused now. If the previous headquarters is not real, then what all the Marines' power do there? It seems that my arrival has changed a lot of things. While he was thinking, he heard Garp and Khan talking about something. The Marine headquarters is completely destroyed, and it's a waste of time to rebuild it. What if we change it? There is a place where the Marines' family lives. With a little transformation, we will have another Marine headquarters. The place there is safer than before. Mountain behind it and sea in the front, it will be easy for us to defend and to attack. Hearing that, Rogen's eyes contracted. Damn, did we force the Marines to change their headquarters after destroying it? Besides, the new headquarters, is it going to be at the same place as the original book? Kong-sama, what are we going to name the new headquarters? At that moment, Garp looked at Kong and wondered. We won't change it, Marine headquarters. Kong answered with a cold tone. The Terai current kept pushing the ships forward until they reached the impel down. When they reached the sea prison, they found a giant called Robert waiting for them. He was a very tall guy, with astonishing 15 meters in height, and a very big head. The Marines were like little ants in front of him. Kong, Garp, I haven't seen you like forever. Robert's voice was somewhat hoarse as if he hasn't spoken for a long time. You've been here for so long, you've become a ghost, haha. Haha, I should retire soon. Robert has a very ugly smile. At this time, the Golden Lion was still in a coma, but Rogen, he was awake. He kept staring at the giant guy. This giant, he's terrible. Rogen's heart was beating hard. He should be as strong as the Admiral. Rogen was a bit confused. He didn't think that there will be powerful Marines. You should take care of these two. Don't let them make any trouble. Garp smiled. Don't worry, I'll send them down and go to bed. Robert murmured. Cool then. Oh, wait, what level? Robert turned and asked Garp. Level 6, the Eternal Hell. Alright, you can go back, I got this. Like a toy, Robert picked up Rojan and Shiki and went forward. Chapter 280, Smart Move Kid. Robert wasn't only huge, but he was extremely powerful. It seems that under the gentle force of the giant, Rojan's ribs were broke, which made him sweating with pain. The golden lion, who was in a very bad situation, doesn't know how many bones have been crushed. Along the way, Robert was walking and swaying. He held Rojan in his left hand and the golden lion in his right hand. It seems that he was about to sleep. No, I promised Garp, I'm not going to sleep. After 3 minutes of struggling, Robert shook his head to wake up and moved forward. Bastard, go to sleep. You're crushing my bones. Rojan was helpless. He felt that all his bones are going to be crushed. Robert spent 6 hours to reach the 6th level. It was a very long time for Rojan. He was suffering from every pace. Rojan could tell that this giant has a terrible strength. After a while, Robert bent down and threw Rojan and Shiki into an empty cell. Finally, I can go to sleep now. Robert turned around and left. Damn, this giant has broken my 5 ribs and 23 bones. Rojan was suffering, he could barely move his fingers. After a rest, Rojan stood up and looked up. He doesn't know how much time passed. He was hungry at that moment, and couldn't even open his eyes. Boy, can you still go out? The golden lion said with a low voice. Rojan was silent at the moment. He didn't want to answer. He needs to wait until his body recovered. He wanted to summon a powerful soul to get out of here. Of course, I can just wait and see. When he heard that, Shiki laughed. How many broken bones you have? Can you even stand up? Rojan smiled. Well, my strength is beyond your expectation, little boy. The golden lion roared. In this dark prison, Shiki was like an old man that lost his power and kept talking about it. Rojan turned his head. He didn't want to pay much attention. At the next moment, Rojan closed his eyes and started the cultivation. The 6th level of this prison is the worst place in the world. It was dark and the air was humid. Staying there for a long time makes people crazy. After spending a short period, you'll forget the changes of time. Always night, cold night. How long has it been? After a few days, Rojan was starving, and at the same time, his bones have been recovered, and his cultivation has been completed. You're hungry, right? The golden lion asked. Why didn't they give us food? Rojan frowned. They have to eat, even if they are going to spend their whole life in prison. 1 meal per 15 days, they are trying to make us powerless. A hoarse voice came out from the darkness. From your voice, I can tell that you are still young, what a pity. Another voice came out from the darkness. Burnt-Eye World, Patrick Redfield, how long have you been here? The golden lion recognized their voices. Ugh, no one knows. World sighed. Shiki, no one cares about a time down here, save your energy, and stay alive for a while. Redfield sneered. I must leave, how can I be trapped in this broken place? The golden lion roared with anger. Oh really? You have to be strong enough to do it. Otherwise, the warden of the Impel Down will knock you down. Another sarcastic tone came out. Who the hell are you? The golden lion shouted. Shiki, you're the weakest person in the 6th level, shut up. Another prisoner shouted. You are nothing but a bunch of losers who can't do anything anymore. You'll be lucky to see me escaping from here. The golden lion was angry. Rojan quietly listened to the arguing of the crowd, but when he heard the names, his eyes contracted. Waldo, Redfield, these two were as strong as the golden lion, or maybe, they were even stronger. During his practice down there, Rojan discovered that although it was dark and damp, his aura is much more abundant than outside. That's awesome. After noticing this, Rojan became a little reluctant to leave. The progress of his practice here was 5 times higher than of the outside world. The next day, Shiki and the other prisoners started talking again. World, do you think you are stronger than me with your hockey and your devil fruit? Hockey. World laughed. Oh, you're talking about hockey? Did you reach the limit yet? Redfield laughed. What about your devil fruit control? What level have you reached? If we were outside, you can't withstand 2 minutes in front of me. When he said that, the quiet 6th floor became lively. You don't know how to be overbearing using hockey. Cut the crap, there's a combination between the devil fruit and the hockey, you can't reach the top without it. Rojan kept listening carefully to the conversation of the old guys, and then he stopped them. Let's stop talking nonsense. Why don't you talk about each other's understanding of hockey? When he said that, everyone turned and stared at him. Haha, smart move kid. Did you expect us to give up the secret of our experience so easily? What a stupid provocation. Rojan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Chapter 281, Hockey. Impel Down is a well-known place in this world, it's the prison of the most terrible criminals. He heard some rumors about this prison, but he got confused after entering here. The situation was completely different. Especially this level, the infinite hell. He was sure that only the high-ranking Marines knows about it. At that time, although the 6th floor was crowded with powerful pirates that were extremely famous, they were quiet and didn't say anything. It's impossible to leave this place, and there is no use of fighting down here. Although this boy is a bit tricky, I agree with him. Another guy murmured, and he seemed to agree with Rojan. Even if we share our secrets and experiences, he's not going to use them. We are all stacked in here. Rojan turned his head when he heard that. Boy, do you still plan to become a world-class strong man? Can you break off the sea stones and run from here? Hearing this question, everyone laughed loudly. Of course not, I'm a devil fruit user. Rojan shook his head as if he was helpless. Again, some of the pirates laughed loudly, and the others remained silent and kept watching only. The 6th level wasn't very large, each of the criminals in the prison was extremely vicious and powerful. Some of the prisoners felt that this debate was interesting, so they joined, while the others felt bored and didn't participate. At this level, all prisoners were extremely powerful, they have reached a peak with their haki and their devil fruit. I'll start first. I have great control of Conqueror's haki. I've reached the level of dealing damages to materials. The first who opened his mouth seemed to be an old man with a heavy voice. And, is it useful in the of a huge battle? Yes, even the king of the sea can bear such a strong will. I can knock a lot of people down in a blink of an eye. The old man roared. My turn, I can cover my whole body with armament haki. I can deal great damage to devil fruit users even if they were Logia. You guys who cultivated the devil fruit ability have nothing to do against me. Another one shouted. Do you know what is the highest level of observation haki? Predict the future. All of a sudden, one of the prisoners roared. What are you doing, guys? I'm sure that none of you has reached that level yet. I didn't understand that until I came here. After this sentence, the silence ruled the place. It seems that everyone was shocked to hear this. They were sure that haki users are extremely powerful, no matter what level they have reached. Cough, cough, as you can see, I'm still young, but I have the Conqueror's haki. So tell me about the others. Wo Chen's sudden interruption made everyone in the prison laugh. Boy, are you a devil fruit user? Yes. Rojan nodded. Psyshoku and Kenbunshoku are different from Heishoku. It can be awakened quickly, but it doesn't mean that everyone could control it very well. After saying this, another voice came out. This boy is a devil fruit user, and he wants to practice the Psyshoku and the Kenbunshoku. This is so bad for your little body. Listen, kid, first of all, you need to work hard for better control to your devil fruit. After that, you can practice whatever you want. You have to be careful, son. If you want to be strong, you'd better set a point first. Don't make yourself unable to do anything at last. One by one, all the prisoners looked at Rojan and gave him a few pieces of advice. Rojan was somewhat confused. The power inside him was very chaotic, he doesn't even have a clear path for his cultivation. After thinking for a while, Rojan raised his head and smiled. Anyway, we're all stuck in here. Let's talk about the cultivation of the Psyshoku and the observation haki. What if I'm not suitable for this? When he said that, one of the strong men sighed. When they were outside, everyone tried to avoid them. Those prisoners used to be very powerful, but now, they are trapped in here and they have nothing to do but talking about their experiences. Well, let's try it. Armament haki is the reaction of internal strength and the external materials. It allows the user to use their spiritual energy to create, in essence, an invisible armor around themselves, providing incredible offensive and defensive capabilities. Kenbunshoku is just the opposite of armament haki. It's the reaction of the external materials to you. It gives the user a sixth sense that allows them to sense the presence, strength, and emotions of others, as well as gain limited precognitive abilities. If you want to cultivate both of them, you need to have a powerful body that allows you to do that. Rojan kept listening to this information carefully. He has some understanding of the types of haki, but he didn't know how to use them yet. After a brief conversation with these powerful men, Rojan got a better understanding. Even more, all the prisoners became more and more excited and began to tell stories that they had experienced in their life. Roar. All of a sudden, a roar came out. The Hell Beast is here. Chapter 282, The Beast of the Hell. The sudden roar made all the prisoners shocked, especially Rojan. He didn't know what was that. From the dark, two bloody red eyes were approaching step by step. The beast's footsteps were heavy, the ground under his feet was shaking. He was the most powerful beast in the 6th level, the Infinite Hell. According to rumors, all beasts in this level were once human beings, and they were all devil fruit users, but after staying down here for a long time, they were transformed into vicious beasts without reason. They were pushed into the 6th level to watch the criminals. This is the 6th level. In addition to the guards, there are beasts. A slight voice sounded in the dark as if he explained the situation for Shiki and Rojan. "Boy, these animals are extremely powerful," the golden lion whispered. "I see." Rojan nodded. Rojan and Shiki cells were close to each other, it was easy for them to communicate. The prisoned beast was very huge, he was 50 or 60 meters tall, he looks like a hill when he moves. At that time, the beast was moving slowly, and after a while, his figure became clear. When the golden lion saw him, he retreated and held his breath. Rojan's eyes twinkled, he stood in front of the door of the cell to see the beast closely. At that moment, everyone kept silent, you can't hear anything but the beast's steps. His eyes were like huge lanterns in the dark, they were full of violence. Roar. When he came to Rojan's cell, the beast roared and turned his head to see Rojan. "Boy, back off." At that moment, a low voice came out. Rojan didn't pay much attention to the voice. "Damn it, boy, you are going to kill yourself." He cursed and then stopped. Seeing Rojan standing in front of him, the beast got angry and immediately roared. The thorn on his back was clearly reflected in Rojan's pupil. In an instant, the beast bared on his teeth and claws. Crack. The door made of sea stones was shaking violently under the power of the beast. Roar. Face to face with Rojan, it was a shocking scene for all the prisoners. They knew very well how strong was the beast of the prison. It was no less than pirates who has a bounty of 600 or 700 million on their heads. Prisoners have seen a lot of fights in the past between the beast and pirates who wanted to escape and failed. On weekdays, when these imprisoned beasts occasionally pass by, all the prisoners hold their breaths and let them pass without provoking. Once upon a time, they had seen someone who dared to look at these imprisoned beasts at a close distance. Unfortunately, he was torn into pieces by them. This is the end of this little boy. The golden lion who came with him is much smarter. What a child, he is very brave and very stupid. All the prisoners watched with indifference. At this moment, Rojan's clothes and robes fluttered, and his eyes suddenly changed into bloody red. Mangekyo Sharingan. As he said that, two huge tomos appeared in his eyes. Rojan was sure that he could control animals with his Sharingan. The beast was very fierce, his claws were 2 or 3 meters long, they were like swords. It can be imagined that if he attacked you in this little space, you won't find any place to run from those claws. This is going to be Rojan's end. With a stare to Rojan's eyes, the beast trembled and roared. Roar. At that moment, the beast seemed to be bound by something and began to struggle, but Rojan, he doesn't seem to be afraid at all, he was very calm. His Sharingan was locked to the imprisoned beast. At that moment, Rojan was able to know everything about this creature. Violent, ferocious, foraging, and nothing else. In a blink of an eye, the beast's eyes turned red, it looks like Rojan's eyes. After a while, the beast turned and left. "I'm hungry, I need to eat." After simple eye contact, the beast trembled and moved away slowly. The eyes of Rojan and the beast were connected to each other. At that moment, Rojan was able to see everything in front of the beast. Rojan sat in the corner and closed his eyes to transmit his consciousness to the imprisoned beast through his eyes. After a while, he clearly saw everything through the imprisoned beast. Interesting. Step by step, the imprisoned beast was getting closer to the guards. One of the guards who was trying to sleep raised his head, and he panicked when he saw the beast plus hey, what is this big guy doing? Ugh, don't worry, they don't usually attack us. Another guard glanced at the imprisoned beast and waved his hand. No, look at his eyes, there's something strange. It's okay, you can expect everything in this prison. He neglected him again. After checking the whole place, Rojan stopped the beast 30 meters away from the guards and forced him to lay down. See, don't worry. That's good, that's good. The guard felt relieved and lowered their weapons. However, they didn't notice that the beast had fixed his eyes on the key that was on the guard's waist. All of a sudden, the beast stood up and rushed to the guard. Chapter 283, The Key. The huge beast quickly rushed and attacked the guards in front of him. In a blink of an eye, the elite guards were dead. First, he attacked them with his long claws, and then he swallowed them. As he did that, the beast went back to Rojan. When they saw the departure of the beast, all the prisoners felt relieved, but when he came back at this moment, and he doesn't seem to be in a bad mood, the prisoners were even more shocked. What the hell is going on? The imprisoned beast was the #1 bully of the 6th level. No one dared to face him. What surprised them, even more, was that the beast spat out a bunch of keys and threw them to Rojan. Are those the keys of the cells? Could he control the beast? In an instant, all the prisoners stared at Rojan. Holding the keys in his hand, Rojan was extremely happy. After checking the keys carefully, he noticed numbers on them. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. There were 5 keys in total. After throwing the keys to Rojan, the beast trembled and left the place. When they saw this, all the prisoners got excited and laughed. Boy, give me the keys. I'll help you out. No, give it to me, I can do a lot of things for you. Give me the keys, if you help me, you'll be my lord. All the prisoners were happy. Every one of them wanted to convince Rojin to give them the keys. Shiki. Suddenly, Rojin turned and shouted. Across the darkness, the two looked at each other. What's your number? Rojin asked again. When they heard that, all the criminals exploded again. Boy, give me the key. Please, give me the key, I can do everything for you. I have a treasure map, which contains countless treasures. Give me the key, and this map will be yours. The 6th level, all the prisoners became crazy. Number 4. The Golden Lion checked the shackles and said to Rojin. 10 minutes ago, he was very sad, but now he was very excited. Lucky bastard. Rojin smiled. As he said that, Rojin threw the keys toward Shiki. Under the careful eyes of the prisoners, the key fell slowly in front of the Golden Lion. Without hesitation, Shiki picked up the key and opened the cuffs. It worked. Wow, it's the real key. Oh my god, there's a hope at least, great. All the prisoners jumped from excitement, they were very happy. What do you want in return, kid? The Golden Lion took a deep breath and asked Rojin. Teach me hockey. Rojin answered quickly. Well, this is easy. The Golden Lion nodded and then stared at Rojin. He didn't believe that Rojin doesn't want anything in return but teaching him hockey. After talking with Shiki, Rojin smiled and then turned. There are only 3 keys left. 2, 6, 8, and 10. That's mine. Oh my god, that's mine too. Rojin has only the keys of the handcuffs, but still, they can stronger without the sea stones around their hands. Alright then, what can you give me in return? Rojin laughed. In the blink of an eye, the prisoners corresponding to the key number yelled. 15 minutes later, a large number of guards rushed into the 6th floor. When they saw their mates covered with blood, their faces changed. Go and catch the murderer. The leader of the 6th level shouted. He stepped forward with a large number of guards. In a blink of an eye, they reached the cells and found that all the prisoners were quiet. Seeing the guards, all the prisoners trembled, and a lot of them turned their eye to Rojin. All the prisoners smirked, they can seize the opportunity to provoke Rojin. However, everyone knows that this boy is their only hope to get out of here, therefore, no one said anything. Number 1 is there. Number 2 is there. Number 8 is there. All the guards went down to check the cages one by one. Fortunately, no one escaped. It seems that one of the beasts attacked our guards. The warden was upset. From now on, keep an eye on the beasts. This kind of thing can't happen again. Hi. All the guards nodded. They have never seen such a thing before. After a while, the guards left, the silence returned to the 6th level. Boy, I gave you my offer. Think twice, if you are not satisfied, then I can only give up. At this time, an old voice came out. I believe you have something better. Rojin smiled. The old man was confused. Oh, right. After thinking for a while, Rojin said again. I might get some other keys, but you need to give me a good offer in return. When he said that, everyone got excited. Give me your offers, guys. Rojin kept seducing prisoners. And remember, only 5 people are allowed to make an offer immediately if they want. When he said that, a lot of people kept silent. Just now, there were 4 people bidding in turn. Their offers were very rich, some of them even promised Rojin to give him a whole island, but he didn't agree. Everyone was wondering what they should give. It's not easy to satisfy the other party without passing their own bearing limit. Even more, Rojin was enjoying staying here, and he wasn't in a hurry to go out. Chapter 284, I'm free. 10 minutes later, the imprisoned beast who was under Rojin's control came here with bloody fresh meat. He doesn't know the exact meaning of food and human meaning, so he got this fresh meat for Rojin according to himself. When he reached Rojin's cage, he threw the meat in front of him. Is it raw? After hesitation, Rojin shook his head. In the eyes of all prisoners, Rojin seemed to be giving some instruction to the beast, which was very strange. After a while, the beast was a bit confused, and then he nodded. Oh. As he moved his head, the beast opened his mouth and spat out fire. In a blink of an eye, the fresh meat got cooked. Fine, stop. Just after Rojin's command, the beast retreated 2 steps. Rojin stared at the beast, and his face was a bit strange. What he just saw was shocking. It turned out that this powerful beast can launch fire. Rojin smiled and ate the meat with quickly, he was starving at that moment. Seeing this scene, all the prisoners got angry, they were extremely hungry and didn't know what to do. They have never seen such power in their life. Boy, if you give me a piece of meat, I will teach you hockey. A prisoner wiped his saliva and shouted. When he heard that, Rojin's heart trembled. Oh. Rojin seemed to be very interested, and immediately, he threw a piece of meat to the speaker. All the prisoners looked with envy. They wanted to eat the delicious piece of meat. I have kendo to teach you. Boy, my martial arts is now less than the 6 powers of the Marines. I can teach you all of them. I'll be your assistant if you give me that piece of meat. In a blink of an eye, all the prisoners shouted. People who have been well fed in their life cannot understand the crazy pursuit of food by these people who have never had enough to eat. A piece of cooked meat wasn't a big deal for Rogen. Under the control of the Sharingan, the beast's power has increased 2 times or more. It was a very good card in Rogen's hand. The next day, Shiki decided to teach Rogen hockey. At the same time, there has been great progress in the sale of keys, treasure maps, devil fruits, and even forces under his command. All the prisoners got excited and promised Rogen a lot of things. Hearing all the propositions, Rogen decided to accept everything useful for him in the future. Rogen's harvest was getting bigger day after day. One day, Rogen felt something different, as if his practice came up with a great result. In the darkness, Rogen smiled. The black color appeared and disappeared several times. I can do a lot of this in this prison. Rogen laughed loudly. He was very excited at that moment. On the contrary, all the prisoners kept looking at him with envy. In the world of the pirates, hockey has been always a pain in the heart. It was too hard for everyone to understand this unique method by themselves. Only by finding a master to teach them the ability. He asked Rayleigh to teach him, and the latter accepted with pleasure. Unfortunately, the contact between the two has been cut. Who knows when they will meet again? He has never thought that he would learn hockey in such a place. Boy, did you make it? The Golden Lion was surprised. Yes, although it is still weak and unstable, I did it. Rogen nodded, and he was extremely happy. All the prisoners kept looking at Rogen. They were shocked that this guy was acting as if he was outside the prison. They were very clear about what it means to be able and awaken the hockey in this prison. They wanted to practice before, but they couldn't. They were always hungry and exhausted. This boy, maybe he has a chance to escape from here. Very good, my turn now. I will teach you observation hockey. The prisoners who had been chosen by Rogen to teach him observation hockey looked at Rogen and said with a low voice. At the beginning of the next day, Rogen began to practice Kenbun Shoku under the guidance of the other party. As long as there were imprisoned beasts, there will be no lack of food. Occasionally, Rogen threw some pieces of meat to the prisoners as a favor to satisfy their cravings. Rogen wasn't willing to go out of this undersea prison before getting stronger. In the dark, Luo Chen does not pay attention to other things except for practicing when he is awake and rests when he is tired. After spending several days in the impel down, Shiki got angry, and he shouted. I can't stay here anymore. Immediately, the ground beneath him was stained with blood. When the prisoners turned and looked at him, they found the Shiki cut off his feet neatly. Immediately, the 6th floor was boiling, and all the prisoners were shocked by the spirit of the Golden Lion. After hearing the loud screaming, a large number of jailers came. I'm free. The Golden Lion stood up and roared. When he heard the roar, the warden of the 6th level grabbed the key of the Golden Lion's cell and ran quickly. When he reached the cage and saw Shiki with no handcuffs, he got shocked. Hand over the keys. With a roar, the Golden Lion floated forward and grabbed the warden with his right hand across the gap between the fences. He's going to make it. Chapter 285, I'm free. The sudden action of the Golden Lion shocked everyone. What are you going to do? With all his power, Shiki grabbed the head of the warden and hit it on the iron fence. Through the iron fence, the warden saw the blood dropping on the ground and a pair of stumps on the blood. He was extremely shocked to see that. He chopped off his feet. OMG. As he shouted, he saw that the Golden Lion's hands were free without shackles. How is that possible? Every prisoner in this level had different sea stones handcuffs and fetters, controlled by different keys. Even if any prisoners removed a pair of handcuffs, there is another layer of protection, which ensures maximum safety. Facing the strong man with free hands, the warden's heart trembled. The key, give me the key. The Golden Lion pressed on the warden's head and shouted. Bastard, let me go. The warden was suffering under Shiki's hand, even blood was spurting from his face. Let the warden go. Shoot him, he's going to kill the warden. All the guards shouted. All of a sudden, Shiki looked at the warden's waist and smiled. That's it. The Golden Lion stretched out his hand, took the key, and opened the door. Click. The sound of the lock made the prisoners of the 6th floor crazy. Shiki, help me. Help me, help me, I will do everything for you. Shiki, set me free. Together, we will rule the world. All the jailers panicked when they saw such a scene. If they got free, the whole world will be turned upside down. Tell the chief warden, ask for help. The jailers roared. In the middle of the chaos, Shiki pushed the door and laughed. As he went out of the cell, he choked one of the guards who was in front of him. In a blink of an eye, the guard fell with no resistance. After doing this, Shiki stared at his former friends and laughed. Haha, want to go out? Cut your feet and I'll take you out. When they heard this, the prisoners calmed down and didn't say anything. After all, no one dares to do such a thing. Losers, shut up, you are just abandoned by the times. Just stay here and experience the darkness and loneliness forever. Shiki shouted and scolded everyone. You bastard. Someone shouted. Do you want to die? As he said that, he went straight to the person who shouted and killed him immediately. All the prisoners panicked, and no one dared to provoke this crazy guy. Shiki laughed and then went toward Rojan. Hey boy, do you want to go out? Yes. Rojan nodded calmly. He knew very well that the guy in front of him is different than the guy who was when he got arrested. This one was very dangerous. I'm not going to take you out. The Golden Lion sneered. You are Roger's brother, and I want to see how strong you are. You have to get out of here by yourself, or you can die here. The Golden Lion turned his head and left. 3 steps later, he stopped. If you can come out, I will repay you for your help. After saying that, the Golden Lion disappeared. Rojan shook his head and then his eyes flashed. After thinking for a while, Rojan sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Observation Haki needs cultivation, so does his true chi. Here, Rojan can feel the rapid increase of his physical strength. All the prisoners kept quiet after Shiki's scene. The Golden Lion showed them that, in addition to luck, they must have the courage to break through this prison. In the outside world, the escape of the Golden Lion caused a huge shock to the whole world, especially to the Marines. Boom. In the new Marine headquarters, Sengoku knocked on the table, and he was completely mad. The Golden Lion escaped? How is that possible? How can he escape under such strict conditions? The Marine who reported the news was nervous and answered quickly. I don't know, but I heard that somehow he broke the sea stones and then he cut off his legs. Unfortunately, Robert, the chief warden of the prison, was sleeping. Cut off his feet. Sengoku was surprised when he heard that and didn't pay much attention to Robert. Shiki's news was like thunder. He was completely surprised. What a guy. And where's Rojan? He asked again. He is still there. After Shiki's incident, the Impel Down increased surveillance on them. The Marines answered quickly. Well, do you have any other information? No, sir, he disappeared. When he heard that, Sengoku's expression changed. 5 months have passed since the famous battle in the Marine headquarters. It can be said that this is the first task for the new fleet admiral. Chapter 286, Everywhere. The Marines kept its word to Rojan, and they didn't treat Jason and the others as criminals. They didn't even put a bounty on their heads. Instead, Rojan was charged with a lot of crimes. Breaking into the Marine headquarters, destroying the palace of the Celestial Dragon, killing countless people. In the eyes of the whole world, Rojan was the great devil. 4 months ago, the Marines revealed the secret that they have arrested the brother of Guldy Roger, the Pirate King, just to suppress other pirates who have made troubles in the world. This news surprised people around the world. Oh my god, Guldy Roger has a younger brother. That's terrible. It's good that the Marines arrested him. How dare someone to break into the Marine headquarters and kill celestial dragons? From now on, this Rojan is going to be my idol. The Marines are so powerful. They have arrested this fierce guy. Hate, worship, and fear, people's emotions were different. But only one thing is for sure, Rojan's name was heard throughout the world. The bounty on his head was even more shocking. The Marines put an astonishing 880 million. Rojan, the captain of the Wraith Pirates, the younger brother of Guldy Roger. 880 million. At present, he's arrested by the Marines. Shocking news for everyone in this world, especially the pirates. In Logetown, Jinx looked at the wanted poster and cried, as well as Izawa. He was completely sad. The guy who couldn't defeat a bunch of bullies has become a criminal with a bounty of 880 million on his head in a very short time. Even more, he got arrested by the Marines. Can he escape? Just as he thought of that, Jinx neglected it. Was that a joke? The Impel Down is the most advanced prison in the world. How could anyone escape from it? Somehow, Izawa has a voice in her heart telling her that they would meet again. Izawa, I've decided to go out to the sea. I'll be a pirate and I'll go to the Impel Down. I want to see Rojan. Hearing this, Izawa was speechless. Do you know what that means? Yes, someone told me that there is great hope to see Rojan if I go to the sea. She was very sad. Who said that? Izawa wondered. It's a shame to fool a little girl like that. He. Jinx turned and pointed to a smiling boy. Izawa turned and checked the boy. He was a little man with an optimistic and confident smile. He has red hair covered with a straw hat. When he saw Izawa looking at him, the little man laughed. Hi, Izawa, nice to meet you. Who are you? Izawa asked loudly. You can call me Shanks. Do you want to join my pirate group? You can be a powerful pirate with me. Shanks smiled. What an idiot. Izawa shook his head and turned. After a while, he looked at him and asked again. How many people are there in your pirate regiment now? For now, it's just me and Jinx. Shanks wasn't embarrassed at all. Idiot. Izawa turned his head and didn't want to talk anymore. Hey, believe me, we can be famous pirates in the world. Rojan's arrival in this world changed a lot of things, and the wheel of destiny rolled toward the unknown. Each fortuitous encounter for Rojan changed a little bit of what should have come. At the same time, in the depths of the Grand Line, on top of a huge ship, Edward, the big guy with a huge wild crescent beard, looked up and poured down a giant Sakazuki cup of wine. Poor young man. I wonder if he could escape that prison. After saying that, the Whitebeard sighed. After Rojan's accusation and identity were announced, he got on the head of all news in the world during this period. On an unknown island, Elu kept looking at people around her walking back and forth, and she was confused. Where are we? It's Ohara, sister. A cute little girl answered her with a smile. Ohara, where is this place? Elu wondered. It's a wonderful place, I'll tell you later. The little girl grabbed Elu and walked. Don't be scared. You seem to come from outside. Can we be friends? Friends? Elu seemed to be very happy, and she asked. What's your name? You can call me Robin, hee hee. Little Robin answered with a smile. Nice to meet you, Robin. Elu sighed and looked at Robin with a pure smile. Not far away from Ohara, Jason suddenly stood up with anger. I must defeat that guy, I need to get out. Even if you are a real dragon, I will blow you up. In the open island, a low roar came out. In the second half of the Grand Line, Crocodile was standing in the bow of a medium-sized pirate ship. Whitebeard, I will see you soon. Let me see the strongest man in the world. On another unknown island, a group of black-suited army bowed down to the man in front of them. Thank you very much for your instruction. Please take care of yourself. In front of them, Trensu, who was wearing the same uniform, nodded coldly. Chapter 287, So Close. The Marines didn't spread the news of Shiki's escape, they kept it as a secret. As for the Golden Lion, he didn't know what to do. After the big escape, he stayed low to avoid all kinds of trouble. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the new headquarters of the Marines. 1 week after the Impel Down incident, reporters from all over the world gathered around the new Marine headquarters, and in front of them, a lot of Marine soldiers held their weapons and kept looking around. Today, the Fleet Admiral Kong is going to be promoted to the Commander-in-Chief in the world government, and Sengoku is going to be the new Fleet Admiral of the Marines. This news spread quickly in the last 3 months. There was a huge ceremony in the new headquarters, and it was broadcasted live all over the world. Politicians, pirates, bounty hunters, poor and rich people, everyone was paying close attention to the event. Today is a great day in my life, I'm honored to take the position of the Fleet Admiral. From now on, I'll do everything appropriate for this position and this suit. Sengoku's tone was very serious, he was very firm and very strict. We are here to defend all the islands and everyone. We will destroy all the criminals in this world. The new Fleet Admiral, who was very wise, seemed to be very hard to deal with, and the previous one, who is known by his power and his angry mood. After saying this, Sengoku solemnly answered the questions of the reporters and then announced the new Commander-in-Chief. After 1 month, 2 more admirals were added to the list. Admiral Sakazuki, known as Akainu. Admiral Kuzn, known as Aokiji. Admiral Borsalino, known as Kizaru. Under the command Sengoku, the new Fleet Admiral, the Marines has become more and more powerful. Some people may not be familiar with the 3 new admirals, but soon, after destroying a lot of pirate regiments, they will adore them. Akainu, the boiling magma, he eliminated 23 pirate regiments in 7 days. Aokiji, froze an area of 100,000 and eliminated 12 pirate regiments. Kizaru, the fastest person in the world, it took him only 3 days to eliminate 36 pirate groups. The 3 new admirals showed another level of power, the Marines became stronger with them. They have suppressed the arrogance of pirates. Just after hearing these stories, all the criminals around the world became afraid and didn't dare to do anything. After taking the position, Sengoku put forward a plan to control the pirates and suppress them with all his power. He wanted to create a better world. In this era, people are getting crazy. There are a lot of pirates that need to be suppressed and eliminated. We need to put huge pressure on them. Well, what about recruiting some greedy and powerful pirates to take our place against other pirates? Sengoku stood up in front of a round table and said with a solemn tone. Therefore, everyone around the table began to discuss the feasibility of the proposal. It has to be said that the implementation of a plan always has to go through a storm. Even if it was proposed by the fleet admiral of the Marines, it was difficult to implement it. Not to mention the instability of pirates, how could they control them after recruitment? The proposition was shelved and turned into a plan that the Marines should take care of it. It is well known that the Grand Line is divided into the first and the second half. If you want to get the legendary treasure of the Pirate King, you must pass through the first half and reach the second half. So, this is the problem. The Marines can control the first half easily, but what about the second half? It's the pirate world. There are many pirate groups in the second half, they have been there for so long. It can be said that the Marines can't suppress all of them in the time being. We need to take control of that place at any cost. Facing the admirals, Sengoku shouted. A bill called the New World Reclamation Plan was quickly launched, discussed, and decided. The undercurrent was surging and the storm was brewing fast. Of course, Rojan, who was trapped in the impel down, doesn't know anything. In the darkness, Rojan finally decided to stay here. It was the best choice for his cultivation. He is going to learn observation hockey. He found someone who has a simple method for that. Also, Sashoku cultivation advanced at an incredible speed. If he was outside, it would be very difficult and very slow if he wanted to become stronger. Such a speed of becoming stronger makes me unable to give up. Rojan didn't want to get out, he wanted to get stronger and stronger first. Jason and the others should be safe, I'm not leaving yet. I have to be stronger than this. I need to surpass the Admiral's level. Rojan clenched his fist. Gradually, the armament hockey covered his whole fist, and he became able to predict a lot of this through his observation hockey. I'm getting close. Chapter 288, Yikidao. The feeling of getting stronger made Rojan addicted to training and cultivation. When the armament hockey covered half of his hand, Rojan's heart suddenly moved. That's what it feels like. Moreover, he was able to hear the breath of the imprisoned beast hundreds of meters away from here, and he could see the dust on the ground. Rojan could completely perceive everything. As if his five senses were promoted several times. Boy, did you make it? A sudden cold voice came out. He was the one who taught him the observation hockey. I think so. Rojan smiled, and then he looked at him. He was a middle-aged man with black hair and red eyes. At that moment, he was staring at Rojan. After the awakening of the observation hockey, Rojan's heart trembled. It was a strange feeling, hard to describe it with words. It was a perfect and comfortable feeling. Because of this, he finally understood how those who had awakened the observation hockey saw the attack of Kizaru. In front of the speed of light, the naked eye, no matter how powerful it was, cannot keep up with his speed. At that moment, Rojan was extremely happy. I'm getting stronger, more and more. So, our deal is over. The middle-aged man said with a low voice. Rojan didn't respond. He sat down in the cell and kept thinking about his new hockey. In a short period of time, he mastered two of the hardest abilities in the world. After thinking for a while, Rojan opened his eyes and decided to continue the practice. As the practice progressed, Rojan became familiar with the common ground between the hockey and his energy. After a clear understanding, Rojan's cultivation of the armament hockey was getting faster. Although these two powers were quite different, they still have something in common that made Rojan wonder. After a few days, an old voice came out from the dark. Well, I have a little secret here. If you give me the key to my shackles so I can get a little freedom, I will give it to you. Rojan seemed to be interested, and after a careful look, Rojan found that the number of shackles was number 8. In his heart, Rojan named that guy number 8. Oh really? I'm listening. After staying here for a long time, Rojan became the veteran of the prison, and everyone wanted to make a friendship with him. These old guys have a lot of good things, and they exchange them in a variety of ways, such as swordsmanship, martial arts, and special skills to defeat sea kings. It sounds really cool, but unfortunately for them, Rojan has already mastered those things. My kendo is called Yikidao, which means the One Chi League. Oh. Be more specific. Rojan was curious. I can't give you the cultivation method of Yikidao, it's a secret, only masters can teach it. Number 8 whispered. But there's a secret technique that I have studied for 58 years, I can give it to you. Rojan seemed to be very interested when he heard that. Spending 58 years in hard researches? It should be useful. Yikidao is the only skill that can transform the energy in the body. Most people of my generation who practice kendo have visited a lot of places when they were young and learned a lot of things. At the same time, I felt envy and I regretted that I couldn't practice kendo anymore. When I was young, I saw the swordsmanship of an old man. That guy was able to compress his chi to a terrible density, he could cut a mountain with the chi on his sword. I got surprised when I saw him. Unfortunately, it was a unique skill, hard to practice. The old guy shook his head. Why haven't I seen such kendo? I haven't even heard of such swordsmen. At this point, another voice full of irony came out. That's just your ignorance. Number 8 answered coldly. You are just talking nonsense. The man laughed again. Shut up, idiot. That old guy injured the world's #1 swordsman. Regarding his age, he can be our grandfather. What he said must be true. All of a sudden, an angry voice came out, letting the guy who had just uttered sarcasm shut up. Rojan was surprised. He has never thought that number 8 had such a past. Yikidao is also my secret skill. I wanted to look for the old man to learn his kendo again, but when I found him, he was already buried under the ground. The old man shook his head and sighed. The Yikidao belongs to kendo that has the deepest research of the chi in the world. Because of this feature, I had to study and learn. Yikidao? Rojan doubted. Yes, you could use it to awaken the armament haki. His words made Rojan's pupil shrink. When you use this haki, your body will spontaneously store the one true chi, and only a few people know that. At that time, you can transform it into something strong. With the Yikidao, you can transform rapidly the power inside you. When he heard that, Rojan got excited. He didn't know that before. Chapter 289, Chakra. I can summon a lot of characters from my system. Each one of them has a different and complex energy, and I can only choose one of them. But this guy said that his method could convert all the energies into Yikidao, and then disperse and transform it into 10,000 ways again. Isn't that what I need? Rojan understood that he could transform all the strength of his power into this Yikidao, and then, he will be able to use them easily. Wonderful. Rojan was very excited. Well, boy, can I get the key? After telling me about this interesting method, I don't have a choice. It sounds interesting, I can use this method. Rojan answered with a smile. People's life is limited, no one can practice everything to reach the top. An old voice came out, full of disdain. You know nothing. At that moment, the old guy who has the chuckles number 8 shouted. Rojan completely ignored them and threw them to number 8 accurately under his feet. After that, number 8 looked at his feet and sighed. When will it be untied? Hey boy, do you have any other key? I do, but not now. Rojan smiled. After the great escape of the Golden Lion, the guards of the prison became very strict with the keys. It was hard to get them. Eating a useless devil fruit is the worst thing in my life. He looked up to the sky and sighed, and then, under the gaze of Rojan, number 8 went to the corner and sat down. Rojan was very curious at that moment. He wanted to know what was the other side doing. However, after a while, Rojan heard a strange sound, and when he turned, he saw that after the number 8 waved his hand, a black line appeared on his forehead. Cool, yeah. 3 minutes later, the old man yelled. He was completely excited. In front of him, the wall was stained with white spots. As he turned around, number 8 pulled up his pants and laughed. I can freely use my hands, haha. What is he doing? Rojan was confused. What makes him feel speechless is that through Kinbunshoku, he actually saw a few prisoners next to the old guy with an envious expression. I will teach you the Yikidao that I have spent most of my life researching on it. The old man's practice was really deep. Everyone sat in his cell and tried to know what was happening. They barely see the movements but they couldn't hear the sound. But Rojan, he was different from everyone, he could see and hear everything clearly. After a careful look, Rojan found that this old guy was using a unique martial arts skill. He suspected that guy. I see. A month later, he crossed his leg and smiled. Before this, he had been very close to the realm of the Yikidao. All kinds of energies around the world have something in common, as well as chi. Like that, you could save energy and control it to get something strong. This is the use of the Yikidao. After getting what he wants, Rojan began to practice and tried to transform his mana. It can be said that Rojan was gifted, talented, or let's say he was natural. It took him 1 month to make it, which was something unbelievable. When he transformed his mana and Psyshoku into Yikidao, he slowly saw a faint rotating light blue vortex in his sight. That's it. Rojan smiled, and then, as he stretched out his hands, his eyes gradually congealed. Armament haki. The invisible transparent airstream quickly covered his arm. However, the armament haki continued to cover his whole hands, neck, chest, and stomach. In a blink of an eye, 70% of his body was covered with black. Yikidao is amazing. When he saw this, Rojan laughed. The Yikidao speeded up the awakening of the armament haki. After that, Rojan checked his energy. It's 60% less than before. Never mind, I've made it. Rojan was very happy. It was very clear that it was very difficult to awaken the armament haki quickly. Rojan mastered it in a very short period. It was unimaginable. After the armament haki, I can also practice chakra. With condensed eyes, Rojan stared at the mysterious energy. Like mana, chakra also has a unique cultivation method. 550 million is the remaining possessed coins. After a careful look at the balance, Rojan didn't hesitate to redeem the chakra practice method and some ninjutsu. More than 80 million coins were spent, leaving 470 million in the balance. It seems that the power he has made his devil fruit ability useless. After cultivating the mental power, might predict fruit will truly bloom. After a few days, he mastered chakra and then transformed it into Yikadao. Of course, the amount of Psyshoku and mana was reduced again. I need to reach the level of admirals. When the Psyshoku covers all my body, I should leave this place. Chapter 290, Time to Go Out. The defense of the Impel Down became tighter after the escape of the Golden Lion. Gradually, the prisoners of the 6th level relaxed again. In the darkness, Rojan kept practicing all the time. Compared to the outside world, the 6th floor was like a place to escape from the world. It was isolated and rich in spiritual energy that allows Rojan to calm down and cultivate. Down here, time was passing slowly, and the prison was silent. On the contrary, the outside world was very chaotic, very loud, and everything was changing very fast. At some point, the defense of the 6th floor back to its original state. One day, a loud voice came out. "Hey, Rojan, can you still get the keys?" The voice was a little hoarse that awakened Rojan from his cultivation and made him frown. "There are still some difficulties, and we have to wait for an opportunity." "What the matter with you? Don't you want to save us?" The voice suddenly became furious, and he shouted with anger. Rojan frowned and then he smirked. "I don't remember that I said I will save you all." After saying this, Rojan closed his eyes again and neglected everyone. He entered into a deeper level of cultivation. Not to mention that the guy who just shouted didn't know Rojan at all and had nothing to exchange with him. Even if it was the Golden Lion, Rojan hesitated for a while before he made up his mind to rescue him. Also, from what just happened, Rojan realized that he won't get more from here. All the remaining prisoners were just ordinary strong pirates with no special power. "Damn you, boy, if we were outside, I would pull off your head and kick it like a ball." A loud voice came out, following by curses. Rojan didn't pay much attention, he neglected them and immersed in his own world to practice. Yikadao was very effective, but he needs more practice. At that time, Rojan's mana has been restored to perfection again, even surpassing the past. Armament hockey has covered my arms, legs, and half of my body. Not enough. Rojan closed his eyes again and transformed Psyshoku into Yikadao, and then he continued the cultivation of his mana. After a while, a whirlwind was formed around his body. It was very strange for the prisoners next to him when they the breeze blowing gently. After a while, Rojan opened his eyes, but this time, he used his Sharingan to control the prison beast to get him some food, and then he used Ganjutsu to control the guards to get the keys. This time, he got 5 fetter keys that excited all the prisoners for a while. Through the exchange, Rojan had a good harvest, so he closed his eyes again with satisfaction. After a while, his eyes became sharp. "I can make it. I made it. I awakened the Psyshoku." Immediately after that, he looked at the shackles and said, "Keys? I don't really need them." As he said that, he clenched his fist, and layers of cyclones appeared around his right arm, and boom. When he punched, the door of the cell vibrated violently, and make a loud noise that shook all the prisoners. "Boy, what are you doing? Do you think that you can break this cage? What an idiot, you are completely useless against this cage." All the prisoners sneered and laughed. However, Rojan didn't pay much attention. He stepped back and then looked at the shackles again. "I've decided to leave, nothing can stop me. I'm not sure whether I've reached the Admiral's level or not, but I have to get to the safe side." Just after saying that, Rojan's body trembled, and he shouted, 600 million baileys, spend them all." A huge roulette with 7 colors appeared in front of him, and then, a thin man wearing a robe with a cloud pattern stepped out. "Is that him?" A smile appeared on Rojan's face. "Yikadao, time for chakra." 4 years have passed since the escape of the Golden Lion. The new era of the great pirates got chaotic. Like an active volcano, all the pirates rushed out to the sea. Outside the prison, everything has changed. The Golden Lion fell down 4 years ago. And now, powerful characters around the world create their own group quickly and stood on top of the world. After 4 years, many groups disappeared, such as the Wraith, the Flying Pirates, and more. However, many powerful characters decided to take a place on the top. Edward Newgate, known as the Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and the captain of the most powerful group in the world. Kaido. One of the strongest men in the New World, with his current power, he could replace the Golden Lion easily. Charlotte Limlin, known as Big Mom, the captain of one of the most powerful pirates in the world. After 4 years of competition, Kaido and Big Mom were like monsters. They were extremely powerful and had a huge territory. Even Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, he had to calm down to avoid them. Day after day, year after year, the new generation kept pushing the old one to take their place. On the other hand, the Marines decided to recruit pirates to eliminate other pirates. However, when they really stepped into the land of pirates, they realized their true power. They were too much, too strong. Those pirates were like stars in the sky. The large scale of pirates kept growing with no stop. At that time, nothing can suppress the new era of great pirates. In this serious and tense situation, a pale right hand seized the gate of the 6th floor and murmured, "It's time to go out." Chapter 291, Shinro Tensei. "I haven't seen the sun for a long time ago." His voice was hoarse and excited. In the next second, a huge force burst out of the shadow's right hand, and immediately, the tight door of the cell trembled and got destroyed. With great momentum, Rojan smirked and stepped out of the cage. Seeing this, all the prisoners got shocked, and then they shouted, "Boy, help me! Help me please! I gave you a martial arts skill, save me, master, please! We've made a deal, help me out!" Rojan didn't pay much attention, he kept looking down only. All the prisoners got excited, and they wanted to persuade Rojan to save them. "Boy, help us all! We can break and defeat all the guards!" At that moment, Rojan raised his head slowly. This kid! What's wrong with his eyes? Seeing the strange eyes, all the prisoners got shocked. Rojan's eyes suddenly changed to purple with 6 black circles inside it. Simple eye contact with him is enough to make you feel as if you're being stared at by God. "Save you!" Rojan sneered, and then, his right hand extended. Boom! In a blink of an eye, the man who was standing inside the cage flew out to the air and slammed into the wall behind him. The bones of the poor prisoners crushed, and even blood spurted out from his mouth. Everyone stepped back and stopped breathing at that moment. It can be said that these prisoners finally understood the reason behind arresting this kid. He was a devil. "I will choose a few people to go out with me. Remember, anyone could die in this." With an indifferent tone, Rojan stared at the prisoners carefully. He seemed to be looking for something. All the prisoners got shocked, and they subconsciously took a step back. "I'll choose 6 of you then." With a grin, Rojan stepped forward. The cage that was insurmountable to all prisoners had no effect on Rojan. Across the cage, Rojan picked 6 prisoners and looked at them. In a blink of an eye, they were all died. What was shocking, the 6 guys twisted and slowly disappeared. "Hurry up!" Someone broke out of the prison. "It's Skaldi Rojan. He has the power of the admirals." When they heard this, all the guards got shocked. "They are really fast." Rojan completely ignored the shock of the prisoners, he smiled and then went straight to the guards. "Boy, get me out of here. I'll help you to defeat those guards." Rojan kept moving forward until he heard the voice of an old man. "Stay where you are, or we'll shoot you." All the guards shouted with anger. Rojan tilted his head and turned. It turned out that number 8 asked Rojan to help him. Gunshots. Unexpectedly, a black metal rod extended from his right hand and hit all the guards who came and shot Rojan. After doing this, Rojan smiled. After a while, he turned and aimed at the lock of the cage. Under the huge power, the door opened in a blink of an eye. "Good, I will keep my promise, kid." Number 8 stood up with excitement and moved forward. He didn't take off the shackles on his feet, but it seems that he didn't care at all. "Let's go to the warden's room, weapons are there," Number 8 shouted. When he heard that, Rojan nodded and stepped forward. Guards kept appearing in front of Rojan to arrest him. Unfortunately for them, Rojan was much stronger than them. His power is a bit strange. He is using ninja skills. Number 8 followed Rojan and kept thinking. He has experienced all kinds of power and skills in his life. This old guy could understand what kind of power Rojan has from first sight. After a while, they reached the warden's room. As he entered the room, Rojan looked up and saw his 7-star sword. After a smile, he jumped and took his sword back. At the same time, the old man looked for his sword, and after a while, he found it. It was a long and thin sword with a black blade that doesn't reflect light. Good one. Rojan checked the sword and smiled. It's the legacy of Yikadao. Number 8 sighed and didn't say more. Time to go out. Rojan patted on his shoulder and left. They went straight to the elevator and used it to go up. On the 5th floor, a group of guards held their guns and aimed at the stairway. It was very clear that they were extremely afraid. They are coming. When they heard that, all the guards put their fingers on the triggers. Crack. When he heard this little crack, Number 8 looked at Rojan and whispered. Get ready, boy, they are making a trap for us. As he said that, Number 8 raised his sword and got ready to attack. Rojan didn't pay much attention to the words of the old man, he nodded and turned his head. Finally, the elevator shuddered and stopped, and the door opened. Attack him, now. In a word, All the guard pulled the trigger and shot Trojan at the same moment. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Suddenly, a huge shell came out of Trojan's hand and hit the crowd. Oh, my god. What is that? Chapter 292, Dangerous Kid. At the same time, number 8 waved his sword. Blackwater hit. In the void, a loud noise like the waterfall came out. At the same time, all the guards seemed to see a river rushing toward them.